All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 27, 2026, and we are beginning arguably the most important week of 2026. So there's a lot that's gone on, a lot that got us here from the war all the way down to AI, and honestly, even coming into the weekend, that is a lot of what you are dealing with that's kind of gapping us up, but yeah, this is a very big week. You're going to be getting the Fed. You're going to be hearing from 35% of the S&P 500 companies. You're going to be hearing from 4 of the Mag 7 names, and there is a lot riding on it as far as narratives. And then over the weekend, you got good news in terms of the war. Remember, we were just at 90, 92 bucks, freaking out. Oil did come down. They said the Omanis, they're working on some sort of agreement, so you'll still get volatility there. There was good China AI news. They IPO'd CXMT, and now China finally got to get in on the overhyped AI speculation wave. So things are looking decent. You do got a lot of even post reactions from last week. Remember, some of that uncertainty, the tension is a lot lower, but
we are
we'll see how that takes us into this week. But like I'm telling you, very, very important week, and a lot of narratives may be created, destroyed, or continued as we start to move forward. But Chad, we're going to have a good day regardless. We have a lot of time to go over all of it. A lot of headlines, a lot of everything. But my friends, here at the Cult, before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this great country. God bless you and thank you, for real, man. I hope you get a long term. I hope we help with the property, whatever it may be. But I do want to show this appreciation every day in and day out. And for all of you who don't serve, the goal, the intention is not to make you a warmonger and support things and all of that. No, it's very simple, man. The way I look at it, regardless of what you believe in, you can never take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to give up and sacrifice so much for the collective freedom of people he has never met. So make sure you honor them. We can never take that away, but veterans, the families, God bless every single one of you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatatonia. Harda. Oh, my goodness. Oh, happy Monday. Are you ready for a Monday? It feels like a good Monday, honestly. Even after last week, bro. Dog, last week in the week. Oh, my gosh, bro. We got the big events now. Oh, we're going to find. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. I do. We got good time. We got 3 minutes. So a couple of things to watch out for on the bell. Again, Nibis, IREN, there was that NVIDIA news that they are going to be funding OpenAI by like $250 billion. We still don't have the full confirmation, but the NeoClouds, they went up. Again, you saw what you last week, a lot of the NeoCloud action, that kind of led that earlier chip momentum. Qubits, there was a couple of quantum things. Those quantum names woke up good. Watch Microsoft and Meta, they're opening up again. People are still talking about this idea of CapEx, and even though the first couple of earnings, we did not see them cut down on CapEx. They are still talking about Mag 7 cutting this back. So these are going to report. They're starting off really good this week. Keep your eyes out for it. Watch the chips. Again, what happened with CXMT. I would even watch KWeb and K-Star. Again, you just had the first ever gigantic AI IPO for China, which is weird because, remember, they're not really encouraging of speculation. So you got that. Keep an eye on KN, any of the other AI. Again, the small bottleneck plays, and then just don't forget, chips are still important. You have a lot of non-chip earnings, and then we do ultimately start to get some of the Mag 7 this week, and that should drive a lot with Mr. Jerome or Kevin is going to be in the middle. So other than that, we got 2 minutes. I did add to the long term. So if you missed out that, you should have got a text. I put out the video, YouTube and Instagram. So I've done my job. I hope you stay up to date. The best part about both long-term plays is that the market just doesn't stop moving. So both of them are still lower than where I bought them. So hope you make a wise decision and get ready for all of it. You are going to hear people talk about the midterms, you guys. Get ready for that. I have some pretty pictures if you would like to see them, but you are going to hear that a lot more. But we got about 2 minutes. Great time. We've gone over the plays. I hope you guys had a good weekend, man. I hope you're excited for a Monday, and it does help that we actually do have a very important week. Again, arguably the most important week of the year, where this goes. Again, which narratives go to live and go to die. Oh, my gosh. We are going to find out. But we got 1 minute. Let me get a quick Jesus in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm down for one, bro. Just let me rip one real quick. Just let me get Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Oh, happy Monday.
Amen. It's a call, baby.
That's all I want.
Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't
everyone's gonna
there.
talk about midterms.
Thoughts been on, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. UG, Trotsky, can't beach on the arm.
What's the long-term play? Listen, man, if you can't watch the video, you're not gonna make it, bro. You're not gonna make it, bro. Just don't even trip about it. We got 30 seconds, so Chad, call out any place. If you really care about the long-term, go watch that video. It should take you less than 1 or 2 minutes, and you'll be ready to go by the bell. And the video makes investment in super safe, super intelligence. No term, I don't even know what that means, but call out anything. Don't pump on the homies, and let's have a good time. And yeah, just get ready, man, day by day. It'll get wild. Woo! So 5 seconds. Long-term plays are on Instagram and YouTube. You'll find them everywhere. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. So again, Mag 7, that's going to be one angle. Damn, Meta and Microsoft both up 2%. Chips are actually only up by 0.6, and then software is running it. Holy shit. So yeah, software is really good. 3% on the software move. So yeah, I mean, remember, you did have Now and all those from last week. I did not think software was going to be on that on fire. So yeah, see if that holds, see where it kind of leads to. But for now, I mean, again, CXMT in China, they were doing good. Where is the NeoCloud? So NeoCloud, even then, they gapped up a little bit, but they're starting to give it up. Again, you had headlines on Quantum this morning as well. And then again, some people were a little excited that Intel stopped going down. But yeah, chips are a little weak. So right now, it's Mag 7 in software. Chips are not as strong, even though everything's good. Again, you're getting the broader, just everything relief from the oil move. So factor that in. SPY's up by 0.8, Russell 0.7, Dow up by 1.1, and NASDAQ is up by 1.1 as well, too. IP, I forgot, that was our 1000% of Verizon. And did you know AT&T? AT&T's weekly move is like, this is like the biggest weekly move on AT&T in like 20 years. Something like that. I had some fun fact on the AT&T move. Again, airlines are moving. You heard they were talking that UAL Delta thing, but that's starting to go up. Path, a couple of small caps. Let's see, where is Corsair and Oracle? So again, it's weird. The chips are not as on fire, but software is opening up very, very good. Again, Meta, Microsoft. Meta already gave up literally 1%. So Microsoft's holding a little bit more stable. Bloom Energy, yeah, Amazon did the same thing too. So again, Mag 7 gapped up pretty strong, but some of them moved around. Oh, don't forget about Apple too, dude. I forgot. You can't forget about Apple. So remember, just where everything lands, you know, this whole, what's it called? The whole AI spending and the Mag 7. Just remember, Apple has been a very, very weird bellwether. And it's actually at highs. It closed really strong. Mobileye kind of ripping. HPE So again, a couple of the compute plays are trying to go up. KN. Oh, where's CBOE? So they have earnings this week too. Tesla's on the low. I've seen the video again. Apple's still going up. So just remember, there's a lot of different Apple plays on Friday. It's just if Apple's going to be that little leader there, I mean, it's kind of easy. And then if it doesn't, it chills. Staples are up. Healthcare is barely down. And then financials are up by 1-1. Are we still in the range? Yeah. So, I mean, I'd encourage you to understand it, too. If you don't know what the range is, pull out your daily and make sure you understand what we've been talking about for the last couple months so that you could comprehend it on your own, because it's easy to see the box, and you could, you could figure it out. You won't need somebody to clarify it for you. Again, those quantum plays, those all just woke up. You had the qubit. I forgot what it was. I forgot what the headline was, but there was some sort of quantum deal. Nvidia's down by 0.6. Again, chips are only up by 0.6 as well. Software's up by 2.9 in the morning. So some of these moves already to open up have been pretty decent, even though you do have a pretty strong gap across the board. So that, just think about what we talked about on Friday. I was telling you guys the exact same thing. Do you guys remember what happened on Friday with some of those, with even all last week? We would like gap up, stocks would come down, and they were coming down, but they were green, and then vice versa. Stocks would go up, and they were coming up, but they were red. And that was a result of these types of, kind of gaps in the middle. So let that work its way out. Intel's waking up. Again, a lot of people were talking about Intel, just how Intel performed. Remember, very good earnings related to chips, and then it ended up selling off. So, yeah, Intel's a little bit more important right now than not. Sing. Oh, no way. Don't we? I don't know. I think we might have free shares of that. Something. Microsoft. Yeah, Nvidia's red. Holy shit. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, no way Microsoft gave up too. There was space news too. A Rocket Lab got a contract. Now RKLB, ASTS, those are starting to go. Sentinel gapped up. I didn't hear any of those Sentinel buyout rumors. People stopped saying them. I did not hear much over it over the weekend. And then Giggle, Oracle, there's their first little green candle at VWAP. Oil hasn't budged. ASTS, USAR, Oracle. Again, more quantum as well on the high. NASDAQ's right below 1%, 0.9. It's actually, SPY's actually the worst on the day, 0.8. Okay, first two candle. Watch chips, I'm telling you. So software's already good. I mean, the staples, energy's down because of the war. Your like little staple rotationary industries, not quite there. But for now, chips and software are up. It's just like a different sizing. So it's not bad. It's definitely not bad compared to some of what we saw last week. And I hope you guys remember last week. Remember the risk off, like I'm saying, the gap up move and the way it moves throughout. That'll definitely tell you a lot. So there, a little bounce on NVIDIA. There's Oracle. Corsair, I can't believe. Were you guys surprised or what? How do you feel about it? I tried to explain it in the video. I do want it to be a lesson on risk. I mean, you did watch me buy Sweet Greens, so I really think Corsair is better than Sweet Greens. But yeah, I do think it's pretty surprising. So, but like I showed you now, if you ever want to take risks, if you put more than a lot of it, I'm gonna slap you. But then again, the future will slap you. I don't need to slap you. Very surprised. Yeah, dude, not only did I buy it, I top blasted it. So that's what makes it even better. But yeah, but that's why too. I mean, small position, you don't need as much accuracy, more or less. It made you buy 1,000 shares of SoFi. It's awesome, man. It's awesome. Tesla. Okay, that came back up a little bit. And now Myrna. See if XLV and any of the biotechs come up. Google. I forgot it. Google's up 2.7. I mean, remember, that one's technically post-earnings. SNB declines to comment on media report. It expects to keep rates at 0. Oh, I thought that was more important. So I said it was the first time they denied. ETH running. Oh, where is a Bitcoin? I forgot about Bitcoin. Do you guys remember Bitcoin? Do you know Michael? Hey, Michael. Is Michael selling? Where did Michael end up sell to, brother? Where is Michael? I forgot about Michael. That's your first stock that's up year to date. It should be, yeah. I don't usually buy stocks that are up year to date. You're 100% correct. 100% correct. So it did meet the rules, though. I mean, it's been around for 10 years. It has been around for 10 years. I'm literally streaming from a Corsair right now. So, but that's what I'm saying. Even though it meets the rules, it's definitely low quality. Very, very different than some of the other things you've seen. Oh, where's China? Corsair. Or not Corsair, K-Star. Corsair looks great on the long-term chart. Yeah, especially if you're blindfolded. That's what it does, but it does. I'm telling you, I just, like I'm saying, I mean, it's not, you've never seen me buy, even Sweet Greens. When I bought Sweet Greens, it was down. You know, so even then it was a shit stock, but it was down. This is the first time I've ever bought a shit stock that was up, at least on the year. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, a third of a deposit, I'm at 19 point something% cash. So I hope you guys are also understanding why I bought it. You know, move the cash a little bit, keep in mind the other rules. And then Colt's sister did not acquire any of this. She didn't have a lot of cash. Remember that. So if you don't have a lot of cash, you don't need to be deploying as much. And then, yeah, NVIDIA and chips just flipped. Unity, Asmil. You have AMD, and now Asmil's down 3. Asmil's kind of dumping. Hot dog. XBI, Industrials, and then Healthcare. Now SK Hynix. You guys know SK Hynix has earnings this week? Asmil you mentioned about. Oh, yeah, we did wait a month for that, too. China starts mass production of homegrown chip-making tools. So we had that in the morning. I guess it was already down, but it just started flipping even more. So yeah, that's tied into the China CMXT. On China DUV report, Asmil and U.S. makers fell. State-backed Chinese firms have begun mass-producing DUV lithography machines. So wouldn't that be check Cadence? So Cadence is up. Interesting. I thought Asmil and Cadence pretty much do the same thing. NVIDIA low. TLT now too, and then Coinbase, some of the cryptos moving. And then Boeing, Kato, so defense names, and then banks. All right, well, XLF started taking off. XLV, notice, look at what just happened there. Whatever happened with Asmil and NVIDIA, that just gave you 0.5% on the staples bid. Not to mention the other industries, financials and healthcare. NVIDIA in talks with OpenAI 250 guarantee. Clack on the low. I think Clack is tied to that Asmil stuff. They do the design, Cadence. So yeah, their Cadence didn't react, but Asmil and then that other one, Clack. And then Amdizzle on the low. And then Bobo, and then TSN. Again, financials are coming up. Financials and staples. So those were not as active right off the open. And then oil stopped moving. We were right at open. Good morning. It's only been, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, so early. It's just started. We're gonna party. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Banking America. Palo Alto, Datadog. Why is Cyber's waking up a little bit? Yeah, Cyber's at the high right now. And IGV. So look, chips went down. Cyber and software love it. NVIDIA's selling now. Clack, anything tied to that China shit, starting to hit a little bit. But yeah, I'm telling you, Datadog, Palo Alto, Cyber, software's doing good. And then rotations, XLV, XLP, XLF, those are starting to tick up. I mean, I see a couple of staple like Tractor Supplies on the low, even though they're in the green. And then, yeah, just chips, to be honest. Chips. Google. Oh, doesn't Kimberly have earnings? I think this week or next week. All right, well, SPY's coming down a little bit. SMH on the low. Literally, chips have now, sold off maybe like 1.5 off the morning. Again, 0.5%'s not too big for them. You saw what that was like the other day. But yeah, IGV. So just see whenever IGV and the staples start to come down, just see if we change any of that leadership. But for now, you're going down, but you're still holding the gap up. So SPY, Dow, Russell, everything is still in the green. Asmi, Habibi, I know they are 1%. Oh, now a Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi, XLP. Rubric. Yeah, it's, again, that's what I was saying yesterday. You know, the whole idea of the video, the Corsair play. Like I said, I mean, there's some things where I like Rubric. I don't like the price. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a little too risky. But exactly like I said in the video, if, we may not agree, you guys know your portfolio, you know your goals better than I do. So it's just like, if you ever want to take that risk, there's a way to do it. So I like Rubric as a company. I don't like, I don't like the multi-year highs and all of that. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Cyber. I think there's some decent pickups. Oracle. Again, Quantum's still going. Quantum, Cyber, Software, they're still pretty chill. That's going to wait till that moves. Every other day last week, you guys seen it. Anytime these rotations start to shift, so watch. By the time IGV and Cyber starts to come down, chips and whatever are going to start doing something. So just see if that holds. Yeah, Reddit is. Dude, Reddit's like low-key a software play. Remember, there was that Reddit news last week with Google, and people were tripping out on that. But yeah, that's actually up 6% at the highs. What's happening with VCX, the OpenAI? Oh, I don't know. I don't think people are as hyped on that one. That was, remember, like the equity stakes. So, and then I don't know. You have NVIDIA deals and all of that. But, yeah, I haven't heard about this one in a minute, to be honest. BSX. Okay, well, SPY's on the low now. Again, you still have a couple of industries that are in the green. Apple even came down. Yeah, NVIDIA did. NVIDIA just sold off 2.3, dude. So, yeah, that China headline brought ASML down 6%. And then, again, NVIDIA went from up 0.5% to down 2.4. NVIDIA's low-key moved 3% in like 10 minutes. 10B. Yeah, more Cyber Software is still going up. Varonis never came down. Look at these scammers. Saudi Aramco refinery been struck by drones. Activity on the site. The China headline was that they're doing like some mass production of like chip design stuff. And then again, China had a successful like AI chip IPO today, but it was mainly that lithography or the whatever they said, the chip design stuff that it just came out in the morning and that hit them, but then it got reiterated here just off of the bell, and then that brought ASML and then NVIDIA. But software, staples, rotations, Cyber, they're doing good. But for now, today is still some of that back and forth with chips, and it doesn't help with NVIDIA because, again, the big names. Yeah, Google is. Remember, Google's post-earnings, so it's kind of in its own little world. Adobe on the high. Oh, Adobe or Intuit's above 300? Nice. All right, well, SPY still at the low. XLE Energy's going. You read a couple months, they have older generations. They still can't make the chips. Yeah, I think it's just, I think it's just tying into the narrative of, you just saw China have a good model and then everybody freaks out. So I think we're going to play that a couple times. However, I've said it before. I do think China is probably a little better than we would like to assume. I feel like it's like a American arrogance, and I don't know actually. Have you read the DeepSeek CEO? Have you read his comments? Do you know what that motherfucker believes? I'm actually there is one thing about AI, like American AI compared to Chinese AI that I don't like. There's one thing where I'm like, holy shit, these Asians, dude, these Chinese AI motherfuckers, holy fuck, bro. They are kind of like cracked, like low-key. And it's not like the cracked like you thought, like back in the day where they go to like 19 hours of school and you think they're you know what I'm saying? No. Have you read the comments from DeepSeek CEO? Have you heard this guy explain why he focuses on AI? It's terrifying because he pretty much goes on this long manifesto. This is the DeepSeek guy. And he's explaining how all of the Americans just care about money and profits. Like these, long story short, bro, these Asian AI developers in China, like I'm telling you, Kimi, again, DeepSeek, they are very like ideologically driven on creating like it's like a goal. It's like they're using success philosophies, success principles. I'm not assuming the Americans aren't, but yeah, the Chinese are much more ideological about it. They don't care about successful AI, profitable AI. They care about AGI. They want something that is perceived as a successful completion of the mission. It's terrifying because I think that's gonna work. I really, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, I'm telling you, the common prosperity, it actually worked. It seems like, think about it. You know, I'm showing you videos of clavicular in middle school. They had kids in middle school who are now older, but now they went under social prosperity. They learned these things, and now they're at the forefront of these Chinese models, but like they believe in social prosperity. They truly believe it. That's why I'm saying it's not, that little Xi Jinping experiment might have worked. MPLT, Workday, more software, CRM, Shop, Oracle's up. Again, Apple just did a pop and lock. I don't know where NVIDIA. Again, that whole little chip fiasco right there with your boy Asmil, that's just what caused that. But low-key, sell-off not bad. You just sold off some of your gap down. Again, a lot like last week. You're going down, but you're green. Or if you're going up, you'll still be red. So think about that. I'm out of my mind if I believe this smack. Well, I've been pretty correct. You know, I've been hinting at Chinese outperformance on AI for some time. I even bring up the Chinese model scare. I brought that up to you 2 to 3 weeks ahead of Wall Street. So I'm a little loony. I'm a little cuckoo, but I do think, I think it would be foolish to be arrogant about China and US AI. And like, that's what I think is happening. I think it's been going on for a year, is that US exceptionalism and arrogance. And I'm the biggest American, might I add. I fucking love America. But I should throw that in there. But yeah, I think a lot of people are arrogant and kind of blocking the hubris of where we stand on it. And that's what I'm saying. Little development by little development. China is I wouldn't sleep on it in the same way. I still think US is leading, but I don't think China is as behind as people like to imply. Dabe and SpaceX on the low. Okay, service now. Bro, some of these are strong gaps. These are not bad, brother. Okay, web. Oracle. All right, well, SPY still, you're below open. You're right below VWAP. It does seem to be the same dynamic where chips a little weaker. You got a little bit of the staples, but they calm down. And then, yeah, you're just... And then, actually, I don't know where Mag 7 is. Amazon's up. Google's up. Netflix is down. Remember, they got a bid on Friday. Nvidia is the worst. Then Meta. Meta wasn't doing too bad. Meta was up by 1 point or 2 point something in the morning. Oh, LQDA. I forgot about that one. They literally will not move the options, but then those expire this week. Boom. There's a lot of volume on that, actually. That's odd. So, yeah, there's a little bit of outsized volume. Remember, LQDA, that was the one from last week with the court case. Iran rejected 2 extreme U.S. demands during talks in Islamabad after Washington warned negotiations would fail if they refused, Deputy Minister Kazim Garibadi said on Monday. The DeepSeek. Go look up DeepSeek CEO. Just go see it. He put out a letter like a couple days ago or a week ago. And he's also had some interviews. UNH drilling. Hot dog. Yeah, XLV is still green, but yeah, and that has been the big winner. We still actually have a couple more healthcare names that I think are going to report. Oil coming up. Again, you just got that headline. Even then, even this morning, even though we woke up and they were saying, you know, pausing of conflict, some people did deny that in the morning. So again, you're hearing a headline, Iran rejecting demands, but yeah, there's even we reacted very positively, but there's still a couple of question marks on how that all went down this weekend. More quantum. INFQ, Qubit, those are actually getting active again. And then SpaceX, 52-week low, 110. So wait a minute. So $70 would be the 150, but it was at 130. So like what, $65? But still, even from 150. But yeah, SpaceX keeps going lower. UBS cuts Charter Communications to 140 from 235, cuts Microsoft price target 480 from 510. Intuit. Yeah, bro, Intuit's not bad. It looks like a decent move, but it looks like nothing still. Still looks dead. Oh, thank you, Corsair. Where's the other one? Oracle. Oh, IGV is still up. There is your rubric. Where are the space stocks? Yeah, because RKLB got a those are actually still up. It's interesting. All of them except for space. Apple on the low now. Oh! So remember, Apple was a little bit more green earlier. You got a little bit more cushion in some of the other Mag 7, but yeah, remember, Apple plays a very weird... Now Intel on the low. I was just telling you, Intel a little bit more important. A lot of eyes on it, but that's flipping now. And then Apple, and then oil's still trying to climb. I mean, see where Meta's starting to climb up, Meta's going down, or Amazon, and then Google. August. Oh, 3M 52-week. I forgot about that. That's post-earnings. SPY, new low. So, again, you held there for a little bit. It looked like you were going to do the VWAP dance. Again, a couple names, Meta and Google, are coming up. You just had Apple into the low, and then chips are still selling off. They're getting a little bit of rotation. And then, like I'm saying, a couple of these Mag 7 names, or at least Meta, trying to do its own thing. SpaceX all-time low. It just started, Habibi. It's a brand new. It's a brand new. IBB, Biotechs, KPTI, 5%. Looks a liquid, but yeah, it's only 5% here at the high. Gold and silver coming down now. More Biotechs. UVXY is now on the high, and more chips on the low. SK Hynix, SMH has not hit a low yet, but it's about to. Again, SanDisk is down 7. STX only down. I'm surprised Micron's not down that much more. Kind of crazy. So again, SanDisk almost down 10%, but Micron and the other ones are chilling. But yeah, a couple more chips on the low now, and that is beginning. SPY new low, chips almost there. Might even start to hit software, so see if it takes anybody else down. Volatility coming back. No, feels exactly like every single day that is go. Why are we forgetting? Why the fuck? It's a fucking time loop. I feel like I'm trapped. I feel like it's the same thing. It's like a deja. It's like Freaky Friday. Every day it's a recession, and then every day it holds, and then I go, and then the chips, and then I don't even like chips. I even had a Dorito, and then fucking. So yeah, but no, it's the same thing over and over. That's why I'm saying this week though, it is very pivotal. But after Wednesday, so we get the big earnings, we get the Fed. There is so much more in store, but yeah, that's why, like, even remember last week was getting pretty ugly, but we still are, playing this cushion game and back and forth. But we will find out for summer. That's the only problem with the summer themes, is that the summer is long. Summer is like a quarter. So, we're very early on a lot of these, but that's why it's very pivotal where we go from here. $3M. I think what you said in a few months will be very correct. We'll be happy or very sad holding cash. Yeah, I agree. And again, I told you this morning, so I might as well show everybody. We're going into the low. But just get ready, you guys. Everyone's going to start after this week. They're going to start talking about the midterms. So Goldman and the banks, they're already putting out the midterm notes. And they're talking, again, election, the uncertainty and realized volatility from August till the midterms, it starts to climb up. And then after the midterms, all of the uncertainty goes away. So that's literally what I put in a video for you guys a year ago, or at the beginning of this year. But yeah, that's going to be the next part of this. So, we got to get through this. There's a lot riding on the earnings decisions and ultimately what the Fed does. But yeah, it's like after these next 3 months, we are going to look back, and depending on where this settles from midterms to the narratives, you are either going to really love cash, or you're going to be like, damn, I should have deployed it. All right, well, SPY coming down. Everything is still green. So Dow is only up, or is that NASDAQ? Yeah, NASDAQ's only up by 0.2 now. SPY's only up by 0.3. Russell is up by 1.1, and the Dow is up by 0.8. But yeah, so from here, though, you've already took, what, 30 minutes? About 30 minutes to a T to give up about 3/4 of the gain. Ooh, Airbnb, shop. Airline's still holding. Again, chips now. New low on chips, new low on SPY. See, other stuff might come down. Some things are just kind of holding. Yeah, look at Staples are catching the bid. XLV, XLF. Actually, XLF might come down. And biotechs are holding. Let me get you guys a checkup. SPY going lower. So Dow Jones, 26 in the green, 4 in the red. NVIDIA, Chevron, Caterpillar, UNH. Those are the only names red on the Dow. NASDAQ, 76 in the green, 24 in the red. Ugh. So yeah, you're still 75% is green. And then SPY, 377 green, 123 in the red. So yeah, unfortunately, that's what I'm saying, just like last week, where you're going down, but everything is up. Or you will be going up while everything is still red. So you have 75% of the name in the green. They all gapped up. They're all selling off now. They show up green, but the last hour has been them going down, essentially. AstraZeneca, they had a headline in the morning, too. They're starting to continue up. got back from Egypt. Beautiful country besides all the poverty and crazy roads. You didn't miss much. Last week was just a little bit of drama back and forth, but you missed a couple of earnings, and then the first like 3 or 4 chip earnings, all doing good, but then the stock's not really getting rewarded for it. That's kind of where your boy, what's it called? That's where your boy comes up. Walmart, and then KKR. There was a weird KKR rumor over the weekend. It's like they were like selling a unit or something, but they denied it. EU Commission eyes changes to big business tax to unlock budget deal. Everybody in the RGV. Macy's. Again, KKR still up there, and then Insight, J&J. Oil's coming down a little bit. The high ticker, is that chips? So watch out, chips are still dumping. So again, SPY 4 candles here at the low. You got a couple of things moving, but SanDisk, MXL, Intel, Marvel, AMD. Dude, even Intel at 90. Bro, that's insane. Dog, again, remember, we were kind of tripping when it went to 89, but dog. Yeah, so this is part of last week. This is part of that story, bro. You had a fucking solid earnings out of Intel, which is very rare. You don't say that too often. Yeah, and this thing has been fucking murked. I think you were as high as like, what, 113 on earnings, and now you're at 90? I think 113, 114 was the highest post-earnings. Autodesk on the high, and then Stub. And then Microsoft now, so that woke up. You got a Mag 7 waking up. See what your boy Marvel does. Or not Marvel, excuse me, Meta. I don't like the spreads. SE. Again, Microsoft doing what Meta did a second ago, but remember this back and forth chips versus chips versus hyperscalers, that's still in there. And then SPY still holding near the low again. Chips flushed out a little bit more, and now you're just getting a bid Microsoft and Meta, while the other stuff are still holding around. And then software is still pretty like legit, dude. Software did not do bad. Again, SOX S, are chips still dumping? No way. Wow, I think Microsoft and Meta, but see what the market does, because literally, bro, chips keep drilling into the low, but you're not following along. Remember on Friday, market was a lot more responsive to the chips. Chips started hitting those low. The markets eventually, it was actually pretty pervasive how much the chips were moving the SPY. But yeah, so you're still kind of playing the same momentum here. Low tickers almost fully maxed out. You got a couple names holding up. Remember, more names are still green. SPY at 0.3. NASDAQ has gone negative. So now NASDAQ, that is break even on the day. I think they were up as much as, what, 1.3? The guy you were training, he bought Corsair on his own at 5, but then sold it a month later. Yeah, no, long term. 10 years minimum. PM. So again, more staples, XLP. There's Reddit. That one was up 6 last time we saw it. 5.9 still. Apple's just doing bad. Apple's holding up 1%, but it is playing back and forth. So again, wherever Apple goes, that's another part of how it's affecting the SPY. And then, yeah, NVIDIA stopped going lower. Again, SanDisk is down 10. Micron's only down like 2. And then NVIDIA is down by 2. And then now Intel. That's not happening. Intel another 1.9. Team, more software, AI. Again, SPY at the low, lift. Lyft getting a little volume. I was seeing Autodesk run up earlier. Oracle. Okay, SpaceX more low. Again, I think Micron's interesting. It's very... This one's a little bit more spread out today. Like I'm telling you, bro. SanDisk down by 9%, but Micron only down 2.7, and then NVIDIA down 1.9, but then low-key NVIDIA was just up 0.5. There's Google now. So you have Apple not going down, Microsoft and Meta going up, and now Google. So just think about the Mag 7 weighting versus the chips into the low. But now there's Google. Google at the high, Meta at the high, Microsoft. Okay, so I'm calling a play. If you start to get the Meta like leadership or any of the Mag 7s, just like kind of you're seeing Google and all them now. Not a recommendation. I have looked at NVO for the long term. Yeah, we like it. I'm giving it its time. It just sucks. I mean, it sadly moves in like 50% increments. So you got to kind of buy it on the lower ends or kind of let it stabilize. But yeah, I'm actually not too against them. THC. XLV still holding up pretty nice. You weren't able to find my long-term video over the weekend? That sucks, dude. Because if you can't find the long-term video, everything else we do here is 1,000 times harder. So, if you think finding the long-term play is hard, imagine getting the day trade on the daily, you know? Or like anything else. So, I would learn how to find it as soon as possible and learn how to stay with it, but it's very, very easy to find. Very, very easy to find. And if not, though, like I'm saying, the market, there's a lot to juggle, so it'll be hard to keep up. But if a fixed location for the portfolio is too much, the non-fixed stuff just got that much more difficult then. Oracle. Watch out. Software is starting to come down now. So see, you just went through the low again. Meta just gave it up. Google. Actually, Google held a little bit. But yeah, SMH into the low. You're new. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you are, because just don't make the... you'll notice I've go over the video a lot on a lot of the long term. I often remind people how to stay up to date with it. But the new people who don't know how to find it, they usually do not last. So just being honest with you. If you don't know where. But like I said, even on Friday, after I make a post or purchase, I will usually update either the day after or that same week. So, but yeah, I was telling you all throughout the weekend. Baker Hughes, Iran conflict impact expected on some projects. Oil going down. Habibi. So a couple healthcare and staples are coming up. So those caught the bid there. And then again, chips into the low. But oil is coming down a little bit. Again, Baker Hughes is on a conference call. You checked too and it never showed up, so don't feel bad. I disagree. You should feel bad. It's not. Believe me, I'm gonna do that to my girlfriend. I'm gonna be like, baby, I looked. I didn't see anything. It won't be acceptable. Like I'm saying, it's in a fixed location, you guys. So, that just means you're not checking good enough. Like that's the whole point we're trying to hide. It's a fixed location. You know what that means? It does not move. It is like a yield, fixed income. So once it's in a location, if you want to know where to get it, it is not going to evade you. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. So whether you check or not, it will be there. So it is the first video on the YouTube channel. It'll be the first one on the Instagram. You know what I'm saying? If you got a text message, there's many avenues to find the fixed location. And that's what I'm saying. If finding a fixed location is difficult, unfortunately, the other stuff is not easier. It does, yes. It makes literal zero sense if you cannot see it at this point. They may not have notified you, but to find it... Woo! Ask Bradley if he found it. Oh, no. Oh. Fixed location. Like the peach. It's consistent. It's the same. Oh, my goodness. You check the same location? I have to ban you, brother. I'm sorry. There's no way you're describing this. Because look, this is what I'm going to do. This is why I'm saying, you guys, 30 seconds for your financial future. I encourage you to cut the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? As someone doing the work for you, I just encourage you to look, it even shows up on I bought Corsair for the long term. It's on the trading fraternity. So every long-term video has been posted on here. Look, you just go here. I bought Corsair for the long term. Okay, you ready for the next one? That's what I'm saying. 2 seconds, you guys. That's why, unfortunately, I cannot tolerate anything. The first video on the Instagram. That's all you got to do, you guys. It's there. It's all the long term, the plays, what we did. So at that point, if you can't find it, I really think you're trying to not find it. Or something is going on. But yeah, I can't. There's no way. But yeah, that's just not the standard we have here, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to waste my time with some of y'all in the locked in. If that's too difficult, then I'm breaking up with you now. It's just believe me, we're not going to work together. Trust me. I can log into your long term and do it for you if you want. I'm kind of down. I might just start doing that. You know that? You guys could just give me the logins and I'll just do it and say, fuck this. I think that might just have to be how we do it from now on. Autodesk, Medtronic. So again, Staples, they just got good volume. There will be no sleep for our enemies. Department of War. Give the enemies nightmare. I was like, damn, Tyree is really motivated about this. He was using the Department of War quote. Department of War quote. I was like, damn, Tyree, all right. I was like, I feel, but there will be no sleep for our enemy. Yeah. Asmil again and Google. People have technical difficulties. Chill. I'm banning you too. Did you not just see what I showed you? That has nothing to do with technical difficulties. Okay, here. You're right, you guys. No more long-term plays then. My bad. I'm sorry. So I'll give a quarterly update or I'll just post long-term for the locked-in now. You're right. Thank you. I agree. Okay, done. Next question. See, that's how we have to do it, bro. It's very simple. We move on. We'll change it. If that's the case, if technical difficulties will not get you to a fixed location, then I have to think of something else. So in the meantime, locked in for the, y'all just played yourselves. It's locked in for the long term then, I guess. If that's how y'all want it, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. That's why. Don't make an easy thing difficult. You know? That's why. Otherwise, it will become difficult. BIA is up 1,000? So be careful on that. And then Guild and more biotechs and more staples. Eee. And then chips are down. Dude, chips were up by 0.5 this morning. So literally, you've kind of inverse. You have software up 3, chips down 2. It's been a long time since we've done that. $3M. You're considering selling. Remind you so you don't hit the sell button. Okay. I hit remind, but it accidentally banned you. So I hope that's a lesson you won't forget. So yeah, thank you. Next. I feel like I'm at the DMV right now. Please fill out the long-term form. Nope, you must follow all rules. Next. Okay, no, all rules. You did not fill out the 10-year minimum. Next. No, it says 10-year minimum. Next. You cannot sell after, no, house only. Next. Workday, dude, 7%. Dude, software's up 3. This is not small. So yeah, see what happens to software once the chips do it. And then ISRG. All these plays, what other, I think even Google. Every play that got washed last week or any of those like bigger names, those are all catching a nice bid right now. Your girl deployed her second deposit. There you go. That's it. Remember, the first year. Got to get through first 12 months. I think a lot of you have done that, though, too. It's kind of good. I think a lot of you, as of lately, I feel like I've heard this a lot in 2026. I think this was the year a lot of you got your significant others a long-term. I've heard that a lot. So good, man. But that's why I say just 12 months minimum. Minimum. 10 years, really. But it just comes down to it where, you know, you get the bigger results and you see finally after 12 months. The first couple deposits ain't going to do much. Pega. Didn't they get crushed last week? See, I think that's another one. And then Sirius up 5%, candle at the high. More staples, though. And then again, Asmil and NVIDIA, too. Asmil and NVIDIA kind of became the story here right off the morning. But again, those are going lower. I think it might be. No, last week. Remember we were lower last week. So last week, 735. I think the level was like 729 or like 719. So yeah, sadly, it'll just be gap fill in any of last week's levels. We are still in that range. And then it's crazy because, again, I mean, you have more names that are up today. It just sucks. It's just, this is what we've done a lot from last week where everything is still green, even though all we've done is go down from the beginning here of the day. Is there a tax benefit for 10 years versus 1 year? No. Well, we don't do it for taxes. It's for a greater purpose. Intel and AMDizzle. I know Wally World woke up, dude. They look good. Check Apple, too. See what Apple does in this. Notice you're kind of, that second little staple wave kind of correlate. Like Apple's kind of catching a vibe off of it. XLV, XLF is the one not going, but XLP up 1 now. Apple 52-week high. Do I like form factor? Is that what it is? I'd have to look into it. Race on the high. Secured puts. It's just like instead of buying a put, you could short a put. And then you agree to buy a stock at a certain price, and then you get paid up front. So it's like the reverse of a covered call. That's what we did. Remember when we did Intel covered call where we agreed to sell our shares? Instead of doing that, you take the cash and agree to buy them. So you get paid to buy a stock at a certain price you want to buy it at. But then the risk is it goes to that price and then goes even lower. And then you have last week, anytime there was chip news, the chips would do bad, even if it was good news. And then vice versa. The days where there was bad news for everybody else, the chips would do good. So just remember how we saw that play out on Friday. But yeah, SPY straight from the open. I mean, NASDAQ is down by 0.3. It was up over 1% at one point. Dow is still up 0.75. Russell still up 0.5%. That was up 1.3 as well. And SPY is only up by 0.15 now. But yeah, it's just chips, and you're getting a little baby rotation, and then Mag 7 is holding up. So watch, see if Microsoft and Google, those are starting to turn right now. But that's the second part of today that hasn't been figured out. So you got 300 up, the other 100 or 2 down. I mean, more names are green, but remember, Mag 7 is just staying kind of in the middle with a little bit of strength. They cut me out. What did I say? Why did they cut me out? Mama. ASX, Adabe. Bro, you've had like 12 green candles all day. What time is it? 7:25. Been here for about an hour. Did Micron? Micron's catching up. Like I was telling you earlier, bro. Micron was only down 2. And then SanDisk was down like 10. And then STX. So they both took an extra 3%. While SanDisk was kind of chilling there. Then AT&T, like I told you, they had a pretty gnarly outperformance. UVXY is on the high now. So oil hasn't budged. I mean, that was also gave you kind of your gap up this morning. Part of it. But yeah, UVXY is starting to hit the high now as we're into the low. So get ready. Again, low ticker's not fully maxed out, but a bunch of things moving. Again, staples, consumer, financial, those are holding up. Even REITs for crying out loud. I mean, even fucking Adobe, so like shitty software. But everybody else, again, chips are coming down, and then even chip adjacent. ASML is the big story here this morning. Socks S, Chad. Down 2.9. So yeah, this is lower than any. So think about it. You were just asking me about the level on the market, and I'm telling you, I'm like, dude, we were lower last week, right? So keep that in mind. Chips are now lower. The SPY is not lower than last week. So the chips now, you have one low from right prior to that. That's when the market was up. But yeah, chips are getting into their freak out from about 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago. Ball. Let me throw up the 1 minute. Again, still coming down. I do think that chip effect, and there's a lot at the margin that could either make us go down more or get a bounce. Just think about it. Like I'm telling you, Mag 7 is not playing a part of this, and then you still have 300 names kind of all scattered around. So keep that in mind. Is Apple going up still? Apple's still holding up. I'm gonna have to keep up. Chips, SMH, 544, down 3. SPY, 739. So we filled the gap pretty much at like 739.02. So SPY's about to go red. You're only up by 0.05. NASDAQ's down by 0.5 right now. And then like 737 to like 735. And then 729 is that was the level we were worried about on Friday. NVO. Market getting wrecked. I mean, this happened last week, bro. I was saying it from this morning where just like we've done this a lot where you'll be going down from a gap up. So everything's going down, but it's green, and then vice versa. But there was a ASML China, kind of bad China chip competition news. That's kind of what sparked some of the chips. Other than that, I mean, it's a big week, and we are still, this is very reminiscent of some of the tension earnings chip stuff that we dealt with last week as well too. Remember, very, very big week. Arguably the most pivotal. Yeah, post Intel wasn't hot. $88. Chad! How will we ever recover? Oh. That's amazing. I don't know how, but the long term is green today. Well, I guess everything is fucking green. That's what I'm saying. But Intel. You know that Intel. Yeah, Nvidia's is pretty... Oh my gosh. Why they cut you off now, locked in? They don't like you. I said, nah, son. Yeah, they cut you guys out for a second. YouTube. Paramount, David Ellison emails company to tell him the deal is on hold. Let's go. New York Times. Costco. SPY, dog. Even then, bro, that last 5 minutes right there was 2 points just straight down. That right there was a way bigger move than you think. So into the low there. So again, chips are really, really drilling now. It just sucks because now SPY went negative. That took a whole 2% sell-off to go negative on the NASDAQ. But yeah, you only have Dow and Russell. Look at the low ticker, bro. Low ticker's almost fully maxed out. Half of everything on the high ticker is a inverse ETF. And then look at Intuit, bro. Look at the value. There's beaten down value just catching a bid. I think it's hilarious. So yeah, this is just the weird rotate. Again, XLP on the high. Fucking Fiserv is on the high. So yeah, you're rotating. Remember last week it was more risk off when the chips did this. This is not risk off, you guys. Look, XLP straight up, XLV. Even IGV is kind of holding there a little bit, but unfortunately, this is just kind of a pervasive effect of chips. I mean, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, STX, SanDisk, Micron. Those are all just plummeting right now. And again, it did start with a little bit of that Chinese headline. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, honestly, some of you guys might not like it, but this is fine. Like I'm saying, last week was a little bit weirder. The risk off was bad last week. This sadly gap us up almost, 1.5%. And then, yeah, you're just getting some rotations for now. It just sucks with chips. Just remember, chips are very large. We kind of got to learn that in the last 2 weeks, but you're still playing the anticipation game ahead of all of these events. So, yeah, unless the staples and software and financials and healthcare, if those sell off, I would panic. That's what we saw last week. But in the meantime, these are just, get used to these moves because they are a little larger. But this is, I mean, the impact of such heavy chips in certain industries. CRM. The China news is that they're like mass producing like chip design stuff. So ASML started falling, and then couple of others, and then you even had a very successful Chinese IPO of CXMT. That's China's first like hype IPO, dude. They haven't had one in a minute. Kimberly. ACN. Yeah, you're doing great. And even AstraZeneca. A lot of software. Software is like kind of in its own, like even if IGV is not moving, there is some individual ones doing very, very good. And then again, staples though. So SPY's trying to hold here. 3 candles at the bottom. Again, just watch what chips do. I mean, you still have a couple of rotations still going, but yeah, like staples keep catching it. Healthcare, so we're gonna find out. Fox on the high. You just had a Paramount comment the other second. Fed manufacturing activity, July 1.3. Estimate was 2. Ryanair again. Intuit and Adabe. Oh, Habibi. So I'm saying with futures and wars. No, today chilled that out. Because again, you woke up over the weekend. Oil didn't do much and people really calmed. Even after Friday, people felt a certain way. So as long as you don't have just anything, whether it's, there's not as much data this week, even though there is PCE, but I think we get the Fed prior. But as long as it's not moving and anything, just any bullshit reason to move rate cut odds or rate hike odds. So they're still higher than, as high as they were last week, but nothing over the weekend exasperated that situation. So we have 2 more days, so we'll find out end of the day tomorrow. But it did definitely chill out. Like, remember last week we opened up the week with rate cut odds moving. This week we opened up with them chilling. XLP, Walmart, Staples still on the high. Chips are trying to hold on, but SPY hit another low. Your Intuit is 10% on the long term. Dude, I was just looking at that. We are up 13% total from Intuit. But then again, welcome to software, motherfuckers. We were up 50% on Oracle, and now we're down on it. So just that's the high risk or high reward, brother. That's why I tell you position with a growth name at the very bottom, because it'll move a lot, but then it can move a lot of downside. It's great when it move a high, but if it go low, it gets very depression. So, but I like balance a position, not too much and not too little. How you say the one with the bear, the porridge, not too little and not too much and not too hot, Okay, new law. A 10-year, please. Thank you. It's the same exact thing from the morning. That's it. Oh my gosh! Why are they cutting me out? Why your psychological warfare? He said not tolerated. It's a bullshit, man. Happy Monday. So yeah, bro, Staples look like a damn computer program right now. Straight up. Even Costco's, and again, a couple of these I've seen Workday go up all day. Workday has worked all day. And then again, more value names starting to come up. $72. Oh wow, I forgot. There's something that comes after 72, huh? We do need a new badge. Oh, I'm down. Locked in. It should be back up. But yeah, they're cutting out both. They're cutting out the locked in, then they'll cut out the normal one, then they'll cut out the normal one, then cut out the locked in. Bibsy. So again, low tickers still very active. Whatever triggered, an hour ago, that has not stopped, unfortunately. Yes, dude, July, bro. This is literally about to be the worst July in like 20 years. Just if it ends near the low of where we've been at from last week. The house wasn't there. It should be. I don't know if there's one that goes past the house, but yeah. Shut up, bozo. You shut up. Dog, you quit the market after Iran. You showed up every day and chatted, and then once the market bounced, you ran away and cried. You don't think that's funny? The whole point is stocks go up and you make money off of them. It went lower and then went up and then you quit and cried. Bozo. Oh, God. Loves you, man. Long term is getting very old. Very, very old. Didn't meta? I didn't take anything today. Like I said, I got a couple of play ideas, but I ain't touched none of them. It is. Those are the best chat faxes. Like I'm saying, I mean, I hope you guys could take the heat. I mean, if you talk shit and I talk shit back, you know, because at the end of the day, though, a lot of humans did that. In the stock market, you make money by buying and it goes up. But some people let the market going up by like a historic amount. They let that take them out of the market. So it's a fascinating March to July chat fax. Locked in. Rejoin. It just cuts off. It'll cut off this one soon in a second. It's just going back and forth, cutting both of them. AMT on the high. Again, XLP is still ripping. All you need is chips to stop. That's it. Chips stop going down. I mean, you have a lot of support. Again, 300 names, so let it do its thing. BSX. I think they got an upgrade on Friday, too. Now a couple of the financial, like ICME, you already had Visa and AXP up. Dude, Intel, it's crazy because I remember when we first saw it at 89, that was kind of trippy. I brought this up the other day, but yeah, Intel is getting back to that last earnings gap zone. So another 10%, but even then, I mean, that's like I'm saying, Intel has a little bit more importance than you think. I mean, its story, the way people have been talking about it. Again, Intel is a very good example at doing very well on earnings and chips and AI, and then it not really creating a benefit for you. All right, well, XLP still, but look, you had a little bit of life there. It's not breaking out. I think it won't go up until XLP stops, to be honest. You either need chips to actually fucking rip, or you need staples and the rotations to stop doing that. Again, they're not buying IGV the same way. Again, like Intuit, Adobe, a couple of like really beaten down ones are like the real big laggers. They're catching a bid right now, but not all of software is just holding the first algo move, the inverse off the morning. At 84 and then 66. Well, either way though, regardless of Intel, if you did do a covered call, you're fine. I mean, again, the value still will lose value, but remember, you know, if you did do the covered call, technically Intel did not cost. You've gotten a lot of your worst case on Intel should be, you know, negative $12 a share. So here, let me show you. This is what it looks like. It's still honestly not that bad though, but to give you an idea, and then SPY, new low, same thing from the morning. So to give you an idea, this is Colt's sister. She did not do the Intel covered call, right? So that's how her it doesn't look that bad. You would think it would look uglier, right? She's like 10% off of the highs though, I guess, about a little less. So that's Colt's sister, right? That's no covered call on Intel. But now, this is what it looks like with the covered call. With the covered call, you were literally hitting all-time highs last week. You're literally right off of it. So it's not too bad, and that's what I'm saying, though, to a certain degree. If you do have the covered call, it sucks that Intel is lower, but that covered call should have protected one of your biggest positions. Kimberly, more staples, dude. A big volume on chips to the downside. Couple of energy now, and like Crown Castle. A lot more staples. BTI, they're all going up now. Shit. Look at this. It looks like a computer program. They have rotated very heavily into staples. I think staples are breaking out, dude. Am I tripping? No, almost. But yeah, all of them just turned on. It's been like that, but like it just got a little active here as this is not stopping. They're winding out of chips more. So the first half of the morning was sell off chips, buy software. That's stopped. It's sell chips and then go buy everybody else. Mainly staples and biotechs or healthcare. But look at staples, bro. It's crazy. IGV's up 3. It's already did it, but they're not getting the extra money right now. The extra money as they're selling off chips, it's going to staples and healthcare. Okay, they cut me out again. Nice. Iran Parliament member Kazarian Oman cannot, from legal standpoint, open the strait without coordination from Iran. Verizon. Jeg kører vi on the low side. Yeah, Meta came down. All of that even brought down Mag 7 a little bit. So they're all still green, but that did hit you a little. Microsoft was more chiller than not. Again, Nvidia flushing, though, again. Watch out. It's going to keep going until Nvidia stops, unfortunately, and then you're getting just straight gas on the staples. BMI again, more of the value, bro. Okay, just see Staples take it, dude. That looks such that's so computery, bro. Staples just ripped. So wait till that comes down or something in chips needs to get a bid. Otherwise, yeah, it's still the same setup though. I mean, you did. Let's see what went red, but I mean, genuinely. There was still just a lot of green. And I hope, I've said it so many times today, I hope you guys are, you know, just prepared. It just happened so much last week where, like, you're green, but you're selling off, and then you'll be red, and then you'll be going up. But it plays out just like this, and it creates these weird premium moves, but then it's also just annoying because then everything you see going down is green, and then everything you see going up, it's either a rotation or it's still deep red. So, Dow Jones, 24 green, 6 in the red, so about 2 more went red on the Dow. NASDAQ, 68 green, 35 or 32 in the red, so about 10 names went red on the NASDAQ. And then SPY, 335, 167, maybe like 10 names went red on the SPY. SMH popping. Staples took a candle down, so that might help with it. That's what I'm saying. It's all, again, it's just back and forth rotations, and the irony is that like up until like 5 minutes ago, I mean, we were just off of the lows of last week, and so that's why someone asked. I was like, nah, it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, you're right back down there. So again, just keep in mind the levels from last week, and you know, you kind of see this range, this back and forth. You remember, we are playing ping pong. That's why hopefully after this week we can play a new game, but yeah, ping pong is still, yeah, what you got to watch out. Oil ain't do shit, dude. Oil all day today. That's why I kind of took that, like I said, even highly contested, debated on this little Oman thing, but, or for the most part, though, oil still kind of hasn't budged, and we got a couple of headlines in the AM. Oh, but we are getting, what's his name? Netanyahu, I think, tomorrow is coming to the White House. Remember him and Zelensky? So over. Thank God for the long term. I mean, I'm down. I like the long term no matter what. Dude, and like I said, I'm pretty stoked on the what's it called? On the whole idea of having a lot of cash and then the long terms. So, but yeah, you're gonna now until August, uncertainty as pretty much. Here's the sad part. Are you guys ready? I don't want to give you bad news, but it might be bad news. It might be. Okay? So, we'll see. Well, I'll give you one. But yeah, bad news is that after we're done with this earnings, and then we get rid of the uncertainty of earnings and the themes of the summer, that's going to be good. But then the bad news is that right when we're done with this uncertainty of like all of it, we move on to uncertainty of politics, sadly. Because that's why pretty much every month after August, it just starts ticking up, and then uncertainty starts to rise from here. And then after the midterms, the actual volatility should decline. But then again, it might be different this year, because maybe by the time midterms are over, if we're still in this heightened chip environment, AI and all that, yeah, it might play a certain way. Well, it is, like I said, I mean, the whole idea of the long-term purchase, if you have cash, I mean, it's good, and have a real plan and really think about it, and be aware of what's out there right now, but just don't have too much cash. Like I said, that was why I was excited, because the long term now, we're meeting all of the rules. So I have cash. I'm below 20%. I didn't, the covered call really skewed things, but I still wanted to make sure we were within the rules. It's a good rate. That's why we got to buy a little more Oracle, a little Corsair, get it moving. But yeah, just don't have too much cash. Don't have too little. I still think I'm on the high end, so that's why I have been putting this stuff to work. The Etrade to trade or the Robinhood. I have a Robinhood because when I wired out of the Etrade last year, I started using that one, and then it just started ballooning, and then I wired out, and then I've had some money in there. But the ThinkOrSwim, the account that you hear the ding on, because I don't have the Etrade Pro, so it slows me down by like half a second. So I just execute them on TD Ameritrade since I can't do it as fast. Yeah, there you go. So and then the other account, I'm at 9.27 cash. Woo! RHI, Macy's. So again, little chip band. Look at Staples down. It's a full-on computer, dude. It don't even look natural. They're just hitting walls and then ramp up, ramp down, wishbone. Do I still like Corsair? No. So I liked it, and then I bought it, and then I made the video. And then after the video last night, by the time I woke up, I said, I don't like it anymore. So I changed my whole long-term plan, and then I discarded it. And then I don't even have a long-term anymore. I don't even know what a long-term is. Actually, where do you find it? Do you know, how did you find Corsair? Do you know where to get the long-term plays? Because I looked, I checked last night, I checked yesterday, this morning, and I looked, but I checked, but I couldn't find it. So it's like, and obviously, like, there's technical difficulties, so, don't stress yourself too much about it, because it's not, it's impossible to find in a fixed location. So, but that's weird. But yeah, I changed that whole idea. I don't even, I'm looking into binary options. I don't know if you guys are familiar. They won't even get that joke. They don't even that's old. I'm old. Dow, JD, and China. Whoa, yo, JD and China. Yo, what's up with this? There's something happening in China. It sucks. I like the Chinas, but they won't hit. Pilot market, cause I'm so lucky. Nothing up. Shock Dow. Hold on, look at those China plays. There's coming out. I don't see anything though. Check the K-Webs. Yeah, K-Web's actually moving, but just because you had China news today. Yeah, China's all up on the high. First real bounce in chips. China is still going. Okay, they popped those. Yeah, it is. That's why I'll take a small one. Now, those actually went up right away. I mean, I have not seen that happen in a long time. That does it. So we'll see in this environment. Yeah, Abby's been killing it. Killing it. See when. Alrighty. SG, Fiverr, K-Web, and again, China just had a really weird push out of nowhere. The only thing I don't like about China today is that China's the one that got the news. The CMX. Fuck! The CMXP, whatever, bro. They already cut me off. Again. Zillow's been rocked. Zillow don't even do good on a software day. Lazy piece of shit. I'm back. Apple's about to go up. Mexico. Again, don't forget about the mega caps. Let's see where they go. Again, Google's dancing around. Again, China. Last 10, 15 minutes, all I see is China on the high ticker. And then eBay. eBay, do you love me? Are you riding? They do. All right, well, that last sell-off from 7:30, the last 30 minutes you have recovered on the market. Remember, that's when like Google and Amazon and all the big tech gave up a little bit. Staples are still up. They gave up some chips off the bottom, and then recently China. Again, you can see this is chips. You can see XLP versus SMH and how it looks. Qatar and Pakistan-led mediators have made progress towards restarting negotiations and restoring an interim ceasefire, regional officials told AP. Both sides halted attacks for 3 days. Apple, like I was telling you, that was waking up. Software is holding too. They didn't do too bad. Cyber actually gave it up a little bit more. There's BABA again. BABA premiums went up ahead of the pop. Interesting. Junco Solar. Again, Mexico on the high. S&P erases decline. They're up by 0.09. NASDAQ, only one in the red now. Russell up 0.6. Dow up 0.5. What do I think about LeBron? I don't know. I think he's a racist. Dog, even my girlfriend was showing me that clip. She was like, did you see this? I think he's a racist. I don't know. LeBron's a racist. I like Michael better. He's a lot better. The dump, it was started with, there was a bad China ASML headline. They were saying China is like mass producing chip design equipment. And then that, we had a little bit of a bounce on chips this morning, but then that flipped some things. And then, yeah, here we are. Apple. Again, Wendy's, high ticker is actually alive. Coupang, that's even Korea, but take note, Lyft, high ticker is very, very active. So whatever happened here, it led with China. The chips bounced. The staples came back down a little bit to free that up. But yeah, take a look here. The high ticker is literally almost maxed out right now. So this little 30 minutes down, 15 minutes down, 15 minutes up, kind of wild, but that is happening now. Here's a Lulu. There's Pinduoduo now, more. OIGV. Into an eBay, Apple. Okay. More China. I don't know what's going on with China. Trump remarks to Israeli outlet, I'm not going to give much time for negotiations. If talks fail, we return to powerful military action. Apple, my brother, and China. And then, honestly, a chip off of the bottom, but chip, it only got this little computer bounce here, just like the market. But yeah, you got a couple of things kind of advancing. I mean, again, the high ticker, very active. Uber and Snapchat, Lyft on the high. Now Celsius coming up, and then Lulu, and then Apple. Bronny and the Shanghai Sharks? Oh, dude, I'd go and watch them. Dude, I don't know, man. Bronny got a little bit good. And Comcast. Oh, didn't they? Something just happened. They got a price target raise, I think, or lower. Remember, you guys are asking me about comms. I was telling you. Comcast would be the only one, probably. But yeah, that's starting to go up. Again, chips are starting to come back down. We have China going. A lot of the high ticker is China right now. XPEV to Baidu, CWeb, you name it. Again, the low ticker, though, unfortunately, some chips are coming back. Uber. Yeah, Uber and Lyft got these random ass pops. Uber looks a little bigger. And Kava, and then Wendy's, and then oil on the low. So again, you just had a couple of headlines, and then Iran denied. What was the first one that was good? That Qatar, that AP headline was good, but oil didn't move, but now it is. And then again, more China, Unity on the high. I don't know. Again, you still have some select software that's kind of on fire. Yeah, even IGV is trying to climb back up. We'll see what chips do. If chips could just not die, I mean, this day would be a lot simpler. A lot more simple. All right. Well, Chad, and how long have we been here? We've been here for an hour and 30 minutes. Doesn't this seem like a good time to go to the bathroom? So, Chad, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you and God bless America. I hope your morning is going great. But I'm going to go to the potty. Okay? I will BRB. DJT on the high. Wow. It's amazing. It's amazing. You want propaganda? You guys kind of liked propaganda last week. You guys were shocked at what these people speak of in the world.
Oh, you're not a happy boy.
Gee willikers.
Anyway,
follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
Easy. They're going to raise it again.
You guys want to do a scavenger hunt?
Yesterday at lunch, I saw.
You guys want to? I'll give away $1,000 if you could find the long-term video. I hit it in an unknown location. You guys want to play, or is that not a good game? Okay, here, I'll be right back.
Relax.
And then the grandkids move in.
Exactly.
We check the markets and other stuff right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, JT, for that check on other stuff. It's always the other stuff that makes the morning. Let's check in to get a sense of the stocks that are on the move here on this mixed day in equities on this Monday morning. And for that, we have Jody LeGroux. She joins us now. Judy, what are you looking at? What catches your eye?
Good morning, Scarlett. First, let's start off with Baker Hughes, ticker BKR. The oil field services firm is rising as much as 9.5% on the day, but currently it's trading at about 6.8%. It's on track for its largest intraday jump in over a year, and this is coming after the company reported second quarter earnings that beat analyst estimates. And this beat was driven by an increase in industrial orders that doubled year over year. And the industrial and energy technology guidance was raised through 2028. Analysts at both Citi and Piper Sandler wrote that the conflict in the Middle East had a lower impact on margins and revenue than anticipated. And that's what drove really the earnings per share beat for this company.
Good day for them. Stock's up 6% today, up 33% year to date. What's next?
Sure. Next is Cracker Barrel, ticker CBRL. The stock is sliding as much as 6.3%. Right now, it's down about 4%. It's on track to reach the largest intraday drop in about 6 weeks. And this is a really complex story here. As many of you remember, Cracker Barrel had a redesign last year where they changed their logo and they basically had a big revamp that had a lot of backlash that came as a result of it. And in tandem with that, the CEO that oversaw all of that is stepping down, and that announcement was made today. David Dino will become the company's next CEO effective August 10th. And what was really interesting that the analysts really called this move by the company surprising. Citi specifically noted that Cracker Barrel appeared to be gaining some same-store sales momentum after the 2025 logo episode. And Bloomberg Intelligence noted that Dino's long-term success will hinge on whether he can attract talented executives to work with him in Lebanon, Tennessee, which is about 40 minutes east of Nashville.
Biscuits and gravy are good. That's all I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Biscuits and
You don't
gravy.
care about the logo.
No, please. All right, how about Tyson Food?
Sure. So Tyson's Foods is climbing as much as 6.9%, and it is currently up about 6%. It's on track for its largest intraday increase in almost 3 months. This is coming after the U.S. Department of Agriculture said late Friday that the U.S. would resume cattle shipments from Mexico in an effort to ease the domestic shortage that has led to higher beef prices.
Thank you. My bad. Oh, okay. 20 minutes, then we do push-ups. I was going to say, we should get a push-up in. Chat, today is flying by. I kind of like it. Even though the move's a little like nonsense, or it feels like bigger than it is, even though it's just like giant earnings rotations. But yeah, man, this is already almost euro close. Remember Friday was like fast too, but Thursday was slow. So, yeah, man, not too bad. Right below VWAP. Oil hasn't budged. Got a couple of headlines. Again, this software chip dynamic. And then now throw in, again, staples, all the other rotations, and even a little bit of China. But, yeah, we are making some moves here today. It's early. Yeah, I forgot about Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel did good, though. Their last earnings, I remember seeing them up there. They were on a fire, brother. A fire. A lot of fire. Again, high ticker's still pretty active, too, even during that bathroom break. Chips, unfortunately, are still at this level. Yeah, and you got NVIDIA, multi-billion investment. Ilya's super intelligence. That was from the morning. QSR. I feel like I've seen restaurants up. And Oracle into it is a crazy TPR. Yeah, it's luxury. And they actually did very, very good, though. It's like the China stuff. They were like one of the China names that kind of benefited off of it. Even then the Chinese consumers coming back, but there was a time where Ralph Lauren, Estee Lauder, I guess Ralph Lauren picked up too. But they were all clobbered by it. But yeah, I don't think I have any clothing. I don't think I have any apparel in my long term, except Nike, actually. Nice. Somebody emailed me my long term video. I wasn't really giving you $1,000, you guys. That's it. See? That's what I'm saying. It's kind of sad. A little heartbreaking. That's unfortunately. Imagine having to pay you $1,000 to get you to find just plays at great prices and help your future out. Imagine that, bro. I did it without anybody offering me anything, when I was a nice 14-year-old little boy. And throughout the next 17 years of all of it, or I don't even know. But yeah, man. So I would get an internal motivation. Intrinsic. Codelco, copper now running normally after Chile storms. THC GitLab. That's up 4 though too. It only has 20 highs and it's up 4%. Yeah, but GitLab's starting to go. Dropbox and box. Anything with a box in it is going up, apparently. Someone did it for real. About 7 of you. So yeah. The first one was funny. By the 7th one, I said, this is... I think the problem is worse than I thought. Now, that's why I said, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Team. Enter. Hinta. And then Pega. Unfortunately, though, all of the main drivers, they all look like they hit the low, bounced a little bit, got us some wiggle room. China again, or at least XPEV, but even the Baba Pinduoduos, they're up. Win is even going up. China, damn, adjacent plays are running. Trump says, I'm ready for strong military action if Iran fails. That's the old headline. So again, you even got a bunch of Iran headlines with nothing move. ESTC. That is a lagger. Checkpoint. Zscaler. Uber is still going. Cyber's up 0.8, but they were up a lot more. Again, software is actually held up very good. Trump to Axios when how long to have diplomacy, not much time. Either it goes fast or not at all. They're reiterating that. Dollar General, NVO, AZN. There's one more that just popped. But the more staple, again, win. I think the Chinese, the casinos are up because of the China shit. We still don't really have an answer on that. Again, there's just a lot of inflows into China over the weekend. IoT, that one was active last week as well. Part of software. SAP keeps going. Encino, shitty software. And then SPY still holding. Again, chips with a baby green. IGV 3.5. So, like, you guys don't remember? It's IGV starting to look like staples. I mean, last week it was just literally at its low, and then now you can not even at the high, but like 96. This kind of reminds me of the staples dancing between that level. If troops get deployed to Iran, is that deflationary? Maybe eventually, but it'd probably inflate oil, so that would probably be negative. But I do think a troop deployment would probably be the next new thing in this conflict. So that would be the only thing we haven't really seen, even though we kind of got a little bit of it, but like it would all just be depending on how they message it. But I would not, again, just oil goes above 90, you watch the Fed futures, I would worry about it. But then just like we played it last week, I mean, be aware of it. But I don't think a war-driven base case for a financial, like looking at the market, I think that'll hurt you. I wouldn't get too distracted by it. Again, I brought it up last week. It's either we keep playing how we have, on and off, until eventually, you know, again, oil can really resume supply quickly. But the other outcome, there is a scenario where if this doesn't get resolved somewhat quickly, there is a scenario people are pricing for the Strait being closed till December 2027. So, yeah, I would, and that would affect the economy in different ways, but it gives you an idea of how people are expecting things. So it wouldn't be good with the war stuff, but there is a corner of the market that is kind of already prepared if this conflict with high oil played out for a really long time. But like I'm saying, it's not number one. It'll affect you at the margins, just like, again, oil going up ahead of the Fed was a little tricky, but other than that, I would not get distracted by it too much. More software, even I think Microsoft this time. Again, chips are coming down though, so doesn't matter what catches a bid. Again, Microsoft is going to help out, but yeah, I mean, even Google came up and Apple. So see, because then chips are probably going to start selling off while Microsoft, now Netflix gets a bid, but yeah, it's just you don't know who's going to win the tug of war. Nukes and boots are the only two extremes left, pretty much. And like we kind of pseudo already had troops on the ground. That was just the way they messaged it, and then how quickly we kind of got over it. Remember, there was at least 10,000 soldiers deployed there. If you're Iran, would you not want as much pressure before the midterms? Yes, it would, but that's where I think the Iranians are wrong. So, like, if it was anybody but Donald Trump, I think they would be correct. Because, like I'm telling you, I mean, I've been saying this for a really long time. Because I was saying it even before the war, the Republicans were going to lose the midterms. I'm telling you, Donald Trump, I still like the guy, but he did let a lot of people down. You know, I don't think as much as term number one. It was different, but, you know, they spent a lot of money. They promised a lot of things, didn't follow through with it. I mean, he followed through with some stuff. At least some of the money went elsewhere. But, like, I'm telling you, he was, even with how angry a lot of liberals were with Donald Trump, I was telling you, even before the conflict, the Republicans are going to lose the midterms. Not only socially, everything going on, but even historically, the odds were against the Republicans. So I truly believe that Donald Trump was aware of this. I think Donald Trump knew he was going to lose the midterms, and that way he chose not to wear those handcuffs. That's it. Because if you don't give a fuck about it early, you're not going to give a fuck about it later, and it can't affect you because you are he's already decided that he's not. Believe me, starting this a while ago and how this is all played out. Not to mention, I think he kind of voided some of the midterm performance with other actions, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, I don't think he cares about the midterm. So I do think the Iranians I think they're thinking about elections, but I think that's just incorrect. I think Donald Trump, he wrote it off. It's a tax write-off. He wrote off the midterms like a tax write-off. You're going to lose the midterms. He's going to get something else for it instead, and maybe that might just be no handcuffs. No, because again, that's what happens during these midterm years, is that you do, and it does relate to like Obama. Obama did something very similar. Obama, number one, government shutdown, all of that, he had more pressure because he would get reelected. He had the reelection stuff. Obama, when there was no chance of reelection, Obama went full on. He did whatever the hell he wanted to do, and he pushed people into that because there's nothing over his head. So, like I'm saying, if you care about the midterms, if Donald Trump was like, wow, we're going to win, we have a shot, like, yeah, try your hardest to win. But I think from January, February 26, they knew they were going to lose the midterms. And so they said, fuck it, let's just do what we wanted to do anyways. And that's why. Like, why the fuck would you start a war with Iran? Why would you do all these things ahead of the midterms? I think the easiest answer is you don't care about it. You know, you have a different priority or focus, where these little elections that were already not going to favor you, I think they gave up on it from the get-go. Is Intel's coming up a little bit. That'll help. I'm gonna say, dude, Intel, lot more important than you think. Uber now. Lyft is Uber and Lyft all day, low key, and then a couple more defensives. The Ukraine, Iran. Dude, Iranians, was it Galabooty? Galabooty was talking shit about Zelensky. So over the weekend, the Iranians were saying that the Ukrainians attacked them. And they're like, that's fucked up. What was the clue to losing midterm pre-war? History. So Donald Trump has even mentioned this. History, the incumbent always loses. I think there's only been one time. I think one time the incumbent didn't lose the midterms. But yeah, usually you lose historically. And then, like I'm telling you, just as a Trump supporter who is not like fully, I guess MAGA, but enough to, again, I've called out everything. Like I told you very early on, I mean, Donald Trump just he let a lot of people down. Just early, after the first year or even in the first couple of months, like I'm saying, the spending, the AI, some of these deals, it was not again, Israel, the war, this was not the platform that he ran on. This is, and again, a lot of people, I'm never voting this again. It's like, however you want to react by it, be my guest. But like I'm saying, that plus history kind of just highlighted that the midterms are going to be a very uphill battle. And let's be real. I think we got some liberals in here. Liberals are fucking motivated. That's what I'm saying. Like, Donald Trump motivated. A loss for the liberals after Kamala, and then seeing Donald Trump and all his speeches, it motivates people. It gets people active. They're like, fuck that. I don't like this guy. I want to do something. So that's where I'm saying you had a lot of momentum against Trump. Mix it in with history and all of it. I mean, it just was not looking bright at all. It's like statistically, the odds were very stacked up against homeboy. The pendulum does swing. Microsoft, so like I said, I mean, some of those chips got bid right there, but then they flipped that in 2 minutes. Is there anything you like about Lyft more than Uber? No, just if Lyft ever came down really, really low. Don't forget about ICE. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the... Sadly, though, like, just like you're saying, it is, unfortunately, at other times, like Obama legitimately deported more people. And, like, even Tom Homan was, like, an Obama dude, and the media loved him. But that was part of the whole, like, momentum and just perception. But I don't think the ICE thing was, Wade... Comparing it to the past Democratic ones, I don't think that was just the media, sadly. Palantir, Spotify. Again, these subscription services, they caught a bid. Trapped in TQQ, what should you do? Make a plan and then choose your frustration. So hopefully you got into it for a reason, but the best thing you could do right now is choose your frustration. Would you be more mad if you didn't close it and lost more money? Or would you be more mad if you were right yesterday? Or you're right tomorrow and then it rips? You see, those are the things you got to think about, but try to stick with the plan. Liberal but not crazy. Make a lot of sense. As a conservative, 50-50, same bird, baby. Yeah, but like I'm saying, you're probably like, I'm sure if you have any more active liberal friends, like, they're motivated. They're motivated to get rid of Trump or dismantle whatever, and again, do your part. Do it on a congressional level. Do it on a local level. I think there's people who are motivated after, again, seeing things like the ICE and all of that, and just in general over the last year or so. It did. The ICE thing came off as heavy-handed, but that's why I'm saying just the sad reality is that the same guy, Tom Homan, deported way more motherfuckers than Trump under Obama. So that's what I'm saying. It was just perception. That was media. Was it actually harder? No. But did it bring up questions about, authority and how they were operating? Yes. But unfortunately, like, pound for pound, I mean, it was the same exact action and actually more results under the Democrats, which I think is funny when it's all said and done. Trump says he paused Iran strikes to give chance for a talks. Axios. You think he fooled every Christian that voted for him? I don't think he did. I think you sound a little cuckoo. You're one of those liberals who you read on Reddit, it sounds like. But no, because like I said, I don't support what I don't support. I never viewed Donald Trump as my religious leader. The guy who says grab her by the pussy has 5 wives, 18 kids, and God knows what, and he owns casinos and all of this. If you were a Christian that was fooled by that as your spiritual guide, then I mean, maybe you just reread all of it and maybe just don't put your faith in man. But I don't agree with that at all. I think I hear that on the Reddit side of people who try to, sow discord between it. So like I'm saying, it's just more, he didn't do what he said. That's like I said, that's why I don't like part of it. He said he would do this and he didn't. He said they would do this and he did not. And there you go. And that is where we'll have an issue. But yeah, I never viewed Donald Trump as a moral fucking character, a good example. And that's where I'm saying, if you did, I mean, unfortunately, I think he was pretty clear that he was my favorite Bible. I like all the verses, actually. I don't have a favorite. Further left in this time response. But like I'm saying, I mean, the question I'm asking you guys who are liberal, not here to make fun of you or, shit on your view. Like I'm saying, just quite simply, yes or no, are you more motivated, right? Yes or no, are you more motivated to go against Trump at a midterm level? I would argue, hands down, yes. I think a lot more liberals are motivated. I think they're more motivated than last month. I think they're motivated than last year and definitely more than the last midterms. You're an idiot. I know. I'm not afraid of that. So, just either way, though, like I said, he's not. I never made him my religious leader. That's your fault. It's like, I really think this billionaire who owns a bunch of casinos, I think this is I'm going to view him as my spiritual guide. That doesn't make any sense. I'm sure he's very honorable and moral. You know that? You know how many wives my dad has? And he's Middle Eastern. You see what? Come on, bro. I'm just saying. I don't know. Like, I view my mom as a religious. You know what I'm saying? If my mom was the one, I'd be like, damn, they played us. You know what I'm saying? If my mom started signing AI bills, if my mom started giving out all of this money, I would be like, what? Mother. I would say, that's a fucking bait and switch, Mom. I'll be like, I thought you were way better than that. But yeah, Trump, I mean, it sucked, but I wasn't surprised. You sound like a commie now. Lisa, your profile picture, I'm assuming you're substantially older than I am, but I don't think you understand what communism is, ma'am. Because I don't think I'm not the one. Okay, Lisa, thank you for this conversation. I'm going to end it here right now, Lisa. I don't want this to go any further because I don't think we are on the same page of our definitional explanations. Libs are way more motivated than Republicans to keep him. I agree. So, like, either way, though, the best part about this, and that's why some of you who are getting very emotional with what I'm saying, this is the beauty about some of the things that I say them in advance. So I have been talking about this from the beginning of the year before anything happened. So just keep that in mind. So, because that's what I'm saying. I do think it does align with there. Can we talk about stocks? Yes. So I'm going to ban you first because remember I gave you grace for not talking stocks last week and now you're complaining. But here's the deal. Everything we're talking about right now is related to the market. I have been yelling out the midterms all year. And this is what I'm telling you. Starting in August, in 3 to 4 days from today. So after we wrap up all this bullshit with earnings, what are we going to do? You are going to now begin all of the uncertainty of the midterm elections. So I know it sounds very political, but this is the political year. And unfortunately, timing-wise with money, your uncertainty ramps up now. And you're going to hear more and more about this, not less, starting from August. That's a better way to put it, is that as the ball starts rolling, we're turning the corner, you are going to hear way more midterms. You're going to hear people bringing up uncertainty. You're going to have Republicans and Democrats. They're going to come up with shit out of their ass to push and pull. Wait till the media starts manufacturing. Oh, you will see. You will see, my friends. So yeah, that's why, I mean, I would argue this has been one of the main themes I've talked about all year. Everything. Software killed it. It will be. It will be. Many, many more things. But that's what I was saying earlier. The shitty part about all of this is that right when we get out of this, like, earnings chip momentum, you know, or like what's going to happen next, we have the next thing that ramps up is going to be the midterm uncertainty. So unfortunately it's there. The move this month, I don't know, but it is going to be one of the other one of the other, what's it called? It's going to be one of the, for now, it's looking like one of the worst Julys in 20 years. Let's see. And low ticker picked up a little bit. So yeah, you're down 1.1 on the SPY. So at least in the last 10 years, this is the worst July in 10 years. The last time the SPY was down 1% in July was 2015. So it's the worst July in 11 years. And then 2011 on the SPY, it went down. And then 2008, 2007. So we're down 1.1 right now in the month. Oh! Oh! Oh, this is nasty. Are you ready for this one? Bro, the QQQ. The NASDAQ down 7.7. So 2024 it dropped 1.7. Other than that, the last red July for the QQQ was 2007 at 0.1. And then 2006, you dropped 4.3 in July. Holy crap. So yeah, down 7.7. Ay, ay, ay. So yeah, very bad for the NASDAQ, dude. I swear, last week we were only down by like 3 or 2. And then the SPY's not bad, 1.1, but dude, NASDAQ QQQ down 7 is fucking massive. And yeah, remember though, even last month though, a lot of seasonality stuff didn't play out. That's what I said when I put it up, but a lot of people were clamoring about the July. We did not do good for the NASDAQ. And yeah, dude, Nvidia hit a low a second ago. Illumina flushing. It was already down a little bit, but they just took a candle. Dips get bought, my friend. OpenAI Sam Altman to meet with Democratic Senator Mark Warner this week. That was a minute or two ago. And actually, Chatadonia, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get the body moving. It's a Monday, bro, and you've been here for 2.5 hours, but you got all week, a big week, the Fed, the earnings, and then afterwards, oh man, God knows. Only God knows what happens next. So yeah, Chad, stay alive, stay awake, stay ready to go, stay healthy, and move your body around. Stand up, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, do anything, bro. Anything, just move. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is just move. You know, you get some movement in there. Good for your body, good for your soul. Gets the blood pumping. You know, you'll be good, bro. You'll be good. You did miss the peach. Peach was bright and early, dude. Bright and early. And low ticker is fully maxed out. Chips on the low. Oh, no. So, yeah, unfortunately, you should do your what's it called? Your push-ups, but you are dumping into the lows on this. That sucks. So again, I mean, chips got a little bit. Let's see if the staples are going. Yeah, staples are holding up, but they're not getting that computer program. And then IGV just hit a high. But yeah, so but now again, chips, unfortunately, and then your Mag 7, wherever they go. Burn them. All right, man, I need my push-ups. I think this is good timing. I don't know. Lisa, what do you think of these? Just let me know.
It's not for mega, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for for the money.
My stretch. I gotta
I
stand on
rap
the
Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth,
Anthropic
and your
extend
mileage.
partnership.
Know the Trumpies in jail if they get
Again,
caught
Staples
smiling.
are doing the
White guy
computer
for
move.
Kamala.
I'm doing my 90-90
My wife
now.
doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
It's good, bro. Honestly, it's supposed to be good. That's like 4 minutes total. I hope you guys use it to time your workouts, because that's what I do. That's how I know if I'm on the board for like a minute and a half. You know, I gotta get good stretches, dog. I gotta get good ones. Get some deep breaths in there. So we're back. We're back. Just happy Monday. Happy Monday. 2 hours and 10 minutes in. A pretty gnarly move, but then again, this isn't new. You've been exposed to all of this. This was a lot like last week. Down and out, down and out, down and out, da. Woo! Yeah, dude, those staples though. Coca-Cola did good again. Even Pepsi, Bibsy. But yeah, man, this unfortunately, this breakdown. It's great that Mag 7 isn't like, look at all the Mag 7s are pinned. Amazon came down, but yeah, they did not do anything. And then again, that Apple move. You're at the age where you got to stretch before push-ups? No way. I thought the push-up is the stretch, kinda. But yeah, I mean, stretching is good though. I'm a big fan. That's it, man. The mobility, the legs, the hips. Actually, do you know what I'm doing now? I don't know if you guys did it. I ordered one off of Amazon. It was $70. I bought a Roman chair. Do you guys know what a Roman chair is? I mean, shout out the Romans and the Romanians, but do you guys know what a Roman chair is? So this, bro, get one. Telling you. So I built it. I thought I wasn't going to be able to build it. I built it. I got one of these. And then all you do, bro, I'm doing the little standing thing. I do like 3-4 minutes a day. I'm starting on like the high pad. and you just stand there. Just stand and back. Don't even go down. Don't even go down. Just do it for a couple weeks. I'm gonna try to do a month of just standing and back extension every day. Get the lower back, the hips, and then you start working your way into all of them. But I've heard many good things about it. I only had that machine at the gym, so I was like, ugh. So yeah, I finally got one, and it's 10 out of 10. You went to San Diego last week? No way. Lumi was fire? Oh, did you get the little pizza thing? The little pizza? The little sushi pizza? It's fire. Bro, good thing you went not this week. This week was packed. Again, Netflix and Spotify. So again, software all day. You just hit a high before any of that. Chips are still down. And then, yeah, just watch what Apple does, or if Microsoft or any of those guys turn on. Or, again, if the chips actually want to just stop going down. I mean, since the morning, you've kind of hit a new low on chips every hour. It's only been 2 hours. Better investment than SoFi Legal. Oh, 5 of them. So I'm talking about. Good morning. Do the long-term. Legal, do you know where to find the long-term video? Legal, have you ever had an issue finding the long-term video, now that I think about it? That bench is called a Roman chair. So yeah, they're on Amazon, bro. They're like $50, $50 to $70. They're kind of shitty. I was scared. Let me put it this way. I built it, and then I put a mattress below it in front of it because I was afraid I was going to die. But then it lasted. It held up. But just in case, safety measures. Yo, Dio, pop. Dio, check tap. That's 3%, brothers. Oh, there's no good options on there. Fuck. There's a 30 center, but they've jacked it up. You need it at 15. That's the one. Yeah, the other one at 30 is kind of jacked up. Fuck. Dio, though. 3% pop. See if anybody else. Check, what's it called? Tap or STZ. Yeah, STZ. Something's going on with alcohol names. Keep those on watch. I don't see anything. Dio's still going. Again, the chain sucks. Like I'm saying, that one at 30, someone got it at 22, but that's what I'm saying. Remember that lesson I showed you guys on Friday? Just again, if you buy the one on the ask, unfortunately, even if it goes up, if it's still a little too up there, it's gonna like that's pretty much all you're getting. And then there's a headline coming out on a Clarity Act, something about crypto. I just saw it as I'm looking for this. I don't see, but yeah, Dio, all the alcohol names. Dio's the biggest pop. That's 3%. That's why it got my attention. New data reveal. Oh, this is from yesterday. I don't know if this is real. Polymarket posted it. New data reveals Gen Z now drinks more cocktails than any other generation. Well. But yeah, I don't see anything on it. All the alcohol names. Unless that's like a narrative shift. But yeah, Nibis, K3 partnership, Kimmy. And then RHI on the high. Nibis kind of tweaking. Yo, what's RHI? What kind of cocktails? I think it makes sense. I think Gen Z is kind of like me. Because I don't like alcohol if it don't taste good. So like I'm saying, I feel them. I don't think they only like shit that tastes good. Like I feel you. Like I would rather have a cocktail over like a whiskey. I'm not a real man like some of you guys. I never understood it. where these guys are like, I'll sip my whiskey on the rocks. I'm like, I've never done that in my life. You know that? The only time I drank whiskey was when I was like 16 and we were trying to steal people's alcohol from the cabinets. You know what I'm saying? I've never. It's amazing. They are soft. Gen Z is soft like myself. That's why I kind of agree. I don't know if that's a market-moving headline. Gen Z is soft, saving alcohol narratives. Oh, that makes sense. The Gen Z doesn't drink narrative might be skewed from the fact a lot of them aren't 21. I feel. I think, well, that's the thing, though. Remember, some Gen Zers are like 30. They need to go pay taxes. Okay, well, no follow through. I just like the percentage move. Like I said, I didn't touch that one, but the premiums, unfortunately. K-Web. The Chinas, those went up 30, and then that's it. Yeah, that doesn't, I know, right? It wouldn't help beer, though. If they drink cocktails, I think that makes beer more bearish. Because, like, dude, for a good amount of my life, beer tasted like urine. Like, I don't know if you guys had this experience, but there was one time in my life, bro, when I wasn't as, like, that's why I was, like, social, bro. Social, when I was a kid, and they would give us beer, right? And you were trying to be cool. I was like, this is urine. In my deep down in my mind, I was like, I'm drinking fucking piss. It tastes like urine. Like, fully all, I'm like, how does anybody like this? But, like, you know, you wanted to fit in, and you wanted to, so yeah, I do think that stat is not good for beer consumption at all. If they really do like cocktails, I feel, but that's not, the beer is a long way, dude. The beer is... PNFP. 1.6 Pinnacle. So again, I mean, high threshold. I hope you guys saw that. You know, we just had a 3% pop, and even then, if that premium moves too much, you're not going to be in the game. PNFP. Then FCFC. Pinnacle Financial. Don't see anything on it. PNFP. And then SPY's still at the bottom. Low key, man. Chips and SPY haven't hit a low in like 10 minutes. That's new, except for this little bounce and hit a new low. I mean, you haven't really stayed pinned at the low for a minute. So I'll take this as better or not. Better than not. You're scared how familiar I am with the taste of urine? Why? You're just a liar. I'm honest. Why are you walking around acting like you ain't never tried piss? Okay. Okay, tough guy. You're a liar. Okay? You're a liar. We've all tried piss at one point in our life. Whether voluntarily or involuntarily. You know what? I know you've encountered a situation. It's not. And you know what? I tried to whiten my teeth once. Fuck you. I'm not ammonia nitrate occurring naturally. Not my problem. I've been educated in these matters. Mm-hmm. She acting. L Dubs. GEHC. How did GE do? Quora got you. I've read some pretty crazy Quoras, to be honest. All right, guys. I want to say we're stabilizing, but every other time we haven't. And then it's still early, man. It's only 9 o'clock, but today is kind of flown by. Copart, didn't Mosby brought that up last week? Copart, nice rip, nice little 10% off the bottom. Tell you a story? I have a great story, actually. It's kind of, it gets a little scary though. So once upon a time, there was a little boy, and then the little boy discovered the long term, but then he knew everything about the long term, and then he didn't do it. And then he couldn't follow simple rules, and then the little boy died. But he didn't really die right away. It was a slow, painful death of no passion. And his whole life passed ahead of him by knowing all of the answers, but not having the wherewithal to act on it. And then all of the simple stuff that was so easy just flew right by, and then he died. And then he died, and then he looked back, and then the whole story of looking back was filled with regret and panic and terrible, terrible things. And then the boy woke up, and then he began his long term, and then he started it, and then didn't make that mistake, and then he lived on happily ever after. The end. Thank you. Now get a long term, like the video, and save 10%, please. Thank you. Just store. I'm working on my books. SDST meets with senators on critical minerals. Oracle, and Sam too. You pulled up without a long term. You chose to die. What? Oatly from Friday. Actually, we're the food place. Where's Conagra? Dude, Tyson's up 7. Habibi. And then now Dash, again, Uber and Lyft, low-key all day. These consumer stocks are actually doing very well. Consumers, cyclicals, staples, everything except semiconductors. Again, you had another one. You guys. Another big chip IPO, this time in China. China of all places. Now they have. I'm hoping the Chinese get hyped again. I mean, they're doing 200 times oversubscribed IPOs. Like, come on. There's hope. There's hope. Taylor Farms? I haven't heard much about it. My diarrhea chilled out. It's still like, I'll just randomly get poop attacks, but nothing like last week. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard any more cases. I haven't heard much about it, surprisingly. Because there was a weekend, bro. Everybody was just talking about poop. Bank of America and XLF. All right, see. Watch out here. So China wants to move, but take notice. If XLF gives up, maybe that money goes back into chips. So we'll just see. You outed yourself about drinking piss and you didn't acknowledge it. Heartbreaking. I didn't know. I didn't know there's too many things going on. There was a couple of things. I didn't know if we were going to stay on the drinking piss topic, but if you want me to tell everybody, I can. Sure. So Jar Tizzle, and for anybody casting for Love Island, this is why you should put him on your show. One time it was 105 outside, and I went to my work truck, and I grabbed a yellow Gatorade and chugged it. Turns out it was piss. I was 25 years old. Not proud. So please, we'll send in the rest of the audition tape. But anybody at Love Island, please contact us back. Thank you. I got you, Jar Tizzle. That's what I didn't know if it was going to help us or not, bro. I'm rooting for you, Jar. You know that? I am. Long term, I mean, again, we went over it today. I mean, long term is still doing great, but and even then, though, your covered call was just perfect. But even without the covered call, I mean, the long term, I don't know. I thought Intel going 140 back to 90 would have a bigger effect on the portfolio, but it didn't, surprisingly. So either way, I mean, that's still, I'm sure, like we've been talking about today, where we go, my friends, in the next 3 months, you are going to either regret having a lot of cash or you're going to be so excited that you had a lot of cash. So yeah, that's why I think it comes into there. MSI, I've seen. I didn't put this one up. This one's starting to go. Motorola. Hi. And then T-Dubs, Futu, Baba. A couple shipping and PAR. Ayo, PARR, up only 1%, moving now. Things already ripped a lot, even after this last week. But yeah, PAR, 1%. SPY, again, off the bottom. Chips have finally, they haven't hit a new low in like an hour or two. Or they just did, but like, you see what I'm saying? Kind of basing out here. Like I said, the weird part was XLF kind of giving it up. See if the staples go down, that'll free it up. And then your boy IGV still in the game. Yeah, we'll see. The covered call. Well, again, if you're ever close to 100 shares, you could do the math like we did. But, you know, like in Colt Sister, she only had like 40 or 50 shares. So trying to like buy the extra 100, it wouldn't have been a rational deal for her. Kimberly will do good this quarter due to Central Mexican lettuce. Yo, he's not lying, bro. I don't know if I could put that in my bullish thesis, but I agree with you. You know that? Because I used a lot of baby wipes and toilet paper, but I do think Kimberly should get a tailwind off of Taylor Farms. Remember, Kimberly is your #1 producer of all paper and toilet paper products. So, in the world. So, I mean, it does kind of have a little bit of overlap. When is it this week or next week? Next week, August 4th. No. PG is like the other stuff in your bathroom. So Procter & Gamble does a lot of stuff in your bathroom, from toothpaste to shampoos, soaps, deodorant. But paper products is Kimberly's forte. So any product related to paper is Kimberly-Clark. So like paper towels, Bounty, you know what I'm saying? The like expensive paper towels, the toilet paper, the Charmin, the Kleenex, any paper is Kimberly-Clark. But then that's why the Kenvue acquisition, it got them into other stuff in your house, like, you know, Vicks Vapor Rub, the Neosporin, other stuff. Again, Tylenol, that's Kimberly now too. But yeah, generally paper, any paper product, Kimberly. The other good bathroom day-to-day is usually PG. I love Procter & Gamble. You know that? I opened a new bottle of toothpaste last night. I cracked open a new toothpaste. Yeah, PG logo sticking there right at me. Do they white label for Costco? I would have to double check. I don't know. Because I know Costco takes their paper seriously. They take, I don't know if they work with Kimberly on it. Because I know Kirkland, they kind of do their own thing. So I'm not too sure. And again, Netflix and SPY. I mean, look, chips, as long as this doesn't die, and just watch IGV and the staples, advanced auto parts. You got a couple of poppers. Let's actually get a checkup here. Still pretty early, it's 9 o'clock. $6 green on the Dow, 14 in the red. NASDAQ, 63 green, 37 in the red. Oh, got a little better. And then SPY, 316 green, 187. I think a couple more names went right on the SPY. They used to white label the diapers. Only sometimes for Kirkland, but Costco is Georgia, Pacific, and Kruger. Yeah. That's crazy that they even white label, though. Because I don't remember. I watched that Costco toilet paper documentary. Yeah, they usually, Costco doesn't they don't drop ship, they don't white label, they usually don't like to. They like quality control on some of their products. Interesting. Netflix. INFQ, NVIDIA enables fully autonomous quantum collaboration. Are they partnering with INFQ, or is that just a headline with quantum in it? I'll check. Inflection named as a provider of real quantum measurement data. There you go. So again, there's good quantum news. I think that might wake it up, but I don't know if it's going to get you like a multiple % move. Let's see, FT. HPQ, where's Dell and shit? They're still down 3. Intel's still down 2.6. Intel's trying to come up. Again, all the chips kind of look like each other. So they could get out of this little box. That'd be nice. Like I'm saying, just IGV, Staples, XLP, wherever those go. So Staples are coming down. Yeah, team is on fire. Bro, there's some good software names today. It's like the laggers. Again, Intuit, bro, 307. That kind of trips me out. So literally Microsoft in that 2 weeks we've owned it, 2-3 weeks, Microsoft stayed the same, and then Intuit has gone up like 13 to 15%. T10, ISRG. All right, SPY chilling. SLS, we saw that on Friday. Kind of small cap runner, but that's dumping. I mean, again, Sellos, we saw this literally on Friday. I remember they're down 9% now, but that's dumping. KPTI, again, low ticker, sadly, a little bit more active. And then Staples are trying to catch a bid now again. So just see this chip thing. You guys are going to love it when this is over, but you still might have to play this game till Wednesday. Even after, too. So even though this week is still big, but there's still like another 30% afterwards. SC Johnson. I know. I think, isn't SC Johnson just Johnson & Johnson just spun off? Yeah, but there is a lot of brands out there. Oh, I did have to order new air filters, and I was thinking, I was like 3M. That was the other one, but someone brought that up too. But yeah, we've already bought the 3M products a long time ago. Uber. That's all day. SC Johnson? Really? It's not related to John? I swear it was a spin-off of Johnson & Johnson. They're not related. They operate independently with no shared ownership or corporate connection. Is officially SC Johnson & Son by Samuel Curtis Johnson in 1886. Johnson & Johnson was founded in 1886 as well. Robert Wood, James Wood Johnson, and Edward Mead Johnson. What the fuck? So two Johnsons had this idea in 1886, and one of them was like, I'm going to make medical devices in pharmaceutical health products. And the other was like, I'm going to make Windex and Raid and Saran Wrap. Why do they even have in 1886? Same year. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. I thought they were the same. I swear I thought it was a spin-off. Fascinating. SC Johnson and Johnson & Johnson are different. What's going on? Oh, just another day of pre-earnings rotation and do the opposite of whatever you opened up at as we get ready. But good war news. Chilled out on oil. I mean, again, even then, oil chilling out, kind of even chilled out the Fed. I mean, this week is very pivotal. 30% of earnings or S&P plus the Fed. I mean, where we go from here, a lot could be answered this week. So we will find out. Wow. Some of you might like that. Look at what just came up on my screen. UiPath update. I still have it, you guys. I just don't use it. Yeah, Path is on the high. Corsair. Time Travelers. SC Johnson. That's crazy, dude. I legit thought I thought there was some family connection. Like even like Anheuser, like how Anheuser-Busch is, that one's weird too. And like how they've set it up and how it's spread and the company and then the ownership. Yeah, Palan. All right, you're still holding up though. So it looked like you were going to sell off there for a second and stay in there, but low-key kind of looking good. Again, oil hasn't buzzed. Where's the dollar? Dollar's down by 0.02. I mean, bonds too, they're up, but not really anything crazy. It's just still, again, this chip mag 7 movement. Now Abercrombie. 140 years, dude. Isn't that crazy? But that's why I was saying it, like, even then, even Kimberly, like, I don't know. I hope you guys know partly why I like Kimberly. Kimberly-Clark has been around, I think, since the 1800s. So, but that's a point, though. That's the whole idea is, like, dude, think about it. If you made a company and you were able to make money and become successful for 1 year, that's awesome. If you could make a company and become successful after 3 years, you're already in a category of many who don't. If you could be profitable for 5 years, for 10 years, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, just think, I mean, again, if a company has been in business for 100 years, selling and making money, it's like, I want a piece of that. That longevity. I mean, if you can make money for a long time, I mean, that says a lot. That's why some of these companies, don't ever get it twisted, man. 100 years of profitability. Like, do you understand how that's different than like CoreWeave or something that just came out where it's like, yeah, there's a couple of names out there that are promising, but they haven't shown that they could make money for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years in a row. That is quite the feat. But yeah, I know Kimberly should be one of those 1800s companies. Maybe early 1900s. No, yeah, 1872. Wait, was Kimberly founded before these? Might have been. Charter. Yeah, Charter Communications. Again, Comcast was moving too. And then ISRG, just see Adobe, Intuit. Watch if like any big laggers. So they start to catch a bid. Meta's dumping now. Thanks for giving you faith to hold on to your TQQ. That's good. I don't know if that was the intention, but like I said, just, make a plan. Choose your frustration. That's all you got to do. Just think about it. Sugar water. Yeah, Coca-Cola. Pepsi, too. I mean, they've both been around. But yeah, there's a decent amount of companies that they have their histories in literally the 1800s. DFNS. And then Charter again. Yo, DF, it's already up 70. Boo. Yeah, Amazon was one of the first tech ones to give up. Again, Google held up pretty good, and then Meta. Meta's the next one. Microsoft's fine, and then Apple giving you some support. Again, though, just keep in mind, Mag 7 hasn't done much today, and then chips is kind of what's driving it more or less. Again, DFNS, it literally $7 stock. It was already up like 60%. It just popped 20% right there. Israel army is advancing into Syrian territory from the western outskirts of Dara. Hi. DFNS still. My goodness. Form? That form keeps, yeah, DFNS. Halted? Good travel day. Spice coming down. Again, Amazon is showing up on the low now. So you got Amazon, I mean Microsoft a little bit, but it's Amazon and Meta. Those are your two. And then now if the chips start to come down. CHD. Oh, didn't you guys show me CHD? I think I remember that one. That one looked good. I think we looked at CHD once. But yeah, it's good that it has a good history. You work for Carl Zeiss, 189 years old. It's big companies, bro. Big, yeah, Arm & Hammer, huh? Yeah, I remember we had this talk. I'm saying they've been stable as hell. Booking. So again, low ticker is picking up. XLY, I think that's Amazon bringing XLY down. And then financials. I thought financials giving up would have opened up some more rotation back, but no. Now you even have XLP coming down. Even XLV, I don't know. Maybe we get a middle day where you don't rotate, but seems like a lot more of the industries than not are at the low. Low ticker is picking up right now. You still have chips in the gutter, and you do not have any other support from anything else that's helping it out. Is the volume low? And then VIX is barely green. Let's get the check up. Dow Jones 8. More names are going red on the Dow. Dow is actually about to go red. That's weird. Remember, Dow was up by like 1%. Everything went negative. Dow had 0.5%. So yeah, Dow is starting to give it up. Dow, a couple more names went red, and now it's almost going red. And then NASDAQ, you got 42 in the red, 61 in the green. Remember, it was like 70, high 70s, 20 in the morning. So you've probably had another 20 names or so come down on the NASDAQ. And then SPY, 193 red, 310 in the green, another 10 or 20. So unfortunately, gap up, more names than not in the green, then spend 7 hours selling them off. So hopefully we could end at the same price we started. POTA's wheels up for Michigan, visiting GM. Highlight his comeback of America's auto industry. Semis, they're not down for any, if anything, just like Friday. Remember, Friday or Thursday, Friday was like post-Intel, good Intel earnings, but then all the chips sold off. Today was good. You woke up, China chips, IPO, CXMT. Seemed like the vibes were good. Again, SMH and NVIDIA, they were up right off of the morning. And then you just sold it. So it seemed like, again, more positioning and this earnings type beat we've been playing. But yeah, if anything, it was actually either good or no news, but we just started selling off. And this is something we have unfortunately just witnessed a lot in the last couple of weeks. That's why I do encourage you guys, not to be so reactive, because this is really earnings. chart? I keep seeing booking now. Cigna. And RTX. Where is Apple? Apple on a Monday. And then literally Apple. They've been the same. Pretty much the market has moved the same way that we have in the last like 2 weeks as Apple's been kind of just doing this thing. Okay, Habibi. He said, not bad. You know? So you're going to get, I don't know how long it'll take Trump. But you'll hear from him. It's probably going to be the same thing you've been hearing. Oh, wait, he's going to do a gaggle? Oh. So hold on. Trump might go live in 10 minutes. So they might have homeboy, what's it called? They might have him before. DFNS unhalted. Why is IGV so green? Because the chips are down. There's rotation. This is all earnings. So like, I'm telling you guys, it's just the same thing. I feel like at some point, if you really need to be, like, if someone needs to talk you through this market, I just want to kick you in the shins. Because this is what I was saying last week. Nothing's changed. Nothing's new. These are very, very typical earnings moves. So if you do want to overreact and overassume and you will have every opportunity to do so. But at the same time, I mean, the price levels, the moves, the leaders, the no rhyme or reason or things moving with rhyme or reason, I do feel like the last 4 weeks, we've kind of been exposed to all of it. So that's why, I mean, I'm grateful though, because we're almost done. So that's why we get through these events. It's almost there, but it's just a lot of the same circuit. We're just going in a giant circle. And that's why we're talking about the same things, what's moving it, what's not. One day it's this, one day it's that. One day it's chips, one day it's Mag 7, one day it's healthcare, one day it's financials, all over, back and forth. And that's why I've been saying, just be cautious, be aware of the premiums, and go for the easy move. Once we get a real new narrative, a real change in all of this, then we'll be able to go. But everything pushing and pulling us has been exactly the same over the last couple of weeks here now. So, I don't think you have been unexposed to anything. You have been exposed to why is this moving? Why is it this? It's like every answer you've kind of been given over the last couple of weeks. So that's why it's Monday on the week of big earnings. I mean, the sell-off, opposite of news, the leadership, you saw all of this last week as well. And that's why, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's going to, that's as we get into it, we're going to still keep playing that stop and go. But hopefully some of the answers that we get from this week will be able to be able to give us a lot. And then hopefully get us something new. But if nothing changes even after the earnings, I would understand how we've moved coming into this, because it might stay the same until something really changes. Israel and Saudi. I'm surprised people. There was some like Yemen attack on Aramco, and I thought people would have been a little bit more tweaked out by it, but they weren't. They were chilling. And then again, we may have a potential presidential gaggle, so we'll hear from Trump potentially sooner than later, but we'll see. CNC took off. That was down. I mean, I think UNH was drilling earlier, then Cigna woke up. Yeah, healthcare is trying to come back. I mean, healthcare didn't do bad. So one of the rotation ones, I mean, it's better than chips, but it wasn't the strongest one. And then financials, they're technically at the low. And then IGV is your strongest rotation. Cyber's right there in the middle. And then the XLP. eBay all day, low-key, too, though. Very, very gradual. Azure's GTM stack. I don't know. These small caps. That's down 55% in popping. Saw Unity. Again, there's a couple of random winners that are just not attached to anything, or at least they held up. Again, more software names than not. Like I'm saying, Unity's starting to go up. Now, oh, big candle. Something's happening. Chad. Oil down, SPY up. Oh, these are 0 days. Something happened. Oh, I'm too slow. I'm slow as shit.
I got one. Okay.
That's just, oil's good enough. I don't know if it's going to follow through, but I'm only shooting because oil. Again, high threshold. I do not feel confident, even though that move is big. For now, the oil moves bigger. Trump meeting with Iran coming in now. So I was saying, you could just tell that one started moving quicker. Premiums are still the same price. He posted a thing. Trump, Hegseth has done a great job. Iran wants to meet, and we're meeting. There's a chance we can make a deal. We're meeting with Iran. Good things can happen. Trump pump. Wrong price. Okay, same. Intel huge candle. Oil dropped on it. That was big volume. Well, I'd already stopped it though. So see, give it like 2 more minutes. If those don't go, the premiums, they're in between break even and 30, just bouncing back and forth. But see. Only grabbed a small one. But like I was saying here, just follow through threshold. Trump asked about patience, plenty of time.
Rodney, conflict in Iran.
We have plenty.
Audio.
We have a lot of ammunition, different types. You know, Biden gave a lot to Ukraine, and so we're building that up. But we have a lot. We have a lot of the mid-level stuff too. I mean, more than we could ever use, no matter what. But we have a lot.
No matter what.
I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden. When I left, the cupboards were full. When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition. We had very little. And I got it built. Now, as soon as I left, they gave a lot of it to Ukraine. I mean numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So we're building it very rapidly. Plants are being built. A lot of equipment's being built. The
software, service now. Capper has engaged in transparent with FDA.
We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now. And we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more. Biden gave a lot of it away.
Mr. President, you put out a Truth Social this morning about leader John Thune. What's your relationship like with the Senate Majority Leader?
It's fine. He's got to get his job done. It's fun. I have a good relationship with John Thune. He's just got to get his job done. You got to get the Save America Act passed. Or better than that would be the filibuster. If you terminate the filibuster, everything happens. If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen. If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen.
But you don't want to see him replaced as leader?
I haven't even thought of it.
With Prime Minister Netanyahu tomorrow, why did you ask?
I'll meet him.
Why did you ask for that meeting? And are you guys on the same page on Iran? Are you on the same page on Iran, you and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Close, yeah, pretty close. We have a little difference, but pretty close, yeah. You know, Iran took a beating over the last 14 days, and they asked us very nicely, please stop, let's meet. And that's what we are right now. We'll see what happens. If we don't make a deal, we go back to the same thing.
President Zelensky says that Russia is giving Iran satellite imagery of U.S. bases in the Gulf to help them target. What can you do about that?
Well, we'll find out if that's true. I'll ask Putin about it. We'll find out. Hasn't had much impact because we've knocked the hell out of it, what do you think? If that's the case, look, you know, they gave Venezuela a lot of equipment. Venezuela had all Russian equipment. How did that work out? Not too good. So they may be giving, but if they are, it hasn't worked out because they have no army, they have no air force, they have no navy, they have no nothing. So it hasn't worked out well. I don't think they've been doing it. Certainly not at a high level. And if they have, it has been very unimpactful.
There's some reports that the United States has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
$13 billion from Venezuela? I think even more than that. No, Venezuela, we paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
But where is that money going?
Which, by the way, no other president can say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president that could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid for it many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
Money going?
Toward running the country.
No, in the U.S. The money that the U.S. is taking in, where is that money going? Yes.
Toward running the country. It can go to the military. You know, Congress has to approve it. Congress doesn't like approving money for the military. They like giving it to things that shouldn't be done. But we're taking in a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars from Venezuela. That'll happen with Iran too.
With the Iranian assets, you said that Iranian assets will be used to pay for damages to ships that are hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Would the U.S. pay shipping companies directly?
No, we're going to use Iran's money to pay for the damage they did. In other words, the Iran money that we control will be used to pay for damages. Sound good? Not bad, right? We should be okay. Any other questions?
On the Federal Reserve, the FOMC is meeting this week on Wednesday.
We're going to Michigan. The car companies are doing better than they've ever done. Many, many plants are being built all over the United States. They'll be opening them over the next year. Toyota just agreed to come in, move its entire operation out of Mexico and into the United States. They'll be opening, I guess, the largest plant in the world, somebody said, but all because of tariffs and because of me. All because of Trump. So it's been pretty amazing, actually.
The Federal Reserve is meeting this week. They've not hit the inflation target set. They've not hit the 2%. There are some bets.
We had a very good inflation report the other day.
Are you worried that they might?
Costs are going down rapidly. Don't forget, I inherited these. I haven't been here very long. I inherited the worst inflation in history from Biden. But costs are going down rapidly. And as soon as the war is over, you're going to see a big drop.
Are you worried that the Fed's going to hike rates to counter inflation?
Well, I have a board. And Kevin's fantastic, but he's got a board, and the board members are very political, I would say. So, you know, we fight our way through the race because we're doing so well. But, no, he's got a board. You know, he wants to do the right thing. I know what he wants to do. But you need the consent of some people that have perhaps bad intentions. Rates should be lowered. This country could be at 8%, 9%, 10%, 12% GDP. That's what it should be. We have other countries that are paying less interest rates, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. It's ridiculous. And they call them elite. We have other countries, I don't want to really mention names of countries, but I could give you plenty, that they take money out of the U.S., and because of that, they get a lower interest rate than we do. And it shouldn't be that way. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. I could take the money that these countries are making, put it into our portfolio, and we should have the lowest interest rate in the world, like it used to be 30 years ago. We always paid the lowest rate. If you take a look at like Switzerland, where we have a $30 billion deficit, I could wipe out that deficit overnight. Overnight. That'd be money that would actually indirectly come to us. So we got a lot of interesting things going, but our country is the strongest we've ever been. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world. And frankly, we're being very nice to a lot of countries that would not survive without us. And you know who wouldn't survive without us? Israel. Bibi's coming, he'll tell you. If I didn't get involved and if I didn't blow up those nuclear, essentially soon-to-be nuclear weapons, the dust, as I call it, Israel would have been terminated months ago and years ago if I didn't terminate the Obama horrible agreement.
Prime Minister Netanyahu does disagree with you on the F-35s to Turkey. Are you going to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu opposes sending F-35s to Turkey? Are you going to tell him?
Look, Turkey's been a great ally for me. You know, I think he's done a very good job. Did a good job with Syria. He's a friend of mine, and nobody tells me what we should be selling and not. Turkey's been a tremendous ally for me. It was up to Turkey. Turkey's not a big fan of Israel, you know that, right? And not a big fan of Bibi. But they've been great for me. Turkey has been great, very powerful country, by the way. Tremendous military, very big military, very powerful military, has a lot of great equipment.
Does Netanyahu want you to strike a deal on Iran, or does he want you to keep attacking?
Bibi has been great. I'm not going to say it. He was a wartime prime minister. We did very well together. And if you look at Iran now, they're 8% of what they were 4 months
Hey, good news, bad news.
They're 8%.
I don't know, but do a push-up. 9:30.
So we'll see how this all comes out. Okay?
On the Senate, on the SAFE Act, why do you want the U.S. Senate to stay in town? Shouldn't they be out across the country campaigning?
What a stupid question.
Shouldn't they be out and be campaigning, though?
What a stupid question. For Jennifer to ask such a stupid, she's a smart person. I knew her all the way back in the Iowa days when she said Trump's going to win. And boy, was she right. So listen, why do I want it? The SAVE Act has to be done. They shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party. And frankly, you know, if you look at it, the SAVE Act is going to be voted against by all Democrats, just so we know. We have some Republicans that I will not comment on, a few of them, probably 4, that we probably won't get the vote. I'd like to comment on them, but I have too much sense to do it. The Democrats are going to vote 100% against voter identification and proof of citizenship. 100%. They want your taxes to go up. They want men playing in women's sports. They want open border for the world's criminals to pour into our country. And yet, despite all of that, we have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country since 1900 with murders. With all of that, with all of the 25 million people, many of them criminals that the Democrats let in. Well, they just announced this morning they want an open border policy where the world's criminals can pour into our country. I think they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. Any other questions?
On China, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said last week the administration's going to look into whether Chinese AI models are distilling from U.S. models. Do you think China's stealing American IP?
Well, you know, they're looking at us and we're looking at them. But we're leading now, China, substantially in AI, and we're going to keep it that way. We're leading everybody and everything. We have a country that's doing well. Thank you very much, everybody. See you in Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, well, at least like a minute and a half of push-ups. Hopefully you got them in there. Whew. Oh, man. Does Switzerland have 0% rates? Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. You want to know? I don't know if this is a memory hole, but like it also depends how old you are and like how active you were in markets. But even then, some of you were watching live during this moment. But it's kind of why people forget this, but go look at Germany's yields. Germany is at 3.13 right now. But like a lot of people forget, like, bro, pre-COVID, Germany was negative. Actually, up until 2022, Germany was negative. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, if you're like, that's why Swiss was a lot more stable than Germany. But, you know, the Swiss, like, and you know about the Swiss franc, the safe haven. They have a reputation. They operate, remember, Swiss is not EU. Swiss is not, Germany is EU, even though they have their own bond. But yeah, like, just, it's crazy. There was a time where I vividly remember the negative era of rates in European countries. So it was a weird time. And that's why I think it's even weird how vertical some of them, like literally 3% from negative 0.5. Yeah, only the real ones will know NERP, dude. It was real, dude. It was a trip. I had a lesson once. I had to explain it. I remember explaining to Chads what a negative interest rate was. They didn't understand. I was like, yeah, so you put money in a bank, and then if you keep money in there, they charge you. So the whole idea was spending, demand and all that. So especially when we've had talks last week with like MMT and all the other stuff, and think about this is very it's very different than controlling money supply, and like think about stimulus. Like it's a negative interest rate is very stimulative, or it should be, but that's also stuff like China hasn't necessarily done yet. That's like Japan and Europe. That's their experiment. It's amazing though. Yeah, SAP has had 2 days in a row. So this isn't, remember, Friday was a 6% gap up on SAP too. So it sucks. Those old plays came back. They're still dead. They're down like 20% still, but they were down a lot more. But I don't know, because now it's like, fuck. No, they're still down 40. The spread's fucked up. But yeah, if those come back, it's either you take whatever you have on them, or you might get a good earnings. Those might be able to push. Where's financials? XLF coming down a little. Again, SPY right below VWAP. I mean, last like hour or so has not been that bad, but I'm sure, the thing everyone's like, why is today like this? It's been what you've dealt with. But yeah, the chips back and forth. Old SAPs don't cover next earnings. Yeah, but you already got this earnings. So that's why we got you're getting a good move for now. But like I said, the problem is you either salvage what you have, or if it starts to get to that like 20% level, or you just keep riding it with because again, if the rest of the software goes, if the momentum can go back, I mean, that will have a different effect, more or less. Indie, Google, very real possibility. Indie is supplying Waymo. Oracle. America, deflation. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of theories, but I was thinking about it this weekend. It's a lot of what we're doing in this market now. But I encourage you guys to keep it simple. I really think, especially, I mean, it's complex, dude. There's so many things and so many inputs and probabilities and potential outputs. But at the end of the day, I really think with the sign of the times and where we are right now, this AI build out, where everything is, the crazy spending money, it's what we've been saying. We just have to be, I encourage you all to be patient and follow this idea, because I really believe it's the answer. It's just the timing and how you execute on it is going to be the hard part. But the answer is growth. That's it. Like I've told you, there's 3-4 different things priced in right now. The AI is going to work or not, but like the answer is growth. That's it. Whether we, again, inflation, deflation, whatever like crazy economy happens or doesn't happen, the answer is truly growth and productivity. That's what I'm saying. It's simple, and it just sucks because it's hard to wait to really find the answer with this. But like I'm saying, it's just like, yeah, if we grow out of these deficits, we grow out of these spending and the growth and productivity, that's the only thing that's going to outweigh rates and money supply and radical investment. It's just, that's the only way, is that we grow so much that everything becomes a new standard. It becomes a new level because we just truly are operating at a much higher gear. And then, yeah, if we don't, then we inflation, deflation, stagflation, oh, you fucking name it, whatever you want, dude. Get the whole menu. Get all of it. A QE fail, rates, NERP, non-NERP, rate, whatever you want. You bring it out. But at the end of the day, it's like it all comes down to growth. And yes, that's what I was saying. I mean, this ties in very well. I was from the beginning of the year, bro. Just big, beautiful bet, or beginning of last year. That's why Trump was very surprising in many ways. But I do think the answer of the markets, success or failure, you know, smooth economy, bad economy, I think it just all boils down to growth. FAA issues warning for Bahrain and Ford. No movement on Ford. Remember, Trump is going to the factory for the thing. Ford joins Army truck bid in competing tactical truck, marking its biggest military bid in decades. So remember, that was the first headline that got us into Ford a couple months ago. So that could be an update, but like keep in mind that was like the big one. But yeah, WSJ, that was at 928 though. So that one's a little bit behind. So yeah, that was the spike there on that one. GM, I think GM will probably be the same headline. Yeah. Well, they're bidding on it. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm sure Trump is going to. They're both working together. That could be a delayed headline in the next coming days, even for the rest of the day. And just remember, we're still in that same market, man, from last week. Like, again, getting things off the ground, you're still playing. Again, every day, so it's why is this? Why is that? Why is this? Blah, blah. It's in the middle, so we're still kind of in there. That's why even some of the momentum, you need things to get active. Do I short stocks? I have before. Yes. Tentative tender, 3-month bills, 2.2. The earnings are showing growth, yes. So yeah, that's why. Remember, that's why this week is so important. And next week, I mean, we have an idea of what these are. Like, so far, most companies have beat. It's looking good. I mean, a couple names did bad. All of the chips are amazing. But then at the same time, like, yeah, 30% reports this week, another 30% the next week. So those stories can change. But yeah, it's a matter of earnings doing good, the economic data, the employment not struggling, again, real incomes going up, stuff like that. That's where it's saying, you know, broader growth. Again, more productivity, being able to have, you know, GDP growth, have corporate profits, GDP, and the consumer growing and doing well. That's the whole, that's what we're looking for that growth answer. Oh, Rick. And DG. Enjoy it, baby. Early. But yeah, I mean, again, the most of the action, sadly, does not occur till Wednesday. CBOE flipped. Ice. Unban. QXO, it's up 3-4. I don't know if they were either a buyer or a buyee. But yeah, QXO. Isn't that the roofing company, or am I tripping? QXO. Wholesale distributors, waterproofing, and roofers. Didn't they buy someone? Completed acquisition of Top Build. Yeah, they've been doing pretty bad. Chad, it's already 9:48, man. The time is flying. This Monday did go by quick. I'm telling you. Even Friday was kind of quick. I think Thursday it was. It sucks that today was one of these little, weird back and forths with the, with again, leadership and chips and all of it. You can't wait for Philo. You're just hungover, man. That's it. You said it. The more you said this weekend was brutal. So now you waiting for Philo, man. Come on, bro. Repent. No, it's a good Philo. No, it's kind of surprising. It's a pretty I had an interesting weekend. If we pin it here, we might. You have a couple of scenarios. Just so think about it. Where you're back to flirting with the lows of last week, which was the lows of a couple weeks ago. But at the end of the day, you're either going to stay in this lower range or they're going to be right back up. Remember, one good day, one gap fill, one back here, you're talking within 2%, 1%, less than 1% of an all-time high. Goes down, then we open up the next range lower, which is still in the box, unfortunately. They've been buying up a bunch of material and construction. You're interested? CEO has a good track record. The price looks good, and again, I think it's at multi-year discount. I don't know what happened here though, so I have to look more into it. But it's a big company. It's $19 billion. These roofs, bro. Yeah, roofing. How often do we have major Mag 7 earnings in the same week? Kind of often. I think one of the last quarters that happened. So it's not all the time, but I feel like we just did this where I remember like Meta was the same day as the Fed. I think last earnings season. So it's not too crazy. But sad because with all the things going on and like I just said, we got an idea of how these earnings are doing. We're still going to hear from 70% of the market. So it looks good in the narrative, and it may be, sadly, that it could be the Fed has been giving us more of the air brakes than not. Because like I keep saying, even this point right now, this is all still the Kevin Warsh level, I believe. Yeah, we're like right below it or like right at it. So I do think maybe once we get after the Fed, maybe those earnings will get freed up a little bit more. But we did see the exact same thing happen last time. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I've seen it before with Mag 7 or big mega cap on the same day as the Fed. It's not too unusual. Earnings, Josh gone for a week, midterms, then 2027, then 2030. Time passes, I know. Before you know, bro, July is over. And like we were just talking about, if it closed right here, this would be one of the worst Julys for the NASDAQ in 20 years. But yeah, for the most part, we have that time is going to go, it's going to zoom. And SPY is coming down, unfortunately. So we are waiting. Donald Trump, Ford, or GM, technically, is going to the GM factories. But that's what we're waiting on. We heard a couple things on the war that moved it. One little daily was a dud. It's only down 1 penny though, so I think we'll rip that. Take my $3 loss. No, $6 loss. Fuckers. But yeah, that was gonna go. So again, you saw that little movement. Oil stayed down lower, but it's all the same. Why is low ticker pretty active? Am I tripping, or is that almost maxed out? The 5 minutes not, but 30-second and 1 minute on the low ticker. NASDAQ down 0.75%. SPY down 0.25%. Russell up 0.45%, and Dow is up by 0.2%. QXO IPO'd? Why did it look like that, though? I'll look into it, but yeah, I remember last time we were playing them with the buyout stuff. They took out a lot of debt recently. And they're raising a lot. Yeah, they bought Top Build for half of their market value. Fuck it. Jeez. So yeah, and they've done a lot of moves lately. It's interesting. We're almost at a 10-year mark for the long term. Yeah, you're a little bit more than halfway, but the time does fly. That's why I encourage, a lot of you guys, you've got to grow, but like you're still you. That's why I've always tell people, especially the new guys listening right now, you may not understand it, but why you should start a long term is because like before you know it, bro, so many years are going to fly by. The market may be new to you now, but as you get older, this market thing is going to be very common to you. That's why just get a long term now and make sure you are growing alongside it, because the time is going to fly. I'm telling you, it is going to fly. But yeah, get it early. Mediators see progress to halt Iran war as drone attacks rattle region. AP. Spy coming down. It's not the chips. You know that? It might be Mag 7, dude. Google coming down. Amazon's at the low. Meta was already low. So it's something else. Staples are holding. Financials down a little bit. So it could be that Mag 7. But yeah, like I'm saying, SPY's near the low, but this time chips aren't. So like last time we were at the low, SMH was drilling, and then we played the Mag 7 game. So look, you're into the low. Chips are halfway at the low, but now some of the other Mag 7 is starting to move. And you got oil a little lower too. And once again, oil down, market down. That kind of relates to that volatility stuff we talked about on Friday. Hot dog. FIS City. So yeah, I'm trying to see what's moving you. Again, it could be NVDA. NVDA's closer to the low. The rest of the chips aren't. Yeah. SpaceX, Russell. And you got random ass software just still going up. You'll probably even get a random staple popping too. Habibi. 736. So again, remember, this is all Friday or the Thursday close. Yeah, pretty much. And then 735.21, and then yeah, 735. Otherwise, a 729 and a 730. Not good. All the stocks Trump bought, if the market crashes, will it offset the gains he's had this year, or does he have to push to sell? Huh? I'm not following. Are you saying like government investments, or are you talking about his like form with all his personal investments? Because that, I mean, they say it's managed by an advisor, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if he, I don't know if he's going to keep buying and selling thousands of those stocks, but yeah, I'm still not following the question fully. He's not going to sell. He sold a lot of shit though. So he might, but is there some way you can write off losses without pushing to sell? Are you speaking personally, or are you speaking government-wise? This could mean a lot of things. I'm still not following. What's the market looking for to go up? Growth. I think growth, and then a little bit less, or a little bit more certainty, but, the other half of the S&P's earnings, if the other half of these companies can keep the story the same, I think we'll be good. And again, maybe we could develop a new story or new information. But yeah, I think the market's truly, ideally wanting more information or something new that we haven't been exposed to in terms of AI to policy and government. Oh, Mr. Batino. Mr. Long Term. You're asking, he bought stocks and the market has gone up, or the market has gone down, if it will help with the write-offs? Well, no, that's the thing. See, you might be missing it. The stocks are the write-off. So, I mean, if you do it the right way, I don't know, from what I read on his filing, that didn't seem like a tax strategy. It just seemed like, positioning and like a manager pretty much buying the S&P at a individual level and just kind of weighting it differently. That's the vibe that I got from it. But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if you play your cards right, if you structure it the right way, the stocks, you could write off the losses. So I don't think he cares about the unrealized loss. And if it was supposed to be a write-off, if you made money in other investments and those went up a lot, and then you have those other losers, I mean, then anything he's down on is technically the write-off if he does realize the loss. You can't write off unrealized losses. Not unless they start taxing us on unrealized gains. You know what I'm saying? Elizabeth. Gotta get it. Hey, man. No. Bro, CBOE, I had that up a couple times. It just woke up. Bro, can you guys believe it's already 10? Oh, we'll give it a little bit for some philo. Trimble on the up. It's Trimble. Do you really feel fly with no long term? You spent on a band on an option and died with it? Nvidia.com. So yeah, watch if SanDisk, Micron, Nvidia, they're all at different spots. Chips aren't at the low. It's like half the chips are coming down, little weaker Mag 7, same exact setup from the morning and things you have seen prior in all of the weeks before. Like those Remble bars. I try to do Tremble, because the stock TRMB. Trimble. It's Trimble. No? Okay. At least you kind of got it. Today's moving by super fast. That's why it's good though, because I mean, all of the exciting events happen on Wednesday. I mean, all the bigger earnings. We'll get a little bit more tomorrow. I think you get Bobo tomorrow morning, and a few others. So you're gonna get different parts of the economy. And then after that, just Wednesday. Wednesday, we're going to wait. Wednesday after the bell. And then Wednesday all day, we're going to be worried about Kevin Warsh. And again, I mean, people are still trying to bully the Fed a little bit. The war stuff calmed it down. But even, like I'm saying, 30% odds of a Fed rate hike coming into July are ridiculous. And I'll even tell you it's weird because here's where I come into disagreement. You guys know Michael Wilson, right? Bank of America or Mr. Hartnett. Is it Wilson Hartnett? I think Michael Wilson. But I've told you guys about him. You know those little Bank of America charts I show you? Let me see if I have one from last week. But like you guys I've told you, I've shared many ideas. I like the guy. He's been extremely accurate. So like you've seen these charts. Let me find one. Like you remember these charts, these little blue ones that I show you from Bank of America? These are usually Michael Wilson. Okay, so over the weekend in his note, this latest one, he said something very interesting that I disagree with. I've been disagreeing with it, but he didn't really make a point about it. He just said it should happen now instead of after. But he's pretty much saying that if Kevin Warsh is going to raise rates, it has to be at this meeting. Otherwise, why would you do it after September or even before September? So like I'm saying, I don't think it should even be a possibility of a rate hike this meeting. But yeah, some people keep flirting with the idea, regardless of, again, I think it's the pressure, regardless of oil or not. But still kind of cuckoo batshit that you have high 30% odds coming into it in 2 days with this environment. But yeah, people are talking about, again, this hike idea for 2 days from now. People will not get over it. People will not they're still kind of hanging on to it. And even some people have been pretty correct and I think are more reasonable, like Michael Wilson. They're floating the idea around. So I do think that pressure chilled out from over the weekend, but it's still really, really, really active. It still remains. It's odder. It still shouldn't happen, but you still have a weird amount of people who are still kind of clamoring for this hike on Wednesday. Nvidia's down 5. No way. Yeah, bro. Nvidia was green in the morning, you guys. So it closed at 205. You opened up at 208. You're at 195 right now. Hi. That DFNS stock, you guys like that. Guidewire. Hello, DFNS. I don't know if it's going to get halted again. That's up 130 now. That first pop was like 40 to 70, and now 70 to 130. Wow. It's not unusual to long term with anyone. It's not unusual to see me save 10. I hold for 10. Okay, sorry. Jackson Hole, neutral Fed, hawkish Jackson Hole. Maybe Jackson Hole was also a midterm year, but Jackson Hole was late. Powell tried to signal it at the beginning of the year and got a reaction, but the market went up. And that's actually the difference, because some people are bringing this up because it's like financial conditions and like asset prices. But like in 2022, Powell, he didn't like the asset prices bubbling. He kind of got in his way a little bit. Remember, when Powell and the Fed were talking financial conditions, it's because asset prices and stuff in the middle of the inflation was they were kind of concerned about it. That brings up the question, is Kevin Warsh concerned about the valuation of assets and high risk and speculation? And that's where kind of that comes into play. Because if he's not, then, it doesn't, matter really what the Fed or the market does, or even if the market kind of ignores his warnings. Because that's what happened in 2022. Powell was hawkish in the beginning. The Fed, they were not neutral. They actually took a stance early in the year. That's why, if you don't remember 2022, the market panicked at the beginning of the year. I don't know if you guys remember that. So remember 2022? Yeah. Remember, you sold off. This was those first couple meetings, March and April. Powell the Fed was not neutral at all. They were getting into the posture, and then we sold off ahead of. This was all prior to Jackson Hole. So look, you hit your low of the year, the first one, before Jackson Hole. Then it bubbled up again, and everybody ignored it. And then Jerome came back to remind you, no, we're committed to this. Fuck that. We're gonna smack you. And then that's when we hit the second low. So I do think you could think about Jackson Hole, but don't think that there was not a neutral Fed ahead of the Jackson Hole at all. Actually, I think even the price action in the market, they responded very, very differently. They just eventually the market got over it, but Powell was really concerned with asset bubbles and prices. He got over it after the banking crisis, ironically enough, but yeah, he that was his worry. And for now, we don't really know if it seems like homeboy Kevin Warsh does not care too much about it, or at least he mentioned it briefly, but it's not the biggest concern yet, is kind of the general vibe. 5-year auction, yeah, 439. Is it 10? Oh yeah, that was already later. I think it already came in. It was 4399. What was the when issued? CRM's going. See me not. I want the term. Double dip tap. New Gen Z report. Dude, I guess so. It's everyone's saying Gen Z drinks. But then you know what I realized though too? Old people never stop drinking. You guys know that, right? Holy fuck. I told you I got to hang out with my friend, and then I went outside with him, bro. Old people drink. People older than me and my age, I'm old people. They still drink. I didn't know that. They like really drink. So, but then again, the young people, they apparently like cocktails. So yeah, I'm down with tap. I'm just, I think we have a month, end of August for the ex-dividend. So it's either, if it goes up too much, I mean, if it goes back up here, we're up on it. So that's why I just give it some time. We're still collecting 4 or 5, but if that one's down ahead of ex-divvy, I think, and nothing else is up, I think a no-brainer. Yeah, we have till August 20. You have a month, pretty much. A month to let it fluctuate, and then again, just keep in mind ahead of ex-divvy. And then look at what Pfizer did. Pfizer gapped up a week ahead of ex-divvy, and then it had it dropped a pretty decent amount. But yeah, I'm looking at it. They can't stop. No, dude, for real, bro. Dude, I'm telling you. Like, bro, downtown San Diego is filled with like 30 to 50-year-olds who are just getting plastered. And they are still like, it's like a common thing. And like, they do it a lot. And that's why I didn't really realize that. I said, wow, the alcohol trends alcohol is getting held down by like boomers and millennials that actually like drinking. They are still, those guys never stopped, dude. Like I genuinely don't think they took a break, because it is pretty wild. It's like it's a pastime. It's a hobby, or it's a habit. Maybe that's a better way to put it. City, I keep seeing that dump. But yeah, we talked about they said cocktails. That's the sad part though. Because like I could see that. I could see Gen Z being more favorable to like cocktails than alcohol. They don't like I'm soft. They're soft too. They live beautiful iPad lives. You know what I'm saying? These kids don't want any struggle. Fuck that. Otherwise they'll protest for it, only if it's unrelated to them indirectly. But so they want a sweet drink. That makes sense. It really does. And that's that report. They were saying that Gen Z apparently drinks a bunch of cocktails. The biggest cocktail drinkers. The biggest, I'm telling you. They drink more cocktails than Scott Bessent. But it's a wow. I can't believe it. Either way. So yeah, the whole idea though, but that's the problem, is that the cocktail is not beer. And if that really is true, I think beer is fucked. I think, sadly, you know what the problem is with Gen Z? Gen Z, they don't realize how gangster they are. Because they don't like beer, but these motherfuckers will drink malt liquor. That's the funniest part. You know that? Because all of these drinks in a can, I'm pretty sure are technically malt liquor. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. All you guys who work in alcohol. I did a little back in the day, but I'm pretty sure all of these canned alcoholic sweet beverages, I'm pretty sure it's technically malt liquor when it's all said and done. Like, I do think so. That's why, like, I think the Cutwaters are malt liquor. That's why I think there's one, they have like vodka iced teas, the other one, the Trulies. Then you had the other wave. But yeah, so it's kind of crazy because they would opt for malt liquor than a beer. But then again, they like the taste. That it kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's why I'm like, damn, it's kind of nuts to think about. But yes, the trends. But I don't know if it's going to help out beer. Sadly, I don't think the younger people Beer is an interesting one. You barely drink at all. But yeah, you might be 12 still. That's the someone said that. They're like, yeah, well, Gen Z, they might not even be old enough to drink. Some of them are old, but some of them aren't. But that does make some sense. The World Cup reignited a lot of drinking. Yeah, I mean, it did, but the people were hyped on that, but it didn't. The trends were a little weird. That's what people were saying early on. That's why like Tap and Bud struggled a little bit during the World Cup. But yeah, I mean, again, the thing that's going around today, I just figured it out, or I learned about it earlier. You guys were there, and then some people bringing it up. But there's a trend, or there's an article going around saying that Gen Z alcohol trends, like the narrative is changing pretty much. Well, it's the first one set of data does not make a trend, but it starts with one set of data. So essentially, they've been trying to, what's it called? They've been there. It seems like the narrative might be slowly changing with alcohol. Think about it. What have we talked about for the last 5 years with alcohol? Maybe 4 years, especially as we've been buying Tap. The whole thing is, what do you bring up alcohol? They say Gen Z doesn't drink. Bring up alcohol, Gen Z doesn't drink. Bring up alcohol, alcohol's dying. Wine, beer, that's been the story. That's why I even told you when you guys would always ask me why I bought Tap. They said, why did you buy Tap? Because alcohol's dead. And I said, that's exactly why. Because that has been priced into the stock. Everybody knows about it. The stocks are dead. Yeah, they brought up Ozempic. They brought everything. That has been the narrative consistently for the last several years. But now, like I'm saying, today was the first story where people are like, Gen Z alcohol trends on the rise. Gen Z now the biggest consumer of cocktails. So you get what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know if it's going to change the whole narrative, but it's definitely, today was your first like positive narrative shift in alcohol stocks in several years. I mean, when was the last time we have had a conversation about an alcohol trend going up? So they're asking if I would buy Tap, and I still like Tap. It is still below book value. Again, their value did change too. Keep that in mind. But we have a month ahead of Divvy, so I would keep that on watch because, and if that narrative does change, oh, even better. Why is Fortinet dumping? They're green, but see if Cyber, again, you did have that Google stuff earlier, but I don't think all of Cyber wasn't doing too bad. But yeah, Palo Alto and Fortinet selling off. Trump demands Senate cancel August break until it passes voting bill. Is that data correct? Maybe vodka companies? I don't know. I mean, I think all of it will help. I mean, regardless, like I'm saying, deep down, it doesn't really benefit beer if it is cocktails, but just keep in mind, it's the first narrative shift, but it hasn't been solidified yet. You need people to keep saying this. You need it to really become a trend, and then ultimately you need it to show up in sales, right? Like I'm saying, all it is so I wouldn't build a whole theory off of this now, because in a weird way, if you have been following along with Tap, I mean, we've been talking about this. That's why I said it. Just at the very least, it's valuable because it was already priced in. But yeah, you would need like a consistent trend and development, a real turnaround before this becomes something like, yo, these are the because they're all killed, dude. They're all multi-year lows. So you could get alcohol exposure easy at a great price, but the real thing that's going to do it is ultimately a change in the sales, but all you need is the trend. All you need is that, but we've heard the opposite of what we've been talking about today for the last 3 years consistently. So if the other thing can start to be more consistent, I don't know if you want that. You want to hear about more kids drinking, you know what I'm saying? Or, oh, wait, they do like alcohol, or alcohol's not as bad as we were thinking. That's when those stocks are going to start kicking into gear. But then it's like, if we hear this a couple times, the data doesn't get more favorable, and then they have another year of struggling sales, I mean, everyone's going to go back to the alcohol is dead narrative. Just one smash country hit away. I know, dude. But didn't that one song, pour me up a double shot of whiskey? I'm about to start singing F-350. But you know what I'm saying? The guy, like, you would have thought that would have boosted alcohol, but nah. Again, alcohol that's murdered. Oh, Marcus Hananalin at the low. That means he cashed out. My guy. Big money. You need a beer one? I mean, if you want me to use my propaganda skills I don't know. I don't know if we should do it to pump Coors Light. I don't know. Gotta be patient. The younger Gen Z drinks a lot. Well, yeah, I mean, sadly, I think the problem is I think they do harder drugs. But, like, again, it's just the people still love everything else. But like I was saying earlier, I think we downplayed the older people. I think we downplayed the people who have been holding down the rest of the market for alcohol. Because they don't stop drinking. They don't. So, I mean, here we are. Bro, service now. 8%. Habibi. The guy that divorced his wife after a country song? No, that was reverse. Was that Oliver Anthony or whatever? That one song with the politicians? Remember when that went viral? Yeah, so he hit big, and then his wife divorced him. So then it was the other way around. He should have wrote a follow-up, because the whole thing was like how the government keeps robbing him. You know what I'm saying? Then he gets paid fat off of it, and then his ex-wife takes the other half. Like, come on, that's not. There is a song in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he should, I don't know. It would be hard to tap into, though. A Chauvet Pie. The local craft beer companies. I mean, I don't know if you guys, San Diego. So they call it the beer belt. You know how there's a Bible Belt in the South? So Southern California, they call the beer belt because those like craft beers and all of that. But then again, I mean, that trend is taken off, but the broader trend is still in decline. Stocks of crude in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve fell 3.7 million barrels to 307 last week, the lowest since 1983. He did write it. It's called Scornful Women. Oh, no way. Oh, shit. So he did do it. Yeah, okay. Wow, what an artist. See, that's what I was saying. I was like, bro, there's a song in there. You got to tap into that. It'd be difficult, but, yo, what? No fucking way. I need to go listen to that then. I want to see. Is it good? I hope he's doing okay. Did I tell you guys the Taylor Swift tinfoil? I told my girlfriend the tinfoil, and she loved it because my girlfriend's a Taylor Swift fan. So, and then I had to rebuke my girlfriend and throw holy water at her for supporting that witch. But that's another topic. But either way, did I tell you the tinfoil about Taylor Swift? You guys don't know this is the best tinfoil I probably have all year. You know that? This is the best tinfoil, sadly. So Taylor Swift got married the day before 4th of July. You guys know that? Remember the wedding? So yeah, she did that so she could plan her album after she gets a divorce. So that she could get divorced, and then the next day is called Independence Day, and then that's going to be her album when she breaks up. It's all marketing, dude. So I know, yeah, there you go. I rest my case. Thank you. I'll be here till 1 p.m. Eastern. Or no, Pacific. Mm-hmm. It's great. Fidelity. So the brokers started popping up later. Later in the day. We're at the low, like I said. That second half was half Mag 7 and then half chips. FAA issues ground delay for Newark Liberty due to staffing. Again, brokers, high-low tickers balanced. You got half up, half down. Unfortunately, again, the balance between Mag 7 and then those chips. Still a couple names going up. Yeah, Adobe, Intuit, really like beating down software. A couple beating down tech names. Did extreme. Yo, PHG! There you go. That's 3.5. It's a liquid. Oof. There's one good one. That 20 center on there. Not the one at 30 on the ask, but it's a little tough, dude. That 20 center, I don't know when that trade came in. So that could be an old dead contract, essentially. Yeah, see, that's the only one with a negative. The 31 is jacked up, though. Dude, that 31, you already paid 100. But then the other one's coming down. I didn't touch it. That's just 3%, though. Let me check. PHG. Orange Marison to form data center JV targeting 400 megawatt capacity. Who's that? Orange and Morrison? Who's it? Orange and Morrison? PHG is Philips? So it's like medical devices. It's European. And then Orange Morrison. Who's Orange Morrison? Who is Orange Morrison, brother? I have no idea what that is, but it's some new data center. Orange Morrison. I think it's two companies. I think Morrison is a different. Unless they mean Philip. Oh, check Rocco? Or is that what's Asian? Fuck me. Yeah. There's a foreign ticker. Orange moron, Donald Trump, more like it. Fuck you, Donald. Oh, sorry. Okay, GM, is Trump live? Yo, GM. So again, that's where Trump is going. And the earlier headlines, it's going to be all about, what's it called? The government making automobiles, or like, these automobile companies making government equipment. Oh, yeah, there's videos up, but he ain't there yet. Well, actually, should I knock out a Philo real quick? I don't want to wait for Donald Trump. Fuck that. I think we should. You think it's in 40? Yeah, we should knock out a Philo. I'm down with it. But yeah, watch the auto companies again. You just had PHG. Another headline about a data center, but it's French. It's a French orange Morrison. I think we could rip a Philo real quick, dude. Just a quick Philo, dude. You know? Philo, can't you see? Sometimes the long term hypnotize me. I just love 10%. Yeah, GM's still going. All right, baby. Well, Philo at the lows. I mean, remember, last in earnings, man, Philo hit or miss, man, hit or miss. But it is 10:30. Let us begin.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for a Philo. So I hope your day is good. I hope you are excited. I hope you care about your future. And I hope you kill desperation. It's disgusting. You know that desperation has never helped you. Never gotten you anywhere. Desperation is a repellent. So watch out. Okay? But, oh, I have a good one today. It's a very interesting. It's interesting where my mind took me this weekend. Very interesting. I wasn't pooping my brains out, so that was good. But, oh, I got one. Do you know who said this? I have been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Do you know who said that? Does that sound, have you ever heard that? I have been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Who do you think said that? If you know, extra, I'll give you your brownie points if you know. You could probably Google it, but that's not fun. Have you heard this? Well, this phrase, it comes from a man named Leonardo da Vinci. You might have heard about him. Leonardo da Vinci. This was one of his quotes. Dog, the Mona Lisa. Dog, Leo was a weirdo. And that's, did you know he was kind of weird? Did you know Leonardo da Vinci would, take apart bodies so he could study how muscles looked so that he could paint them? Do you know he did this? That's a quote. This quote was around the time he was designing flying machines, doing the Mona Lisa, mapping the human nervous system, and creating and developing the early canal systems. All at the same time. You know that, right? He didn't do a lot of stuff in order. Have you thought of it? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you've studied Da Vinci. Do you realize he was doing all this crazy stuff? He was a weirdo. But he was also doing all of these different things, not sequentially, not, I'm going to build the flying machine. I'll do the Mona Lisa after I discover the canal. Oh, after I do that. No, all of it. So again, this is his quote. His quote, I have been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Very weird. But he believed this philosophy. He was doing a lot of stuff. You know what the interesting part about Mr. Da Vinci? He had to. In an odd way. He was actually an illegitimate child. So growing up around that time, he wasn't he didn't have the same opportunity for school, the same professions. It was different. He didn't have his father's name. So you got to think about it, bro. A lot of the early world it said no to him. His whole thing, he's like, okay, I'll just teach myself. But not only teach, I'm going to do it. He started doing it. Like I'm saying, the way he studied, apparently he would study waves and just stare at them till he could recall the wave patterns from memory. Again, he would go and take apart bodies in the middle of the night just to see the intricacies of muscles. Again, but why did he have to do this? So he was obsessed and he was fascinated, but then at the same time, his general lifestyle didn't offer him the same opportunities. This was a curiosity. And then it's the beauty of Da Vinci, man. It wasn't just the curiosity. It wasn't the art, the studying. It was being curious and then acting on the curiosity. Do you understand me, Chad? I'm telling you right now, I hope some of you develop this special gift. Always stay curious. I hope you ask questions. I love asking a good why. But then I hope you have the curiosity to be curious, but then move in it. It was simple. Da Vinci didn't have teachers. You know, who taught Da Vinci? His background, they didn't like him. Who taught him? How did he do all of this stuff? All at the same time. He didn't have teachers. Da Vinci had questions. And he had questions that he refused to let stay unanswered. So, that, my friend, is your job. If you could develop that, oh my goodness. Man, if you could just have one question in this life that you refuse to let stay unanswered, that right there you go. That could fuel you for your whole entire life. You know that, right? Oh, y'all playing with me, bro. It's amazing if you have multiple. It's amazing if you got fueled by, and you let your curiosity drive you to good decisions, hopefully. But even if you had one question in this life that you said, I'm going to refuse to let this be unanswered. Literally, how about the mystery of money? The mystery of wealth? Pick whatever you want. If you just had one, you said, I'm going to not let that, I'll figure it out. I am determined to find this answer. I'm not going to let this go by without knowing why or how. That, my friend, was Da Vinci. So again, like I said, I was on a lot of history this weekend. And then the Da Vinci, and I was looking at some other philosophers. And then, we arrive at America. I'll give you one quote. OG American quote. John Quincy Adams. You know who that is? He said, duty is mine. Results are God's. Big war guy. John Quincy Adams. Kind of crazy. His whole idea, it was in God's hands, but it wasn't. He was not this, again, the early founding fathers that shaped things. You hear God a lot. But their whole philosophy was amor fati, let it happen, all these other things. But John Quincy Adams specifically placed a heavy emphasis on the duty. As long as you give it your all on what your duty is, then the results are in God's hands. There is no, it's in God's hands, but I did not do as much as possible on my duty. Did I not fulfill exactly what I am required to? But that was his whole take. The duty is mine, results are God's. It's kind of like Jim Rohn, my brother. You don't need to learn how to make a tree. You know that? You're going to make a money tree one day. You're never going to have to worry about how the roots grow. You're not going to worry about how to put the roots together, build the wood. How do I teach it? How do I teach my tree how to breathe? And guess what? No one taught you how to breathe. Oh, my amnesis. Think about it. Isn't that weird? So, I hope you're feeling me on this. But the duty is yours, Chad. The duty is yours. The results are in God's hands. And invert it. If you go say, if it's in God's hands, my brother, did you live up? Did you fulfill your duty? Oh, if you did, now we're talking. So the two things I'm going to show you now, I got two. I'm going to give you one. You've heard it before. I've heard it, though, again, and I'm telling you, I let out I'm heard this, and I said, I've already heard this. But I was still screaming. I was still getting hyped. And then I got another one to wrap it up with. So, let me give you a nice Jim Rohn. Jimmy!
Here's the next attitude disease. Overcaution. Some people never will have much. They're too cautious. Now, you can also be too reckless, but you can also be too cautious. And my caution was always the risk. Risk used to drive me right up the wall. I used to say, what if this happens? It's called the language of the poor. What if this happens? And on top of that, if this was to happen, look at the fix I'd be in. I better not try. Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive. Here's the next attitude disease. Overcaution.
I love it, dude. That's what I said. I heard it again, and I was like, damn. Damn, bro. Just, can I remind you? It's all risky. You know how risky life is? You're not getting out of it alive. So why are you playing scared, dog? Well, I'm not talking stock market. I'm talking everything. Everything. Then you're not going to make it out alive anyways. I hope you guys are picking up on the theme between you better watch your back, you better snipe, you better be smart, all of this, you know what I'm saying? But don't you dare fall for inaction. Don't you dare fall for your virtue of patience turning into the thing that holds you back. I hope you hear me. Because it's all going to be risky, bro. You're always going to, should I not do it? Oh. But that's the way, but again, if you think it's going to, I think you should acknowledge all risk, and then you go. So I'm saying risk doesn't stop you, but you should be aware of it. If you use risk to do nothing, that's not good. That's the difference. I talk a lot about risk. I could tell you every risk on anything we're investing. Doesn't mean it's going to stop us, but you should know it. But you have to move. And that's oh my goodness. If you think it was expensive to not try it or to do it, what imagine the cost of not doing it. My guy, if you think it was risky to invest, straight up, it's simple. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, wait till you get the bill for not investing. What do you think has happened to all of us in here? Everybody who's got a long-term, that's what they did. They either started it and then they got the rest of the bill and they're like, what the hell? Or they got in the market, they didn't invest, and then they got the bill and they're like, what? If I just... So yeah, man. Don't fall for inaction. That's what I'm saying, man. This is a beautiful skill. Imagine what we said, man. Lord, give me the awareness to just know the line between over-ambitious and in a non-virtuous patience and inaction. If you just knew that, you'd be a sniper. You'd do everything. So Chad, it's all gonna be risky. Make a move, man. And at the same time, be wise. Fulfill your duty. Fulfill your duty. But then to get all of this, trying, the risk, you got to do something with your hands. You know? Think about it. Even Da Vinci, get curious. You're going to try. So yeah, man. It's hard to get off the ground if you're scared of it. But now, here's the last one. And this one's an interesting one. And I do hope it speaks to some of you. Both your long term, with how you're going to show the long term to those in your family. You know, a lot of people have asked me about this one. And it answers it. And I've even seen it. I think you could even see it. There's been times with some of y'all I have taught you. There's other times I give you an example. You got to think about this on how you receive what you are taught and what examples you follow. And then you need to understand this, because people are being taught and following your example. Miles.
There are folks who always want to tell you what to do, eh? But they never want to live it before you. Imitate me. Boy, don't smoke. Don't be like me. That's a teacher. Don't smoke like me. That's a teacher. That's not a father. A father imitates it. He doesn't smoke. Are you still with me? A father doesn't point the way. He leads the way. Yes. We have many instructors, very few fathers. Fathering is hard work. Fathering takes time and energy. It takes planning. Sometimes you become nervous. You don't know what to say to your daughter or your son as a father. You feel a little bit intimidated because they are now 25 or, maybe 30. You're afraid. Hey, you still got to be the guide. There are folks who always want to tell you what to do, eh? But they never want to live it before you. So imitate simple. Me.
Do you get it? Do you see why I'm showing you this? 'Cause I loved it. I never thought about it that way. Because at times, I told you, how many times have you heard me say that? I have said that. I've said, don't do this. Don't be like me. Don't do that. I've taught you. I've literally said, don't be like me and do that. Don't be a little degenerate and don't do that. Don't make the same mistake. Avoid your taxes. Don't do that. It's different. Versus, hey, look, imitate. That's why, like the long term, that's that you could see by example. I have slowed my ass down to show you that, step by step. But like I'm saying, think about how you process info, right? I might teach you, I might give you examples. Great. What about you? So now think about you in your life. What example do you give, and what are you teaching? Because it's happening too, whether you accept it or not. You are setting an example, and you are teaching some people. Some people you align with, you say, do that. Or you say, no, don't do that. And then some people, you have guides, or you're following theirs. And again, all of you who are parents, I'm telling you. I said, bro, one thing, man, all of y'all, anybody, whether you're a parent, anything. I told you, amount of people that have told me so far this year, they're like, my significant other, I'm getting them a long term. I told you guys, the number one thing, you're not going to, anything I have shown you, you mother effer, you cannot teach it to anybody. You could only show them. I don't know why people don't understand this. That's the whole point. Do you see it? I can show you and teach you the long term, but guess what? You want your parents, your family, your friends, my guy, you're not going to teach them. The way you're going to do it is be an example. We don't need a teacher. We need an imitation. We need a model. What did I gave you a model portfolio. You could imitate it. Do you see where I'm saying? Some of y'all, you want to go and impact your children. You want to impact the people close to you. And you're like, how? How do I do it? Show them. I could teach you something. I could show you something. The stuff that translates the best is when it is shown. So, Chad, your long term will not be a game that is, you can't teach it. It's not going to be, here, do this, do that, but I didn't do it. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? It's the obvious child question. Whether you're an adult or the child, you know this is the question. You come say long term, you say future, anything, right? And it's like, okay, well, show me it. You can't tell me it. How come if you're telling me and you know so much, how come you're not, where is it? And I think some of you will see. And if you ever don't know the answer, you don't know the right answer. What are you going to do? Sometimes I have never raised a child. I could only imagine trying to tell them the right answer. Again, some of y'all make big decisions. I try my best to help. But think about that. What if you don't know what to do? What if you don't know the right answer? So I'm saying you fall back on it. Oh, you fall back on being the example. I may not know the right answer, but I know if this is what I got to, this is exactly what I could fall back on. So I tell you, I think I said it last week. I was like, dude, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the world. Inflation, deflation. But I know the answer. Again, the long term is something to fall back. Again, the diversification, certain principles. Those are examples I've seen ahead of me that I've learned to follow and that I will give you to follow. I hope you imitate it. Don't learn it. Imitate it. Imitate, hold for 10 years minimum. Don't imitate exactly what I buy. Imitate the principles. Again, the dying art of the long term. Oh, I hope they feel me. So, Chad, there is a difference between teaching and example, between a teacher and a father. Again, there is a difference between knowing and doing. There is a difference between results that you have lived up to the duty you committed to and not. And my guy, everything is going to be risky. The bill for inaction, always worse than the bill of being incorrect or being wrong or even going too soon. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream-a-Lots. It gives this song first for some reason. Let's run it. I'm down.
Hey, for real though, what are you doing this for? Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit up.
It took a while to get here. Told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, you meet the maker. I'm a weirdo. Study coaches, ran the planet. Learned the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine. I learned working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score, ain't worry about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you been before. I'm just trying to live my life, watch all the seeds I'm planting grow. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business and constituents, some words that make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube, now the youth is trying to be me now. So, take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise, so you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade it. Support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Dre said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay to find. Do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in, this one encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money, you start coming in. Make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. Yeah, I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dream. Me like for real, you telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes.
Macedonia is 11, dude. Super early and late at the same time. But we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. We're here. Welcome to Monday. You're getting closer, dude. That's it. Every day. I hope you embrace it, man. Every day of bullshit. Every day of pain. Every day of 7 hours to nowhere. We're still going somewhere. So just keep that. That's why I say, oh, bro, it's... Oh, man. Oh, man. It's exciting. It's exciting. Philo kind of worked. The biggest stability of the day was around Philo. I'll take it. I'll take it. God bless you, man. And good morning. Good afternoon. I hope you guys got long terms. Oh, I hope you're ready. You got bright futures ahead. You gotta like want it though, you know? That's what I've been on. You know, I've seen it, bro. The people I've seen want it, they've gotten it. And they're excited. So I'm just telling y'all, man, it's there. In everything, you go through it. Through the 7 hours. You go through any bullshit. If it comes out of the fire, it is gold. It is gold. So, amen, man. But other than that, I mean, unless the market moves, I'm assuming it's probably going to be the same setup that we've kind of been dealing with, and chips and all of that. And maybe we'll get, some leadership. We are going to get Trump sooner rather than later. Oh, no, he's there. Oh, shit. What? That was dope. Yeah, bro. I just saw race cars. I'm such a little kid.
All right, to wrap up this.
Yeah, I don't know. They just zoomed by. That was dope. Like, oh, dude, and then IGV on the high, and Zscaler even popping up finally. But yeah, Microsoft, GitLab. Yeah, what was that? That was worth it, bro. Dude, did you see that? Look, they're like watching cars race. I clicked on it and it just fucking zoom, zoom, zoom. So yeah, I don't know.
Versus high octane horsepower, silence first thunder. Lead 5, strap it in, and let's send it.
Let's send it. I don't like that. Man, I want to hear it, but they got this music in the background. Is that trucks? How the president have more free time than me? Nah, bro. This is all fucking... What? You'll see it, bro. He starts naming... You could tell when he starts doing his, like, he names the companies or who's there. And, like, you could tell who he don't know. And he just like, and this person, great guy, he made the I like, and his wife, his wife loves him now. She didn't before, but now I said, wow, look at that. This is the promo tour, bro. This is it. That's it. This is honestly the only thing, like, Trump was like, fuck it, we'll get into a war with Iran. And then he was like, I'll just go on some rallies, maybe. That's to give us a fighting chance for midterms. I think that's about it. But yeah, this is work. This is work. Oh, why did they cut it out? Oh, yeah, show me a Z.
Yeah, fuck that. Give me a Hummer. Fuck you, GM. I thought we were boys. You let Donald fucking put his slimy hands on that? Fuck you. It's war. It's on sight. If I ever see a fucking Hummer again, I'm gonna turn into a Cybertruck, light it on fire. Fuck you.
Thanks, everybody. That's the event today.
No shade? Yeah. Yeah, I thought this exactly without shame. You and Donald Trump and GM. This was my fucking show. I was the one who brought
the union address.
All right. So I guess he's there, but he's not doing a speech, I guess, yet. That's funny. Yeah. They're like running all around for some reason. PHG. That's on the low now. Bro, we saw that 4% candle up and then that turned 2% down. Something's happening with that. And then QSR still. Wild's up 25%, candle at the high. Meta is drilling, dude. My goodness. Google, Microsoft report record number of software bugs as US says known cyber vulnerabilities set to far exceed 2025 total. Oh no. But yeah, I mean, they all started. Cyber went up on that headline. Again, we saw Fortinet and what's it called sell off though. Yeah, cyber's been up. I mean, again, software, it's doing good. It's sad. I mean, software in cyber, just cyber could do, it still relies on chips, but not the same way. But yeah, I mean, if you get chips down, I mean, software seems like it usually does good on these days. So that's the only thing I chalk it up to. But that headline didn't. Cyber was already kind of up. Again, PHG, that one was crazy, actually. They flipped that one. And then, yeah, I don't know if we're going to hear Trump. All of the cameras cut off. A GM plant where they flipped him off. Oh, it might have been. Yeah, he went to one of those plants, I remember. And then didn't he flick the guy off? And he said, you. And he pointed at him. Oh, dude, I forgot. Bro, this year. Dude, so much has happened this year already. How do you feel about CoreWeave as a potential long-term pickup? Not really down, but that's why I'm so glad with the shit that, you know, I tried to show you guys an example, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, look, you guys, like, I could buy dog shit too. So I think Corsair is actually a lot better than, CoreWeave. But yeah, like I said, if you want to take risk, it's a play, does not meet the rules. Again, I would try to make it meet the rules, like in the sense of 10 years minimum, profitable, shit like that, you know, but like it may be up on the year. May not be the best value per se, you know, it may not be a price I'd like. You play it with positioning. I'm telling you, the sizing of it, don't let it turn into a problem. So if your portfolio could support growth, you know, and you need it depending on your cash level and you want to take that risk, just do not go big. And then you can't do it all the time. That's the thing. So what I showed you guys with Corsair, you can't just throw out 50 small plays and let it make up 50% of your portfolio, you know? It's just, so there is still somewhat of a limit, and you got to keep that in mind in the future. But, you know, if you have other good stuff, you want to build around it, and you like it, I mean, it's just all going to boil down to position size. So that's how I feel about it. So CoreWeave, I mean, I think it's interesting. I just think it's, again, it was a very cheap IPO, moved up a lot, and they're still kind of, you know, one of these newer names. But if I was going to take the risk, I would do it very, very small. Well, it's cyber vulnerabilities, not like bugs. So they're saying like vulnerable software that could be hacked. Like what happened pretty much with AI and Mythos. It was just like there was a lot of vulnerabilities that just never got fixed because nobody would have looked for them. That's why if it was like human hackers, they wouldn't, it's not worth, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. And then if you could deploy a bot to go find every little tedious vulnerability, that's pretty much what AI has opened up the door to. So it'd be bad because then if a bunch of bots were more, you know, malicious and wanted to attack, they could do it. But then now they, you know, the Fable, the Mythos, they just scanned a lot of these things and they're like, oh, look, here's a vulnerability nobody cares about because nobody would have cared to look to begin with, but we're a computer and we looked at everything. So yeah, and that's kind of where we're at with it. But until then, we haven't reached the point yet. There was one, we've noticed the uptick in cyber attacks, but there was one crazy AI bot attack that happened at the beginning of the year. But ever since then, I mean, things have kind of chilled in a weird way. as though people have talked a lot about mythos. It's not as if there hasn't been anything glaring. I mean, I'd argue we've even went this full year without a big major hack. So, I mean, there's been these like ransomware ones, but what was the biggest hack so far this year? Now that I think about it. FFIV. ACN still up there. Now Microsoft, I mean, NVIDIA hasn't hit a low. It's kind of crazy, though. You've gotten some decent moves here, but, like, bro, SPY still, I mean, you're one 10-minute rigged away from either VWAP or going down further. But, yeah, Microsoft's up 3. Kind of crazy. For every 1% we lose, WTI, I know. Telling you, bro, just get used. You're gonna be shocked. All of you guys with the oil, if the oil shit's still racking your brain, just like I've said, this is where I've said it so many times, but I don't think people understand the implications. So if you think oil doesn't make any sense, just get ready, because like I'm telling you, if we don't have a quicker resolution, people are pricing in theories of no oil out of Hormuz till the end of 2027. Are you guys hearing me? Because like what I'm trying to tell you is that is getting priced into oil markets over the last couple days. So all the weird stuff you've seen with oil, it's only going to get weirder. So unless there's an easy answer with no conflict, but like I'm telling you, there is theories and pricing and expectations now to a degree. There's people, investors, the world, and other think alternatives and other, you name it, but there is people expecting this type of oil scenario until the end of 2027. So imagine today, not till then past Christmas, and then to the next Christmas. What if the Strait of Hormuz was closed? That is what people are talking, pricing, and that's the only other alternative. Not the only one, but pretty much. If we don't have a decent resolution back to what we were dealing with in the 60s, something of that nature, where if Iran can't take a good deal, that's a good deal, then yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If this if you already think it's weird and things not looking up, but the market's already digesting this to a degree. The market is kind of getting under this impression. So that's why I'm saying it's only going to get worse and a worse dislocation. But you've already seen the 120 oil, the 20% of the flows get shut down and kind of the effect. But then again, you also see how everything's playing out. There's many ways it goes, but yeah, so that's why I'm still not like a big believer in all this. It sucks. That's why I said I'll take it seriously when the gauges heat up and you got to go back and forth. But yeah, I wouldn't let all this shit rack your brain too. There's too much bigger stuff all at the same. It's all of it at the same time, and that's why that whole growth thing is kind of the ultimate answer of where we'll end up. So I don't think oil in the answer. I don't think the Hormuz decides where we end up, sadly, because it's, even though it does make up a lot of energy, it's not there's just too many competing things right now in the market. And with more money, I mean, just quite simply, I think there's more money on the line with data centers than oil, just pound for pound right now. If that gets well, that's what I'm saying. Just, I mean, oil could still move very volatile, but just keep in mind that, like, when it's all said and done, this thing of, like, it just may not act as crazy as you would expect. So it's just kind of like the AI. Everything's been so expected with AI. That's why all of a sudden, once the momentum stopped or once it started getting into, wow, this is all good, they all sold off. So oil, like I'm saying, it might even get, you may think this shit gets shut down for another 6 months, and then people are like, why isn't it going up higher? It'll be kind of one of those vibes. Trump, Netanyahu to cover Iran, Abraham Accords. Well, well. Oracle. Yeah, VIX actually had 19. Remember the other day? VIX was at like 17 or 18. Silver and gold on the low right now. Trump and Netanyahu to discuss Russia war with Zelensky. ACHC on the low. Habibi down 6. Habibi. Data centers are for underground cities to power them. Wow, it's a good 10. You may be dumb, but you showed SoFi on the video. Pro or con? I don't know. Let's see. Let's take a look. Josh answers live.
And I am very ashamed. It is up on the year. It's low quality. I top blasted it, and a lot of things are wrong with it, even though it has been around for 10 years, and it's actually a product that I use. But that's the whole point. I do like Corsair for a few reasons. It meets a lot of the basic rules, but I do see this as a lesson on taking risk and disagreeing.
So he's talking
you do
about
not have to buy what I buy,
You don't have
and
to
we
buy.
are probably going to disagree on what
So we're going to disagree on
is a good stock.
On what is a good stock. And then SoFi is the only thing taking up 100% of the screen.
And maybe if we do agree,
And then that's it. Then maybe if we do
but we
agree.
believe one has risk and you want to take that.
So yes, I'm interpreting this as Josh saying SoFi is a flaming hot piece of garbage. That's why he said. But then he said, we'll disagree. We may not agree on what is a good stock. So you don't have to agree. And even if you wanted to do it, there's a principle in mind to how you would go about doing it. So yeah, I don't like SoFi. Not a fan. The Bob El-Mendab. That's how it's going to get interesting. They were posting Bob El-Mendab crossings last week. So that could be the next round. Now you're going to be tracking ship oil data from two sides. Tesla, Microsoft on the low. TBN, the Mattel. Where's Staples actually? Staples ended up okay. I was like, no way. Staples actually just got some volume not too long ago. But yeah, those are holding up. IGV was just ripping last 10 minutes. But like I said, I mean, a lot of moving pieces. And even though we stabilized after Philo, it just, yeah, you're not too much. You don't really have too much cushion. And then it's like chips are like still right off the lows. The Mag 7. Still, Meta keeps drilling. Google came down a little bit. Again, Microsoft was up for a second with IGV. And then oil, 82. My brothers don't dance. We just SoFi pop. SoFi pop. I don't know. SoFi. It's an interesting one. Tractor Supply. Can I see the long term? Give me the long term. Is it Don? Where is Donald? He has not even made his speech. It's 11:20. Very early. Again, low ticker is picking up. Yeah, long term's great today. Oil. So like I was saying earlier, I mean, remember that first Trump pop, his first comments brought it down, but the SPY got 0 follow through. And then, yeah, oil and energy names are on the low, but a couple of Mag 7 and the DJT. The meeting is scheduled to coincide key Senate on Russia sanctions. PGR, Progressive, and then PBF. Dude, look at the chips, man. The Marvel, Intel. This is very rough, man. But yeah, oil coming down, that's the only good thing, but like straight up, oils came down all day, so is the SPY. I don't know if this is what you're looking for. We did talk about Ritcut odds a lot earlier. It just, they chilled out, but still kind of elevated on the week. We'll see how that ends up playing. Again, a couple financials, and not like brokers are doing good. CBOE keeps climbing, but XLF, they gave up, but they're kind of matched up. And then Staples are doing really good. If y'all went as hard with the off-market properties, you'd never ask a SoFi again. The paradox. Leviticus, man. Just listen. It's okay, man. You take them. The harvest is plenty. The workers are few, brother. You have no idea, man. I want to scream to your comment because it has so much truth in it. They don't feel, bro. They don't feel. If you knocked on a door for every time you thought about SoFi, you would never buy SoFi. You'd be buying a brand new home right now. I'm telling you, you buy a lot of things. It is quite the paradox. We should call it the SoFi paradox. Some data suggests Saudi hasn't had actual oil days thanks to their Red Sea. I heard that actually over the weekend. I don't know how believable or true it is, but yes, they're saying that all of the the ship data when you're seeing the Strait of Hormuz and like the ships moving, they're saying none of that is counting the Red Sea activity. So then they're pretty much saying that there is a fuck ton of Saudi oil that has been moving this whole time. Hence why some of these like oil moves, even when 120 and even that quick little peace deal, it dropped so much and like things moved a lot faster. Some people are assuming that could be why. But yeah, I did hear about that. I just don't know if that's how legit it is. But yeah, but pretty much there is that bullish theory that says the Saudis are moving way more oil than any of the data is suggesting right now. Every day Ramzin is a good job though. They make you make a long-term grow. Okay, IGV. No, it wasn't Microsoft. And the Dabe. How much is a Dabe up from the low? Oh, that's up 20%. Yeah, those beaten down software, the real beat. Remember, Intuit still might be the worst name on the S&P. You guys know that, right? So Intuit so far this year, at least as of last week it was. No, EPAM and CSGP. So it's the third worst on the year. But yeah, last week Intuit was the worst on the S&P 500. Well, good for you, man. Proud of you. Dino? Bro, why is DJT popping? So it's been doing this for like 30 minutes. eBay Ecom Manager? Oh, no way. Are you working with eBay or is it like a outside sales position? That's dope. That's good. More long term, brother. Come on. I love a long term, you know, brother? I love a long term. I know, we got it working too, man. Again, we're below. I have now met every rule. That's it. I'm below 20% cash. I waited a month before using the money. You know what I'm saying? Everything looking good. We got our midterm plan. I didn't get value. That was the only thing. So I still want some dividends, but yeah, none of the dividends were like, a lot of them have X dividend in a month, so I wasn't really as pressured to buy them. But I do want some more divvies. So yeah, but I'm glad though. I like how we're positioned. I mean, for the end of the year, I mean, we're still doing great too. You know that. That's the best part. We are still in the lead. You're doing double the S&P and NASDAQ. Isn't that amazing? Elf. Again, DJT, I don't know if there's a headline. Any ideas for future divvies? I mean, TAP, we just had a nice discussion on TAP, and then, you know, you might hear about alcohol trends in the future here. But TAP has a dividend coming up. Again, Kimberly has earnings in 2 weeks, pretty much after this week. So if Kimberly does bad, I mean, that's another one. Like, that's why I hope you guys see it, bro. This little, like, dynamic all year between Kimberly and Oracle. I love it. You know that? I think I'm going to invent it. Is this invented? Where are my Wall Street people? Have they done this? Can we make the Kimberly-Clark Oracle pair trade? I don't think anyone's done. I love it. I love it. It's a pair trade. It's not. It wasn't supposed to be. And then one is smaller. You go smaller on Oracle, larger on Kimberly. But that like dynamic back and forth has been glorious all year. Kimberly goes down, you buy Kimberly. If Kimberly's down, Oracle's probably going to be up. If Oracle comes down, it goes up, or Kimberly's going to be down. And yeah, that's it. Pair trade is a pair like twins, not like a pair like an apple. Like a pair trade, a pair of shoes, a pair of socks. So it's a trade that goes together. So we were doing that at one point. Like this year, until it worked for a little bit, there was the Korean pair trade where pretty much instead of playing oil, we would play Korea as the chips in the beginning, because they were working in tandem when the correlation was high. But yeah, it's the pair trade in this case, it's, you know, buying two kind of counter plays or plays that would work together. You know, they work as a pair. It just took work, but that's what I've been doing with Kimberly and Oracle. It's been nice. So that's why we have 30 as much. We have Kimberly. We only have like 30% as much of the position is in Oracle as Kimberly. So Kimberly doesn't move as much, but it's more stable. You get Kimberly at a good price, the dividend, and then a smaller amount on the growth. Like I said, at one point this year when we were down on Kimberly, we were getting the dividend. We were able to buy more Kimberly, but then that small deposit made up all the losses. So it works very, very nice. So that's what I'm saying. Keep this in mind. I'm telling you all this because if you ever are confused this year, or depending on what happens in the next coming months, the uncertainty, who knows, you know, it's like, yeah, if you ever see Kimberly come down, you know what I'm saying? Like if Kimberly drops back below our purchase, and it might, you know, earnings, staples, oil, who knows, you know, if it comes back down, that should come up pretty high on the list. Otherwise, like I'm saying, TAP, then there's other names. Pfizer, they just had ex-dividend, but they moved up a little too much, so I said no. But yeah, so it's like there's a lot of names out there, even the divvies that we already hold, and then, you know, we'll go through as it's time. And then again, if there is ex-dividend, I'm going to probably wait a little bit ahead. Crowd on the low. Again, most cyber was just doing good. BOE. I had 291 that day. ACHC still plummeting. Yeah, Kimberly up 20 since 92. That shit was fire, dude. But that's what I'm saying. The way it went up well more, and it's holding. Wire prediction markets pricing in 30. People are batshit, dude. So again, though, I hope you noticed that's what I was trying to tell you, though. Where you could still bet on it, but it's not a load. But it's like oddly, the odds are like high but lower than prior. So like, where is it? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That 1 week where I was able to hit it, dude, they were just an extra 10% higher. So they're still up, but because everyone's kind of cuckoo. And like I'm saying, people really are entertaining this, but yeah, it shouldn't be that high. It shouldn't. It's really nutty. Even then, even with the oil dropping, it's a really dumb thing. But yeah, the idea is pervasive. The pressure is real. Did Warren fully retire? Yeah, he did. Greg Abel, I believe, is the one. He is the guy in charge now. But yeah, Warren Buffett is fully out of the game. Actually, I think, yeah, last year, and I think Greg Abel took over this year. Correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe next year. But yeah, I mean, Buffett is just, cherry cokes in the morning, and that's it. No more investing. But Berkshire does have a very sizable cash position. No way. Is he? He's not 100, is he? I don't even know, bro. Holy shit. Dude. No, like low key, bro. Warren Buffett is 95 years old. Bro, he turns 96. Oh shit, they updated already. I thought I was going to have Opus 5 up there. I thought they were going to do the new Claude release. Kimmy, still at the top. Bro, that's crazy. Charlie Munger was 99. I guess, bro, he's really in the... He really is almost 100. That's crazy. Buffett's pretty good, though, dude. For, like, 96 years old, like, he still talks, like... I don't know, man. Like, that's kind of crazy, bro. He's, like, fully is almost 100. Like, actually, like, he turns 96 August 30th. So Warren Buffett is 1 month away from being 96 years old. His wealth? I think it's all in a trust, but he doesn't give his kids money. At least that's what he says. I think that might be marketing. But, yeah, apparently he's not. Because I think he hasn't even given his... There's something about his daughter. But yeah, he's not big on giving him money. Long-term works very well if you can't hold for 60. If you can, yeah. That's what people have made fun of Warren Buffett. Because it's like, if you actually look at Warren Buffett's positions, the same exact things that he's up on, if he just kept it on like a 30-year time frame or 20 years and then sold out, he wouldn't have made nearly as much. But then the same exact positions boomed him to billions. You got the ring? No way. I had the email. I don't know if the Chad emailed you back. One of the Chads responded. I got some updates on it. But I love it, man. When are you going to get married? Are you excited? That's it. And I get her long term. I've been hearing that a lot. The significant other long term. That has been a big one. And oil off the bottom. White House, the Trump thing was supposed to. There's a rally. They're out there at General Motors, but it hasn't began. What time is it? 11:35? It's still mad early. Kind of insane. Not saying anyone to gamble, but 30% is crazy. They didn't price this, and oil was over 100. Yeah, well, but you got to be careful though. It's either the market is trying to pressure Powell or Kevin, fucking Kevin, or they're definitely just gonna pull a fast one. I don't want to ruin it for you guys. I was hoping I left you enough breadcrumbs. Do you see the problem? You guys think I'm just a jackass, and you think I care really about the politics. My problem is people just don't care enough to fucking look. Are you ready for me to blow your mind? Do you want me to, or do you want me to save this for Powell Day or Kevin Day? Or I could just blow your mind now if you want me to. It's sad. Super duper sad, actually. Do you want to know? So here, let me play this for you. Because it's super hard to find the long-term videos in the same exact place for almost a decade. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want it to be... But look, just watch this video. Why did my shit load, dude? Okay, just watch. Is it this one? Did I not post the Powell video?
To think that today's a very difficult Wall Street wants you to think that today's market move was because of Google, AI, and earnings, but it wasn't. Oil went back above $90, and this time it's triggering the rate hike odds. This is unique because after last week's inflation data and many other things, we shouldn't be expecting a rate hike next week. But this is where it gets better. If oil and rate cut odds do exactly what they did this week, next week, a 30% jump in odds on a $10 move, then Kevin Warsh will be put in a very difficult scenario. Essentially, over the last 50 years, the Fed tends to go with what the Fed futures are pricing to not upset the market and maintain credibility. If the market prices above 60% for an outcome, the Fed usually does it. So this sucks for Warsh, because if this continues next week, it will be a lot of pressure on his decision. If the odds jump further, he will have to decide between breaking standard or credibility or do an unsignaled rate hike on his second ever meeting. So that's the Fed. As far as the plays, I would chill out for some time. Everything that I've...
Did you get it? The Fed futures. And I'm telling you, there was a situation where all of a sudden we went from 100% to 60-40, and it could potentially pressure the Fed. And then the Fed is always going to listen to it, right? Are you there? Are you following? And remember, I was telling you this has happened before. I've reminded you we've seen this happen. Sometimes it's flat out bullshit, where if they want an action, they will leak something or change something, and then a day ahead of the event, the odds change, and then voila. That sound familiar? Are you ready for me to blow your mind? I'm going to just ask you a simple question. When was the last time that happened? It's a very good question and very simple. If you explored the history, you would know what is about to blow your mind. When did this last happen? This last happened right before the motherfucking election, and Jerome Powell decided to piss in the wind. Ta-da! How did you get a rate hike or cut before an election and motherfuckers tell you it's not political? Oh, that's how you got a jumbo cut right before the election. We went from not pricing in the cut to then one employment data, and then they started bullshitting, and then the day before the Fed meeting ahead of the election, they jacked up the jumbo cut probability, and then the Fed, all of a sudden, they went with a jumbo cut, even though they said, and they usually never start with a jumbo cut, and it was before an election. And again, why I was broadly offended by doing a jumbo cut before an election. So yeah. Ta-da. And then in 2022, when they wanted a hike, they did the exact same thing as well. When they wanted to do a jumbo hike and it wasn't pricing it in, just a couple days before the June 2022 meeting, they priced in a jumbo hike, and then we got 75 basis points. So yeah, that's why. So be careful. Like I'm telling you, I think it's bullshit. There's no way in hell they should raise rates, but if they really want to, I have seen every side of it, my friends. So yeah, Goldman, and then Bank of America defended Asmil, but it didn't move. Yeah, FOMC's on Wednesday. So we get big tech earnings, and then also your boy, Mr. Kevin. Well, that's why I said it'll be very interesting. So I put out the video. You guys might not think it's interesting, but the Instagram algo, this is new to people. They've never heard it. That video did very well. So that's why the people shared it, because it is fascinating. But unfortunately, the hard part is, like I'm saying, is that we really don't know what Kevin will do. So it's interesting because it's a lot of it's the market silently pressuring him. Unless you are aware of this, you don't see this happening. So, not a lot of people are aware of this, but it's pressure. So he might listen to the market, and then that means we're getting a rate hike, which would still be a surprise, right? Look at even the odds coming into today, unless something happens tomorrow. But it's like that would be a big surprise. But then even in reverse, even if to do your second meeting, an unscheduled rate hike, that would be shocking. And then vice versa, if he came in and then the Fed futures priced in something, and then he's like, fuck that, I'm middle finger, I'm not going to listen to the market day two, then yeah, that could also upset some people in many ways. So ideally, we should just stick to the script, no rate hike. But yeah, I mean, it depends what those odds do in the next 48 hours. But thankfully, it chilled, but it didn't get better. Notice oil got a lot better, but those rate cut odds actually are staying up. They just didn't advance. It wasn't Powell being political. It was him following. I think it gave him cover, but just all depends how you look at it. That's why. But I do think, I still think Powell made a big mistake. And then again, they kind of leaked it. That was kind of the whole idea. And the point I'm trying to tell you is that there can be a real situation, but sadly, if market forces want to manipulate an outcome ahead of this event, they can. And they have done it ahead of elections and ahead of probably the biggest Fed actions we have seen in the last 5 years. From 2022 to the election to possibly right now. So that's kind of the dilemma around it. But yeah, it's open to your interpretation. If he didn't hike, I wouldn't listen to it. I think it's bullshit. So this Fed credibility they speak of is like rich white people credibility. That's what it's a fake credibility. If you're in their little gang, you think they're credible. To the normal person, the Fed is dog water credible. Nothing about following a bunch of billionaires' expectations on bonds that most people don't even touch. Nothing screams credibility to that, to me. That's what I'm saying. If you genuinely understand how the Fed futures work, why would that be credible? It's a bunch of elite billionaires trading bonds. You're bond vigilantes. So it's cool that he's following it. And if you're, this information is widely available and you know how to, get a signal from it, that creates decent consequences. But at the same time, I mean, it's not... I think there's more credibility if the Fed wasn't getting caught insider trading, if they were not doing any actions ahead of elections, whether the market wants them to or not. There's many ways, again, actually bringing prices down, raise the rates for Wall Street, bring down the mainstream. There's ways you could gain credibility, again, being honest and do what you say. But that's what I'm saying. They use this Fed futures as a very low bar of credibility. They're like, look, we do what the billionaires expected us to do. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, 3 people legitimately can influence those Fed futures. It doesn't matter what any of us do. All it takes is one big future. It takes every 7 to 20 mil, depending on the volatility, you can move it up 1 point. There's math behind it. So with enough money, I could bring the odds. So that's why I don't think it's credible at all. No, that's why I said if I was the Fed chair, I would come out on Wednesday with my middle fingers up. I wouldn't adjust my tie. I'd have 2 middle fingers up. If the Fed odds said 90% hike, I'd say, fuck you. We're not touching anything ahead of any election. Thanks for the feedback. But there you go. I already told you what I was going to do. And that's it. And then we'd walk away. And that's what I'm assuming Kevin would do as well. But fact of the matter is, we're not at this situation yet. We're at 60-40, 48 hours before. Be ready for anything. But for now, as long as it doesn't clip 60 on rate hike, he's chill. He has nothing to worry about. But if it is on the fucking line, then we'll see what he ends up doing. But as long as it's not like a big difference above 60, I think he's going to deny the market. Because again, if he doesn't deny the market, that would be bad. It would be your last opportunity if you wanted some semblance of non-politics raising ahead of a midterm. But yeah, if nothing happens now, you got no runway. But even then, I don't think it would be wise to touch the rates. Even that's what I'm trying to tell people. They don't get it because obviously the situation we're in is different. But it's even if the Fed futures right now we're pricing in a rate cut, I would still say do nothing. I think with us betting on growth and the politics and everything and the way we've been resilient, your best option would be to don't touch anything. Just let it stay here. That's it. The market should have, ask anybody on Wall Street. You thought 5%, 4.5% would have crushed us. We had a banking crisis at 3.5%, 4% for crying out loud. So the fact that we're not breaking under this from commercial real estate all the way down to fucking long-term held maturities, it's dude, I wouldn't touch anything. And then ahead of elections and all that, just don't touch any. Don't cut it. Don't raise it. Let it be how it is now. And then once there's a big enough move with growth or inflation or deflation, or again, even the consumer, then you move. But I would just kind of normalize 4.5, 5 right now because the market has dealt with it for a couple of years way better than expected. So I don't get why they would want to fuck with it. But then again, I've never been a billionaire, so I don't know. I guess Powell was never a billionaire, but Kevin. What time is it? 11:50. Enough volatility moves a certain amount of money? No. There is a price on every point. So if you wanted to move the futures up by 1 point, it's usually about $7 to $10 million of ES contracts. So if I wanted to move the S&P from 737 to 738, it would be like $7 to $15 million, depending on the volatility that day. That would get you up by 1 point, 1%. Would be there. No. That would be like 1 point. So like that would take you 737 to 738. Not 1%, excuse me. But one actual physical point on the future. So that's how much it would cost. And then that's what I'm saying on a bond. If you wanted to tick up 0.1%, you want to go up by one basis point, 100 basis points, there's a dollar amount to it. Again, and then people trade back and forth. But if somebody put in an order right now and bought, $30 million at ES futures, the SPY would go up a point or 2 or 3 points possibly. If that was all in one order at once, and then that was the net after any sales and everything else. It is low. That's why it depends on the liquidity. Liquidity, volatility. That's why some days it'll be 15 million. Some days it'll be 20 million. The days where it's like summer, low volatility, it'll be 7 million. I've seen as low as, at one point this year, I think it was 3.5 or 2.5 million. That was the lowest I've ever seen of how much it would take to move you up a tick, pretty much. Trump live? I don't see him, brother. There's a name. It's like top book or order book. Josh, dyslexia is kicking in. It's like top book. There's an actual terminology for it that defines it. Top book. It's like order something book in it. Top order and then something. It'll come to me. I don't see no Donald. No Donald. Donald, do you love me? How are these vigilantes all playing right now? Are they all in growth? They're not in, they have different portfolios, but they have nothing to do with that. That's what I'm saying. Again, the bond people it's way different. You guys got to think the bonds is fixed income. That's exactly what you do if you have a normal amount of money. That's exactly where you play. But no, so it's not like bond vigilantes are not going out chasing AI. If anything, they're telling you about AI and the funding through the yields and the funding rates. Again, even think you could try to tie private credit into it, but no, I'm speaking of, again, let me put it this way. Warren Buffett owns a portion of all United States treasuries. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you ask me about credibility and that thing and like these it's small people. Even though it's the biggest market in the world with all the money, don't underestimate the only people who do that are the people who have acquired all of the money. It's 5 people, 7 people max that have the biggest impact on that pricing. So, but these aren't the guys, you're not a bond vigilante, spending on tech. They may have holdings, and then some of them, again, like PIMCO, Bill Gross is one of them. They represent many funds and different holdings, but yeah, they're not shorting bonds, buying AI. There's no connection in that sense. FAA delaying fights at New York and Philly over staffing and weather. Meta software has been on fire, man. But yeah, Meta got real bad. But software's up 4. Look at chips are down 5, or Nvidia is, but that was a nice rotation. You better hope it continues. And then again, at one point it looked like they were both going to be green. And where's Trump, dude? I want to go pee, but I'm just gonna wait until homeboy got out here. Good man. This wasn't 7 hours to nowhere. This was gap up, just straight sell off, and then chill and do nothing. It's too interesting. The whole world is, man. It is. The bonds are. The bond vigilantes, it's we talked about this a lot more too in like 2023, the first time, 2022, 23, when the bonds were like kind of new. That's what I was saying. Like, dude, people really thought 4% was bad, and we literally watched it wreck a lot of things. But yeah, you would see them a lot more. You recommend any book? I would recommend just truly like fixed income, and go understand what it is, and you'll come across these guys. You'll come across the Milkins, the Bill Grosses. You'll understand Warren Buffett. It's just bonds. It's boring shit. It's not exciting, but I mean, if you have listened to me over the years, I mean, I like to think I bring up bonds, but be more than most online stock influencers that are not with an institution. I really, and I call it balling off of boring. That's what my uncle says. So, and I copied him from it because it's super boring. But if you really, I mean, the whole world is bonds. The whole world is fixed income, loans and fixed income and houses and real estate. Oh, it's all connected. But I would study fixed income, and I would look into that. Go on Investopedia, play around with it, and learn like what it is, and then you'll start to see the funding. I have an international political economy lesson on it because that's the other part about bonds. So people don't know. Do you know how you get your money? So when the government prints money, how do you get it? Have you ever thought about that? How do you get the dollar bills? So this is something most people don't know, but it's easy. The Fed can print money, but you don't. How do you get it into your pocket? How do I get $100 of new minted money into my hand? It's through the bonds. So what happens? The government, those bond auctions, the Fed prints money, the government does a bond auction, and they sell this debt, right? And people buy it, and then that's essentially the new money printed because it's not backed by anything. And then they go and they take that debt, and then once they sell the bonds, they take all of that money, and that fresh money they got from the bonds, they pay their taxes, or they pay their employees. The government pays employees, government pays obligations, and then that's how money gets circulated throughout the entire economy. That's literally how it works. It's all through the bonds. No. So your money gets introduced to the system via bond auctions. So if they didn't do these bond auctions, all this new money, you wouldn't get your hands on it because there's no money. How do you get a dollar bill? Or even if they printed $1 trillion of money, how do you dump it into the market? You dump it into the market via these bond sales. So then now it's backed off of extra and more and more and more, and then people give you the money, or the Fed will go and the banks will buy the bonds, and then the Fed gives the Treasury the money, and they both created money out of thin air. One creates a dollar bill, one creates a debt, and then now the government takes that money and then pays employees, pays people it owes, and that's how new money gets introduced to the system. The government definitely prints money. Here, let me give you a better example. I didn't explain it that well. I don't really know much about it. Please.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
So this is Joe Biden.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do?
Yeah.
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money, and then it uses that money to yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So, I don't think there's anything confusing there.
All right. Well, there you go. He put that to rest. Nothing confusing about it, but we definitely print money. Mm-hmm. I'm glad. Yeah. You get it now? For sure. Where is Donald? He's going to wait till the bell. Donald, it's power hour. That was the former chair of the Economic Council, yes. He was your chair for like 4 years. Just in case. So you survived, you lived, you're fine. So don't worry too much about it. Yeah, that was real life. Is today bullish? For everybody but chips, to be honest, and energy. But another one of those days, right at negative 0.01. NASDAQ's down by 0.39, but just one of these leadership days. Again, Mag 7 is kind of in the middle. Why is Skyworks popping now? See, that's random. But Skyworks actually at 5. That was worse than you remember? Oh, I don't know. I was saying, I mean, dude, Uncle made a Biden song in the middle of it. But they would just, you guys would just ban the shit out of me and just say, Josh, shut the fuck up. You guys would just ban me and throw me in a corner. I was like, you guys, this is not, like, shut the fuck up and get a windmill. ESG, EV, solar. Fucking this guy. I'm like, okay, I guess. Why not? Crypto! I'm like, okay. Oh, Phillips delivers solid comparable sales. So they came out PHG. That was earnings, technically. Oh, Whirlpool? Yeah, they could go a lot lower. So I said, their problem's not a company problem. It's not the business. It's the management. It's just, I mean, hey, I said the same exact thing about Intel. And you know, Intel was truly a 500% difference. So I don't think like Whirlpool's core business, I don't think is an issue. I think their issue is a bunch of dinosaurs. You know what I'm saying? I told you, the fucking Land Before Times. The whole cast of Land Before Times is on their entire board. And then they're just dicking around, just being dinosaurs. So, unfortunately, I think we would need that to change. MMT is so modern, we're still making it up. Isn't that crazy? Because we are. I mean, you guys are in the modern. I was in it when it first started, but still relatively new. And the thing about MMT, it's like it's added on to the floated exchange system. Is that, you know, the current system we're at is a result of the last failure. This one hasn't failed yet, but we added QE and MMT is kind of it's a feature on top of the floated exchange, which, yeah, we're kind of just going as we go and until it stops, pretty much. That is the history of money, if you are aware. You know, your current monetary system is a result of the last one failing. That's how it's gone here from the literal beginning of time to since they were counting with sticks and coins and metals till today in fiat. You stay on the system that just hasn't failed yet, and then you reform once it fails, and then you go to the next thing. That's literally how we have gotten here from before Jesus till today. Isn't so? Know your history of money, brothers. Know your history of money. Iran Central Command, any attempt at blockade is equivalent to escalating the conflict. Oh. No, Trump's not out yet. There's a lot of people there. Where's GM? And then Apple kind of chilled. We're right below VWAP, though. It is power hour. You're getting another software rip. How could it fail, or what would be the signs of hyper-global inflation? Well, it would fail. It could be through hyperinflation. It could be through deflation. It could be through economic activity, you know, globalism failing, many, many ways. I mean, the last times, you know, that's pretty much the ways it failed is in the past. You know, when either you had too much oversupply, didn't hold its value too well, or again, it was just limiting factors. So maybe there's a point where the dollar is limited. That's why maybe people are going to digital. Or again, if this whole experiment in MMT and a massive supply, you know, all the money in 100 years, I mean, 75% of it was just in a couple of years now. It's like that, if that creates the, you know, if it finally fails, and even if you give the demand, people's demand still goes lower, then there you go. And we'd have to adjust, but probably in some remix of how other currencies failed in the past. But it would be like a hyperinflation, deflation, global depression, lost generation. You know, these are all things that have led to that. Or again, credit problems as well too. Okay, man. Spot at VWAP. There's some lady up. I think they're stalling. Oh, wait. Is this Mary Ibarra? I just called her some lady. This lady might be the only lady with more money than Nancy. I'm just kidding. I think Nancy shits on her.
Yeah, I thought we were tight, Mary. Fuck you. How dare you let Donald on that fucking stage? If you fucking let him in a Hummer, I'll never.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
Fucking who's 46?
Donald J. Trump.
Who is 46? Fuck you. That's me.
I know I'm free, and I won't forget man who died. He's laid that life for me, and I proudly stand up. Remember till today. I'm not just doing it. They do it. Sometimes they remix it. God bless the USA. Thank you. I
this slow part. It really goes in.
From the lakes of Minnesota
to the hills.
You gotta
of
stop their
Tennessee.
fraud. I love Tennessee.
Across the plains of Texas.
That's a great
From
place.
sea to shining sea.
Okay. Well, yeah, he's there. He's basking in it. Basking in it. USA. USA. Yeah, we need a good USA chant. Well, market's chilling too again. First time above VWAP. Since your first time above VWAP. So you're back to where we were at, like at 9:30, but VWAP was actually higher. So, yeah, man, it's your first VWAP tap all day, legitimately, since you sold off VWAP in the morning. Look at him. What if I told you guys this is what I do in the morning when I play you Josh AI? That's what I do. I sit in front of my desk with like a very boxy posture, and I just sway back and forth, and I bask in the news, and then I see like the Chads, and I just point at you. I point, I'm like, good. That's right there. That's exactly what I do. No, it's actually ridiculous what I do. I have it on camera. I stretch. If you guys ever see, oh man, it gets, no, it's insane. If you see, I'm like, you guys think I'm listening. It's actually very productive. You have no idea, because I get to get all the headlines in, but then I'm just like, I'm doing like baby stretches, like the one where you like grab your feet. I'm like jumping around, bro. You have no idea. USA, USA.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be back. I love this place. I won this place. It's beautiful. This beautiful state, we won by a lot. Great to be back in Michigan, and hello to the men and women of
go to the bathroom.
General Motors.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
And before we begin, I have to say, so I had a wonderful father, right? And he was a hard worker. He was in the real estate business, and for him, super luxury. This is all he didn't want planes. They didn't have planes in those days, I don't think. He didn't want anything. You know what he wanted? A Cadillac every 2 years. This was to him the sign of luxury. This was the greatest thing. And he got every 2 years, like you could count on it. You could set your clocks by it. And by the way, speaking of that, let's get rid of daylight saving time stuff, okay? We have a bill in. Hopefully the Senate's going to approve that one. The House approved it, and we're going to get rid of that, just to mention, it's called the weave, right? We always get back to the right subject, but anyway, I did. I had a father, his luxury Mary, his super, that's all he wanted. He just wanted a brand new Cadillac, and I have to tell you a little secret. He had it stretched a little bit. This way he could be his own chauffeur. He wouldn't have to hire a chauffeur. He could drive it himself, or he could have somebody else, but he could also drive it himself. Did you ever hear that? This could be a new concept for a car. But I had a wonderful father, and he loved Cadillac, and I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state, and I'm honored to be the first sitting president to visit one of the most storied places in the history of American auto making, and that's the world-famous General Motors Proving Ground. And we just got back. We watched some cars, and they are beautiful cars, but I was very also impressed with, that was the largest piece of asphalt I think I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of big asphalt, but I've never seen one that big. I said, you gotta be kidding. But over 100 years, General Motors carved a 5.5-mile test track out of Michigan earth and built a crucible for American cars that would change the world, and that's what happened. You have changed the world, and maybe more importantly, you have made a comeback like very few companies. You are doing really well, and Mary and your whole group have done a fantastic job. They love their cars. One of the top executives I just met, he was showing, he said, sir, I just love the cars. I just love these cars. And I thought that was nice. This land bears the tire marks of every model of the legendary Chevy Corvette. It bears the scars of the first auto safety test, and that was probably pretty tough. And ever since the presidency of the late, great Ronald Reagan, who in all fairness, who I liked, But he did allow our cars to disappear into Japan and other locations. We cannot do it. We love him. But on trade, Trump is much better. Much better. But this facility is proudly designed, built, and tested. The presidential limousine, affectionately known as the Beast. Have you heard of it, Mr. Mayor? I want to thank the CEO of General Motors, Mary Barra, as well as the president, Mark Royce, and the entire leadership team. Mark, really great job. The whole leadership team, the job that you've done over the last number of years especially has been incredible, and it's a display of speed and skill. Horsepower goes into these cars, and everyone's talking about General Motors, including me. That's why I'm here. And more importantly, thank you to the auto workers, the technicians, the mechanics, the welders, the engineers of General Motors, because there's no finer group of people. And it was workers like you who built this country, and now it's the men and women like you who are making it bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We are doing unbelievably well as a country. We're building more auto factories and more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And someday the fake news is going to be writing stories about it. They don't like to write those stories. That's why they call them the fake news. But for decades, the auto workers and manufacturers of this great state were sold out and betrayed by globalist politicians and corrupt special interests who let other countries steal your jobs, pillage your factories, and loot the crown jewels of American industry from Detroit and all over our country. They were ripping us off, not only in the auto business, but in many other businesses. Every president before me promised to stop it, but none of them did anything. They did nothing. But now, at long last, Michigan finally has a president who stands up for Michigan auto workers and puts America first. You know, you had a leader, I don't know if he's still with you, Sean Fain or something. This guy was bad news. I never spoke to him, never saw him. He was a Democrat. He thought that Biden or Kamala would be wonderful. You would have, Mary, I hate to say it, you wouldn't have an auto industry right now if they got elected. You wouldn't have an auto industry. But I don't know what happened to the guy. Somebody said he got fired, but I can tell you, the people that count, those people love Trump.
Yeah, what happened to Sean
Because
Fain?
I've done more for you than
that was
your
beginning of
parents,
last year.
Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they
I've
would
been
agree.
better to you
They
than
are
your
proud to
parents.
say that the auto
Did your
industry
parents
is
give
back
you a
and
long
America
term?
is back and
Exactly.
it's pulling Detroit and
Exactly.
Michigan along with it.
Josh's
Country
parents
is
didn't
so
give him
successful,
one. I
it's
guess
pulling it
Josh,
along, but you have
even
some
they would
great
agree.
Representatives that are going to become
God, fucking this guy.
governor, senator, congressman, women. But you have some great people. I'm going to mention them in a second. Because under Sleepy Joe Biden, hold it. What's better, Sleepy Joe Biden
Or Crooked Joe?
Joe Biden? Let's go. Sleepy
Loves
Joe
it.
Biden.
I think they're getting real data, though.
Crooked Joe Biden. They're both true. They're both very true. The United States had the highest trade deficit ever recorded. So we had the worst trade deficit, and our country was losing more than $1 trillion a year on trade every single year, and it got worse and worse. And if they were in there now, that number would be close to $2 trillion. The trade deficit in automobiles was more than $300 billion annually. That means outside
Analysts say Fed rate hike could help contain inflation expectations, flatten the curve, and reduce risk to AI-driven market.
Tremendous problems for your job.
I love them.
But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25%
There's
tariff
a riot.
on foreign
Something's
automobiles,
happening.
something that no other president had the courage to ever do.
Trump's just talking over them until they get tackled. You see that? Yep, he's looking.
He's a communist.
Yep,
He's a
see? I told you. This is USA. USA. No, somebody was, like, protesting. That's why. You see his little face?
Thank you.
That's
He's
why
a
he
communist.
That's the communist he's talking
We're
about.
running against communists. Now, this is great. What's going on? We're going to win very big. No, I didn't even hear the guy. I think.
I didn't even hear him. I couldn't even hear.
You see what they want to do?
Because he's weak. His voice is weak.
They want to take your houses. They want to do things that nobody's ever even thought of before. They want to take your money. They want to raise your tax up to 80%. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, so we'll keep it that way.
We'll keep it that way.
And I said this morning, they also want to fire the police. They don't want police and they don't want prisons anymore. I think that's a great idea. Does everybody like that idea? No police. They want no police and they want no prisons. Where are these people coming from? But I also put a 25% tariff on all foreign trucks. So I called Mary about a year ago and I said, I hear that foreign trucks are killing us. She said, that's true. I said, congratulations. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on the foreign trucks. And you are doing a phenomenal business now with trucks. So they were killing us in trucks, and now we're killing them. My policy is simple. If you make your truck or your car in a foreign country, you have to pay for the privilege of sending it into our market and making a lot of money. But if you build in a factory in Michigan or someplace in our country and make your automobiles or trucks right here in America, you pay zero taxes, zero tariff. You pay zero tariff. There are no tariffs. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars for the country aside from it, but we keep a lot. As an example, Europe is being taken over by the Chinese cars. You know that, right? Mercedes-Benz is being absolutely decimated. BMW, good companies, decimated. Volkswagen, decimated. They don't do anything about it. We don't have, to the best of my knowledge, Mary, one Chinese car in the country. They have a 100% tariff. And our automakers are doing, I think, business like you've never done before, right? Right? You're doing more business, better business, bigger business than you've ever done before. In 18 months, we've slashed our trade deficit with China by the largest amount in history. Nobody can believe it. You know, if you get it down a half a point, it's a lot. We got our trade deficit down by 71%. 71%. Worldwide. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. Everybody is respecting us. You know, they respect us again. They respect the United States. I think they respect us more than they've ever. And we did this in a year and a half. In 4 long years of sleepy Joe Biden and his crazy administration, they're communists. They were communists. That was the beginning. He wasn't, because he had no idea what the hell was happening. They said, Joe, let's go communist. He said, what is that exactly? They got less than $1 trillion. So think of it. In 4 years, they had investment of less than $1 trillion.
Rejoice, brother.
4 years, less than $1 trillion. In 1 year, my administration secured commitments.
Even if you're not in a good mood.
$19.2 trillion from all over the globe.
Be excited. The Lord is with you, brother.
Think of that. 1 year, 19.2.
Trump is pretty funny, though. What did he say? Did he say?
Do
you think he knows how it sounds? He just said, "I like big asphalt," and I can't deny. Okay, he didn't say the last part, but he said, "I like big asphalt." I've never seen asphalt like that. I don't know if he knows how he sounds.
For 1,000 years, using different names. But right here in Michigan, General Motors is expanding operations.
Okay, we're above VWAP.
And it's Factory Zero. Do you know what Factory Zero is? What the hell does that mean, Mary? Factory Zero. You're going to have to explain. In Detroit to produce some of America's most iconic vehicles, including the Chevy, well, I hear it's good, Silverado, right? The Silverado.
See, this is
really
an ad.
hot, right?
That's why you thought he was doing free time. Bro, he just did a fucking
GMC
native
Sierra,
Silverado ad.
The world famous Hummer. I got to look at some of these.
Oh, he has a Hummer coming!
Send me a couple.
Hummer!
And one and only the Escalade. You know, we ordered, I think, 250 Escalades, right?
Nice.
We ordered 250 Escalades. That's so we look sharp in those cavalcades, you know? We look sharp in those Escalades. Our guys are very spoiled. They're very spoiled. They like the Escalade, so do I. They were great to deal with. General Motors, they're making literally 250 of them, and it was about time. In 2026, GM increased truck and SUV production by 20%, and in the past 2 years, the company's invested $9 billion in bringing factories home to the USA. They're coming back home because, frankly, when they build here, there's no tariff. It's really not complicated. A lot of people don't understand that. They say, oh, what does it mean? They have no idea. They don't have a clue. But Mary understood it. Her whole group understood it, and they're coming back home where they belong. So I just want to congratulate General Motors. That's why I'm here today. I'm very proud of General Motors. For years, you watch companies move production from America down to Mexico. Mexico. I love the way there's a very
Mexico.
Nice Mexico. You know that. She's very nice, and she speaks beautifully, and she calls it Mexico.
Mexico.
I said to a group
Oh
the
my
other
God,
day,
dude.
and we will stop all business going to Mexico, and they didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
God.
It didn't
This
come
is
out
new.
as well, Sean.
Bro, this is new.
It didn't come out as well.
Bro, this is new on the soundboard. Mexico.
Transportation. He's also
I've never heard him say
World
this.
Championship tree climber, 5-time champion.
I've never heard him
climber.
describe Mexico as
I
Mexico.
only hire these crazy people that do things like that. He was the lumberjack. He was the world champion going up a tree 100 feet, right? That's high.
Now we're talking about
I
lumberjacks.
saw an old picture of you doing it. I said, he's crazy. That's why I like
Mexico.
him. But he's a 5-time world champion. You know who that is. So, and his wife maybe is even superior, a big star of television, Rachel. She's doing all right. Sean Duffy, Rachel Campus Duffy. But you know, I liked him a lot. I always liked him. But when I heard he was a world champion of a tree, but any kind of world champion I'm okay with. When you're a world champion of anything, but that's pretty good. But down in Mexico, and they're coming back, and production's moving from Mexico, and companies are actually moving production
Iran military
from
U.S. has
Mexico
threatened commercial ships,
back to
oil tankers
America.
for
Before
3
they
days.
left,
They warned
went the
blockade
other way.
would be
Now
war
they're all
expansion.
coming back. Toyota,
Toyota.
Hyundai, and others are relocating production back to the U.S. Ford is investing $3 billion to build parts of its new pickup truck in central Michigan. All these things I told you. But only Brian. Where's Brian, my Brian?
Brian.
Come here. Get up here, Brian, will you please? He's the only guy that believed me. But boy, did he believe me. I wanted to. Just hop over. Come on. Don't worry about it, Secret Service. He's okay. Come on up here, Brian. See the way he can do that? Look at that. He evaded Secret. I'm sure they're thrilled. Hey, come here. Say a few words.
Oh, fuck you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hulk Hogan's little brother?
Well, we can thank this gentleman right here for all these jobs coming back, and I hear it all the time from all my connections.
See, this
and
is
all the
how when I
different
say
auto
stuff
plants
about
around
Donald
Metro
Trump, I
Detroit
feel like
area,
y'all imagine this is what I look
jobs
like.
are coming back
I do
to
not.
America. You know, Kamala Harris was running against this guy when he ran for re-election. She wanted to get rid of the internal combustion engine, and crazy Sean
The
Fain
internal
endorsed
combustion
her.
engine.
So we've got to change the mindset. We've got to build, if they want to sell in our market, they got to build it in our market. And that's what this guy told them. So thank you, Mr. President. It's because of you. You saved our domestic auto industry. Thank you.
Kind of swole, dude. If you're like a 60-year-old, 70-year-old, you guys kind of buff.
Look at the arms of that
Yeah,
guy.
dude.
He's been, you know, he's been with me from day one. The first time.
No, I told you, I don't know if I'm becoming Trump or if Trump is becoming me.
Brian,
That's what I'm saying, bro.
even more than I said.
Oh, fuck. Because that's the first, I'm like, damn, man, he is kind of swole. Look at the arms on that guy.
Thank you, Brian. He's a great guy, and he's got a group of followers that are unbelievable.
Oh, he's
Where are
bad,
they?
bro.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know.
there they are.
I don't know, bro. It's just some weird
He's
time
got
loop.
a great group of people, but for decades, we were told that it was totally impossible.
Look
to
at
bring
those
back
arms.
American manufacturing. Obama would say, remember Barack Hussein Obama. He was so bad for the auto industry. I don't know, you know. Honestly, I don't know how you vote for Democrats because they are so bad for the
Democrats.
industry. But it turned out that all you really needed to get him back was a new president, somebody that understood business, understood what it was all about. I've been complaining about it for many years. On day one, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate that would have crushed the U.S. auto industry forever. It would have never come back. Remember that? Everybody was supposed to have an
man, I
electric
feel,
car
dude,
within,
I am becoming Trump.
15
I don't
minutes.
know. That's why some of you, bro, I hope you don't like dislike him too much. Because then if I ever meet you one day, and I'm like, look at his arms. Because I'll do that shit, though. Like, for real. Like, I go ask the tall guys I've already met. I'm like, wow. Look at this. It's a tower. It's a tower. Look at him. Look at the doll. Oh, man, it's terrible. It's terrible. I'm a religious leader? No. I'm not the religious leader. That's your fault. That's okay. You guys, you made grab him by the pussy. You're like, yeah, that's my spiritual religious guy. Okay, you'd be like, yeah, Josh is my religious guy. He says the F word about 20 times every 10 minutes. Yeah, he's not married, but he has a full-on girlfriend for God knows how long.
Remember.
Yeah, other than that. Yeah, and you tell us all about it. I guess the past doesn't. I guess he's reformed, but other than that, there's no way you made me a religious leader. I just, I like Miles Monroe. You should make him your religious leader. I think that's a good one. But actually, honestly, I think you should just go to your secret place and make no man your religious leader and seek the Lord. Amen? Amen. Amen. Fuck the institution. All of them. Oh, my goodness. And Wall Street.
But they're doing well, and we're doing well. One day.
You're related to Uncle Trump, don't lie.
We don't want the Venezuela.
You guys, I told you this. I don't think Trump would like me. Trump would think I'm a 50-50 Muhammad. Okay? I hate to break it to you. That's why I understand this. I didn't support him based on some blind, naive notion. I don't think Trump would even like me, you guys. It's just, you know, unfortunately. I just think I got some, I don't know what it is, old boomer tendencies. But sometimes Trump says what I say, and sometimes I say what he says. I don't know why, it's bad.
Their missile manufacturing capability. And right now they're talking to us about making it.
He said, look at his arms.
There would be no talk, you know, for 47
but like,
years.
I feel though, dude.
People have been using 47
I really
years
feel.
For 3 years at least. But for 47 to 50 years, they have been talking, and all they do is tap everyone along. They were the bully of the Middle East.
Yeah,
and they
chips.
were the bully of
Back
us.
to 730.
Obama came along and gave them tens of billions of dollars. He gave them $1.7 billion in green cash. Remember that? Put them on a Boeing 757, flew it to Tehran. $1.7 billion in green. He thought he could bribe them, and instead they thought, what a stupid country this is. How stupid. No, you can't bribe them. You got to beat them, and we're beating the hell out of them. But we'll see how it turns out. Right now, there are very friendly negotiations going on. And by the way, how good is our Navy with a blockade? Not one boat gets it. We have a blockade. They'd love us to, please, we don't want the blockade anymore. They're saying, please, please, no blockade. And I approved the single largest deregulatory action in American history, repealing what is known as the endangerment finding, which will save American families an average of almost $3,000 on new cars, SUVs, and trucks. What a difference. And today I'm giving all American car companies the right to build what are known as tiny cars. You know what that is? These little, because I go over to Europe and I see these little cars all over the place. And I say, why aren't we making them? They send some over. But Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, has just cleared it. I was with him on the plane. I said, Sean, did you clear that? No, sir, not yet. I want it done now. Oh, it's done, sir. He knows what. He's very smart. He's a very smart guy. No, but you're all cleared, Sean? So your company, Mary, if you want, I mean, you have the choice. It's a tiny little, beautiful little car. I'm not sure I want to get hit by one of your Silverados, okay? Or one of your Cadillacs, but you'll make them as safe as possible, right? You put a little cocoon around them. See, I would have been a wonderful automobile designer. But you have the right to do it, and they sell, you know, inexpensively. They're actually beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to be using one. I'm not sure if Secret Service would love me driving around in one, but there's a tremendous market for it, I think. It really is a tremendous market. They are quite something. And thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we also made interest on auto loans fully tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. If it's not made in America, we have no interest in doing that. And I apologize for the air conditioning, but this room was not built for thousands of people. This room was built for a few people making cars, not for thousands of people. And it is a little warm up here, but I love that because every time I make a speech, I lose weight. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful way to lose weight. Under our leadership, investment is booming, incomes are rising, and the stock market has 73 all-time highs. Think of that. In a year and a half.
You guys want to count it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. You get it.
In just a year. And one statistic that I say, because, you know, the fake news, the reason they're fake news, they're terrible people in many cases, not in all cases. You have some professionals, but they refuse to say there are more Americans.
DFNS. That play just kept going. Again, that was one of those reverse split ones, but yeah, we saw that very early.
That's hard to beat. And it was just announced.
Afra El Zuba. The Houthis continue to push. We are prepared for escalation. No direct talk at Houthis. Omani Road. Houthis emboldened by lack of serious international reaction. Houthis want to copy Iran Hormuz model in Bab el-Mandeb. Houthis and government are exchanging, and they are exchanging fire along the front line. Security preparation underway for protection of Yemeni oil.
They say more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. We don't want them in this country. They allowed them to come in through the stupid open border. They came in like water. You've seen it. And right now, it was just announced, again, this is now the 15th month in a row, 0 people have come through our border illegally. 0.
What time is it? Damn,
12:36. You know, I won the election. We won in a landslide, by the way, and won this state so big. You know, this is always a hard state. I don't know why it's hard to win, but it seems to be for Republicans, but it probably won't be anymore. We have great candidates. But, you know,
Mexico.
Really they always try and blame me for high prices.
What's up, Mexico? I fuck with Mexico. I don't know, Mexico. That's a new one, you guys. I've never heard Donald Trump say that. That's what's crazy. I've usually heard him say everything. I've never heard this Mexico, the story. So I can't believe there's no way he made it 80-something years in this life. And he's like, what? He called it Mexico.
Because they were unable to get eggs. And I said, we'll take care of it. We got it taken care of quickly. Now eggs are much lower than they were when we first started. And that's true with everything else. And you'll see how true it's going to be after we get rid of the nuclear threat of Iran, which will be very quickly. But I had nothing to do with it. You know, they have this term. So here I am. I'm one day in office, and the fake news goes, affordability. Affordability. I said, what's affordability? What's that all about? Prices are too high. I said, we're here for less than 24 hours. But we've brought down prices. Last week it was announced that inflation's gone down faster than at any time in the last 6 years. When the fuel comes down, which it did for a little while, then they didn't behave, and I had to go back, and now they're behaving again. You know, it's like
look at that,
banjo. But every day we're fighting to put more money in.
I thought he was about to drop an Iran headline right there.
And we're doing it better than anyone. At the same time, we're making this country safe because we're not going to let lunatics have. We're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. You want to see disruption? You want to see some disruption? But with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history for the second time. Because in my first term, we had the greatest economy.
Bro, GM actually kind of ripped.
We got hit with COVID at the end, but we did.
That thing's just slowly melting up. It's not anything crazy, but
and the whole thing.
still working.
Didn't get credit, but that's okay. But we had the greatest economy in the history of the country.
DRI, Etsy. I've seen Ferrari on the high too. Race.
Results very soon. I'm a little bit upset because in 2.5 years you may have a different president.
Why is he so quiet?
And And that president will be saying how great the economy is doing. Look at all the jobs that he produced. He didn't approve. We have more factories being built than at any time in our country's history. They're all going to be opening now and soon. And I got some guy or woman who is going to take credit for that. Will you please remember that I did it, okay? I did it. I did it.
I did it.
I'll be sitting home. I'll be reading the papers. I'll be watching television. And I'll be having some guy like last time, a real idiot, stand up, say, we are doing record business. We are making more automobiles. But by the way, don't worry about it.
Biggest trade in history is approximately 15 minutes ago. SMH for over $3 billion.
Beautiful bill gave us
Damn,
no
son.
tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no
I guess it
tax
still
on
went down.
Social
Remember, even on
Security
Friday.
for right?
Again, if you believe in the
That's how
EPS
big
chart.
And the overtime you're working, and I don't know much, but I know you're making a lot of cars, more than you've ever made before. I assume, are they getting a little overtime, Mary? She doesn't want to say it. She is. I know you are. No tax on that overtime. Think of the no tax on tips in Nevada. I went, and a young lady came over, a beautiful waitress. She was a waitress and very beautiful, but I'm not allowed to say that politically, because if you call somebody beautiful, that's usually the end of your political career. But
There's Canada, USA, and now Mexico.
And I say,
right next to the Gulf of America.
Sir, there should be
Dude,
no
Mexico.
tax
It's
on
brand
tips.
new.
I say, what?
Brand new Mexico just dropped
Very
today.
boring group. We're all
I
bored.
can't believe it.
At my hotel in Las Vegas, and she comes up and she says, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I say it one more time. And I went outside and I spoke to the fake news that follow me all over the world, looking for me to make one little mistake. If I make one little mistake, if I mispronounce a word, which
Time
doesn't
20
happen
minutes
often,
left.
if I fell, oh, they're waiting. They would love to. Because I knock. You
That's
know, you
going to be
can't
an
fall every
uncle
single
song.
time you come up on a
I,
dais
how
and
do you
fight.
incorporate Mexico
Oh, if I
into a
slipped even
musical
little bit,
performance?
it would be headlines all over the world. So
I don't know how Mexico arrives up. That's what I'm saying, bro. This was that caught me off guard.
You're way the hell up in the sky. Go nice and slowly. We don't want to give them, but it's true. It's like what they do. I mean, it's so unfair. But they know how well we're doing, and now they're starting to report it because they have no choice. Because every record that's being broken, all these records that are coming out, not only in your business, we're leading in AI. We're beating China in AI. Nobody expected that. We're building more plants than anybody in the world. And frankly, the businesses are all moving. You know, many of these businesses, they left here and they went to foreign countries. They went to Germany. They went to Mexico and Canada. They went to Japan, they went to South Korea, car businesses, a lot of businesses, and now they're coming back home where they belong. And according to a report released just last week, the great big beautiful bill saved more than 170,000 Michigan jobs. You saw that. Think of that. If you took 170,000 people off of your tax-paying payrolls, think of how many people that is, filling a big stadium up 3 times. But remember, every single Democrat, it's a new word that I use, Democrat, I just exchange the E for the U. It works out quite nicely, thank you. But they're Democrats. They want open borders. They want men playing in women's sports. They want transgender mutilization of your children. They want the transgender mutilization of your children for everyone, so I call them Democrats. And the Democrats don't want to have voter ID, and the Democrats do not, Brian, you know this, they don't want to have a thing called proof of citizenship. So why doesn't somebody want voter ID or proof of citizenship? Because they want to cheat, okay? There's only one reason.
Trumpism is a disease.
Actually, most Democrats
Anti-Trumpism is a
only the
disease.
politicians, 'cause they could never
Holy
get elected.
shit.
If that ever
Do you
gets
guys see what
approved,
you
they
both
will
have
never get
there?
elected again.
It's called a
But every
hypothesis.
single Democrat in Congress
Let's
voted
experiment
against
it.
our massive tax cuts
Michael
for
and
working families.
JM,
All of the
would
things,
you guys
no
like to
tax
come
on
to the
tips, no
farm
tax on
and you
overtime,
each stay in a
no
room
tax on Social
and we
Security.
study
All of
you
these
for a
things they
month
voted against. They voted
and then we
voted
infect
against,
one
they
of you with
voted against
Trumpism
voter
and the
ID.
other one with
They voted in
anti-Trumpism
favor of the
and then we
transgender
see which one is a
mutilization of your
disease.
children, in favor of men playing
End phase.
I've looked at men playing in women's sports. It's
I got a little pop on end phase. None of the other solars moving. Again, we got like 20 minutes or less, 15 minutes.
Standing next to a wonderful female athlete, and they were playing a game of football.
Yeah, we study them for a month, and then we see. And we see what they eat, what they wake up at, how they behave. We see how they interact with people. You know what I'm saying? And we could have like metrics. I get like a treadmill with like a gas mask, and we could like have them run every day and see if their performance. I don't know how that relates to Trumpism, but I feel like it'd be necessary to know, oxygen levels and shit. And then then we just see.
And the congressional Democrats voting for tax hikes. They're voting for open borders. The Green New Scam are their side. Remember the Green New Scam? Everything had to be green. The world is going to collapse. It's going to be gone. 15 years ago, they were saying we only had 12 years left, but we're still here. But they're siding with the radical left communists taking over the party. They want, in other words, the normal socialists who can destroy a country too. They're not going fast enough. Do you remember, like in one of my State of the Union speech, I said, we will never be a socialist country. But I was right. We're going to be a communist country. That's what they want. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? But communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including even World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. I mean, this is a serious threat because they're going to promise all sorts of things. In 1 year, the country will be absolutely bankrupt. You'll live in squalor.
You would love it. Do you get paid before or after? Well, JM's down, bro. I say you just,
it's a disaster.
just ignore all the concerns and let's just do this.
We don't want to have it, and we have to be strong about it.
At least they're being honest.
A lot of the Republicans are nice. We're a very nice party. We shouldn't be so nice, to be honest with you. But we can't let them get their claws into this incredible. They call it an experiment. I don't think it's any longer an experiment. This has been going on for a long time. We have good years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it. And the other thing, I'm just thinking now, I do a lot of these speeches and I end up reading about 20%. Isn't it nice to know that you have somebody that doesn't have to read a speech? And it's even better to know that you have somebody that can read a speech if he wants to. The other guy couldn't even read a speech. But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never said it. I'm just thinking about now. When they take something over.
Is he going off the cuff?
It's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are I hate to say this, not clean. The curbs are loaded with you-know-what. The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue.
I just want to hear what he's saying.
They're all blue. We don't
I don't want to
have
interrupt.
problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty.
And the streets are dirty.
A certain city, I don't want to say the name of it.
The people, I don't want to say it.
The radical left. I said, how is it doing? Because I love it. And they said, it's filthy dirty. It's so dirty, they've never seen it like that. It's so filthy dirty. And I just thought of it. Nobody ever says that. I'm sort of a clean freak. I like clean. You ever see Washington, D.C.? Do you see Washington? What happened? Washington, D.C., it was filthy. Graffiti all over the place. We fixed up 72 monuments and fountains, and we've done an unbelievable. We took the graffiti off the beautiful marble columns. We have new grass going down. But you know what we did the best? We stopped crime in Washington. It's down 88%, and we moved out over 5,000 career.
I thought he was going to say something even crazier. But the streets are dirty, the people are dirty. It's pretty aggressive.
Nobody wanted to operate a restaurant. We have a great restaurant here.
Is he talking about New York?
Where are you from? Michigan. Where's my restaurateur? He was one of the great. Where's Mark?
Mark,
you're right. How'd you get such a good seat? He's a great restaurateur, but everything you have is clean. But it's true. And I'm just saying, they take over. Everything becomes disgusting.
That's pretty bold.
Dirty and filthy and grimy.
He's making this speech in Michigan.
Look at Washington, D.C., what I've done in a short period of time, working with the Department of Interior, Doug Burgum, and the whole group.
we have done some job. We've taken graffiti-filled statues all over the city, and monuments and waterfalls, everything. The beautiful reflecting pond where we get, I mean, we did some job. Somebody comes along and starts cutting it with a knife. They're sick. It's in the hospital now, but it's going to get better very soon. It's almost ready to open. We could have kept it that way.
Water and electricity should be free. Force anyone with a house to go grow fruits, trees in a garden. Is that socialist? No, man. I say, like, fuck private property. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck private property. Nobody should get to own anything. You know? And then that way, everything should be free. I think everything should be free. So, but yeah, like, why are you even still allowing private property? I don't get it. That's your devil. That's your devil right there, fucking everything up.
So I just want to thank him. But Washington, D.C. is now, again, and it's going to get only better. It's going to get all new grass. The parks are getting all new grass. I have a man who's a fantastic man, one of the biggest grass growers. I know everybody. I know grass growers, but he's actually a very rich guy. He wants to fix up the parks, all brand new grass. We're going to do
SPG. All right, well, get ready. 10-minute rigged. Went above VWAP one time. Oil's even into the low, but yeah. Get ready. You'll get a little bit more earnings tomorrow morning. I decide if you're going to play any. But other than that, a lot of the action is going to be happening overnight and into the next couple of days.
They have to be proud of it. It was a crime-ridden mess.
You got Navitas after the bell today. Applied Digital, Nucor, a couple materials, and then Whirlpool, and then FFIV. They've been moving. Tomorrow morning you have PayPal, Boeing, Coca-Cola, UPS, GLW, JetBlue, and then CVLT. Couple after the bell, but yeah. You got a decent amount in the morning.
Think of that. Almost 80%. This was 8 months ago. And they had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. And in Memphis, Tennessee, the governor called, and the mayor called, the Democrat mayor called, that they need help. And
you're a smart guy. How do you think everything could be free?
Too much danger.
What do you mean? I'm just having a conversation with my fellow socialist.
And if they do that,
see, look at now he wants to look at that. You see that? He said, let's start our own party, Josh. We'll call it the Free Party. I just got nominated for president. All I did was I just said, let's get rid of private property. But then the moment you agree to dismantle private property, you have destroyed every single social contract and have just said hello to a host of problems you would never want to welcome in any civilized society. That's the problem. But I'm down. I'm down. You let me know. I'm here for the vibes.
Great. She's great. She is great. And she's tough, too, I want to tell you. I'm not going to say she comes in a small body. But she comes with she comes with fire and brimstone, right, Lisa?
So yeah, you got a couple though in the morning.
Respected by everybody.
Finalize them all.
Tim Wahlberg, great. 18 years he's been doing it, and everybody.
World Cup and Coca-Cola. Remember, Coca-Cola's been doing good. I mean, Pepsi earnings weren't that bad. They still did a little bit bad, but yeah, Coca-Cola's been the outperformer. Again, Take Two's been on fire all day. Wrap it up into close. A couple of those quantum plays moving around. I mean, SPY
and John James,
below VWAP. Bad day for chips, but stabilized after the middle of it. And then, software, cyber doing good. And then our Mag 7 oddly in the middle.
Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Army National Guard Captain Mike Bouchard. Where's your father, Mike? Where's your father? Where's Mike? I just met your father. He's the best-looking police. Where's Mike? You want to come up? Come up here. Come here. Your father's so proud of you standing, and he had more medals than anybody I've ever seen. He's saying, my son is doing good, sir. I said, he is doing good. Navy
what about
veteran,
private property over your body? Do we get rid of that too? I don't know, man. How many boosters do you have? Either way, I'm fucking fuck private property.
And Amir comes from a great General Motors family, a long line of General Motors and former congressman. So here's a man who's running for the Senate.
I happen to think he won last time, okay? He's a
Where
great
did
guy.
all of these people come from?
And he's respected all over Washington. He's one of the best candidates we have.
Okay, well, Final Five is approaching.
He's fair. His name is Mike Rogers, and he will be a great senator. Mike, come on up. Come on. I'll let a couple of them say a couple of words. I'll be right back. Is that okay? Come on up here, Mike.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for gracing your presence here at the General Motors facility and bringing jobs back. Yeah, you bet. Imagine if, Mr. President, you have a senator that cares about much about manufacturing, especially in Michigan, than you do. That's a change we absolutely need. And when I get back there, Mr. President, I promise you this. I will work with you to protect our families, protect our freedoms, protect our factories, protect
Final
our
Five.
And when I get back,
All right,
Mr.
Chad,
President,
wrap it up.
If you haven't gotten it done, we're going to pass the SAVE Act. Save America. God bless you.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, for coming back to Michigan, where you've won 3 times. We very much appreciate your leadership.
600 mil to the buy side. Again, you got a couple energy material plays in the morning tomorrow alongside Bobo, Boeing and PayPal, Coca-Cola, UPS. Those will be, and then Corning, GLW. I mean, it's all the data center stuff. So think about all those sympathies. And then tomorrow after the bell, you'll get a lot more to the story, too. And then all the action on Wednesday. And then, again, Navitas. I know some of you like that shit. Celestica. That's NeoCloud, isn't it? CLS is one of them. Is I don't know. And then Applied Materials today after the bell. And then Whirlpool and F5. So finalize them. I mean, weird day, bro. 0.02, 0.01. NASDAQ only down by 0.3. Russell's up. Russell's up 0.7. Dow's up by 0.4. Feels like we didn't do much, but yeah, it was a lot of drama to move barely anything on the scoreboard, but very reminiscent to every other day in the last couple weeks. So praise God, baby. We're getting into the, not the finish line, but more info. RCL. Yo, what the fuck? What's up with RCL? That's a first high. I mean, it's hitting highs, but technically, since it was down all day, what's up with all the cruise lines? You got 3 minutes.
Right here for the best auto workers in the world. Thank you so much for your leadership, Mr. President. God bless you. We have your back.
Oh, they had earnings. Or tomorrow morning.
Well, thank you,
and then
Mr.
Caribbean
President. Thank you
surges briefly had a result as oil slides.
And thank you for putting our men
Could be
and
all
women
oil.
who build things first and foremost in the American economy. Thank you for being here.
No leaps on
today
Corsair.
with the men and women
Dude,
that
the
I have
stock
the
is
privilege of
$10
representing
fucking.
Just to tell them,
You know, bro,
show
I
them
just bought.
how
I spent
important
$100
Michigan
bucks
is
on the
map.
YouTube account. This guy, why are you being? Just own something. Just fucking own something. Don't rent it.
Puts our economy on overdrive and provides livelihoods for families across our country, especially right here in Michigan. Manufacturing is our largest industry.
But yeah, Chad, wrap it up.
Our president understands that.
I'm
He's
sorry.
stepping
just,
up every single day
Josh wanted
to
you
make
to
sure
know
that
the
we
kids
bring more
own
manufacturing
something.
jobs back to America.
This is good
back
for you,
here to
bro.
Michigan.
This is there. Just
And I'm
own
proud
it,
to
man.
stand
Just
with you today, sir,
it's
in
not gonna
recognition
hurt you.
of that, and thank you
Just,
so much
just
for
keep
coming
it
to
small,
Michigan
man.
again today.
It's good for you, bro. Just own. No time limit, bro. Forever. Do you really wanna live forever?
Talk about
forever.
Born and raised in Flint, Michigan, the birthplace of General Motors.
That's where
Son
General
of a
Motors
father,
was born?
A grandfather, a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle that all work for General Motors. Son of an educator.
Jeez, bro.
Protecting
All right, well,
America,
chips
getting back
stabilized,
to the fundamentals and the
take
foundation
software a
that
little
made
bit
us
off
great
top,
in the
but
beginning. That's what
not
we're
bad,
doing
my
this cycle.
friends.
The contrast is
IQV.
clear, the time is now.
What's
If you
IQV?
love
We've seen
America,
this
make
before.
noise. If you believe in first responders, make some noise.
Why? We've
You got
seen
the
IQV.
military,
That's a crazy
make some
10-minute rig
noise.
move.
And if you're proud to be a conservative,
Woo! All right, Chad. Rapperoonie. Again, IQV. It's a 3% pop at close.
Baby. We are putting this country back
But
on
Chad,
the map because we have a leader
you
who stands
only
up.
have
Thank you for coming to
1 minute.
This time last year, I was in Iraq. During the 12-day war,
You put our military in a position to succeed because you
Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, earnings. You got some after the bell in tomorrow morning. Make up your mind at less than 30 seconds. Not a bad day. 3 out of 4 indexes green. NASDAQ the only one closing red, it looks like. And then oil down by 8%.
Let's go, Michigan.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Catadonia.
This country.
All right, thank you, Mary Ibarra.
I'm gonna share with you, if you love this country,
We
you
love it.
have got.
We do. We love it. God bless America. God bless Catadonia. I need a GG in the chat. It's a Monday. Catadonia. Today flew by. God bless all of you. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat, baby. Let's go. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Well, a way to stay alive. If you upheld the honor of the long term, God bless you, bro. If you were a real one, bro, God bless you. You were about it, bro. You ain't playing, God bless you. GG, baby. You actually contributed. The good question. The people with the long term, the real honor. Do you understand the honor of the long term? Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Are you really in the game? That's what really matters. Do you really have a long term? Not, oh, I know the long term. Can you show the long term? Can you show it? Get ready, baby. One of the biggest weeks of the year. I love you all. GG. Happy Monday. It flew by. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk.
Hey, man.
Oh,
it's a cop, baby. 2020.
I like this song.
God bless you.
Should I let it ride? I might let it ride. Let's go vibing. Chad, Monday flew by.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Because
this, I tell you, nothing happened till Wednesday, but Chad, this is the...
Doesn't that hate me some regular shit? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I'm making feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately, you see that I'm done with the game. Spitting my mad and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I focus the change. That's a percentage of regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shit? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I'm making feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately, you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. It lifted me up, I'm holding it down. Pass it around, started with nothing but went for the land. They said I'm crazy, but that was the plan. Mama, she raised me one hell of a man. She said don't get it if you won't get back. I gonna ask you what you did with that. I know he's smiling, but he looking down.
Long term,
but I think they boring. Remember the days that I couldn't afford it, so I had some dollars I had to go flaunting. No wonder I lost it, but I kept on seeking and I kept on calling. So now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. I shoot like I'm Harden, but pass it like Stockton. Got money like Wall Street, but loving like that. You could keep your head on grade, I'm chillin'. I ain't hop up in the raid till I say made a play on the building. I could play with your feelings, throw 100 in your face. Everything says digits, turn a 5 to a 50, but I ain't a magician. But you saw it on the net. Now I'm talking my positions like the video was hitting to the quad car switching. Made 1,000 off a plane, watching Facebook. Me it's like they say I'm different. I fought with some change. That's a percentage of regular day. That's in that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I'm making feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately, you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. That's a percentage of regular day. That's in that hate me some regular shade. Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I'm making feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately, you see that I'm done with the game. lanes. Picked up my mat and I broke all the chains. 60 for growth, 40 for slow. Step in the mode. Heavy rest Spotify, how think they go? Higher rim, higher, so I'm buying slow. I don't like if it is below 4. Got me beyond cause it didn't take scrolls. I bought into Disney cause Frozen was dope. It's really that simple, I've done this before. I kept it simple so they thought it's stupid. I'd rather do that cause nothing feel more clueless. They wasting their time trying to decide while I do it. But do what you do, and my talking is fluent. Your talking is stupid. I'm teaching some game, but your attitude truant. They judging like Judy, they rate me like movies. They trading like movies, but paying to do it. Stay up in your lane, I'm trying not killer. Don't make me get your case, my name ain't Shilla. I can buy this shit for change, watch it change to a million. You ain't gotta see my face, cause the plays made millions. I ain't do this in a day, but I wasn't that patient. Started with a long term, hit a play, I take. Every time I bet it out, confident the market take it. Then I play the spot on my on, then I started banking. Call, baby.
Every time he's confident and bets it all, the market would take it. But when he would play small and put the armor on, he started banking. Wow. Alpha.
Under our leadership, we're making the largest ever investment
all right, Chad.
in the United States.
I think that's it, though. I don't know if we're going to let Trump always be getting in the way of the close, dog. But yeah, today flew by. I just, honestly, I don't. It feels like we just woke up. I can't believe that morning was pretty nutty. You know, a little excitement, but same bullshit. So, yeah, man. Get ready for the rest of the week, bro. Very pivotal, both this week and next week. But from earnings down to the Fed, you know, we had some great discussions. We'll see what starts to heat us up. I mean, a lot of this story gets unfolded, again, as we get to hear from the other half of the market. Or really more than half. We've only heard from like a third. So, that being said, my friends, go enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great workout, a great, beautiful Monday. Get ready for tomorrow. We'll have a lot more to chew on by the morning. We'll see what happens tonight. I'll have a video for you. Get up to speed with the long term. Again, I mean, just understand what we did and get up to speed. While, again, thankfully a lot has moved around, but we got some opportunities. You're going to hear people talking a lot about midterms right when we're done talking about earnings in the Fed. So, Chad, thank you for your time again. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, why you must live. You must live with knowledge. But knowledge is not just knowing. It's never enough. The urgency of doing. I hope that you don't, sooner than later, I hope you come to a question in this life, my friend. A question that you refuse to let stay unanswered, okay? And everything's gonna be risky. Just make sure the bill of not acting is not a lot bigger down the road, Chad. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Chattatonia. Have a wonderful evening. A beautiful, wonderful Monday. And I will catch up with you sooner rather than later, man. And get excited. And make sure, and I don't know, man, if you don't have a plan, you should have a plan for your long term. That long term, man, we got a little bit of motion, a little bit of moves, a little bit of patience, a little bit of cash. I hope you have a lot of a plan. Get ready, baby. So, Chad, enjoy it, and I will see you in the morning. And before I go, you know, I'm going to have to talk to them. I don't know how it's going to work. I'm going to be like, I'm going to have to tell the sponsors. I'm like, they are ignoring the long-term medication, the guidance. We're trying to tell people dude, long-term monthly, bro. Don't make them. You don't want. What if Martin Shkreli buys long-term monthly and jacks up the price? You see, that's what happens with biotechs. That's why y'all playing around, bro. I'm just saying, but just don't forget, all of this content is brought to you day in and day out by our sponsors. Okay, so make them proud. Okay, don't play. I can't even find it. Did someone delete it? Someone deleted the video. Okay, you're lucky. It's still there. But yeah, go check them out, please.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once
Can you believe this video is from this year?
Ownership.
This is
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep.
My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning.
But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
Long-term monthly.